Good morning. We're going to go ahead and bring the meeting to order. We've got a lot to get through today, next couple of days actually. So want to start out by thanking all the conferees. Thank you for coming and testifying. And legislators, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules. I know a little bit about that. So I really appreciate you being here. We'll let some of the folks trickle in as they can, and some folks had conflicts. And is there anybody on WebEx right now? Do you know? No? Okay. Well, will you keep us informed when someone gets on so I can recognize them? Okay. And staff, thank you so much for being here. I know you guys have put in a lot of work on this, and I really appreciate all your hard work in lieu of a summer. So thank you for that. Just a little bit of opening remarks here about what this is about. We've spent well over $40 million a year for the last 4 years that I know of, and I can't remember the numbers before that, on contract nursing and contract labor at our Larned facility. That's $160 million over 4 years' time. You think about what we can do with that. I don't know if there are any easy answers. If there were, it would probably already been solved. But what I hope to come out of this committee is some kind of a solution to stop that. We can't continue. And as far as I'm concerned, everything is on the table. All solutions, there are no bad solutions. We could vet every one of them, but there are no bad ideas or anything like that. So I want to hear from all of you about what we think we can do to solve this issue. So, good morning. So, Madam Vice Chair, do you have, I just kind of gave them an overview of this and what I expected to come out. Do you have anything to add to that?
I do not.
Okay. Very good. Well, with that, we're going to go ahead and start. I don't know that we need to formally introduce legislators. We've got our name badges up here. No big deal. Okay. So the review of the recommendations of the 2024 House Appropriations Committee on Contract Nursing. Dayton. Thank you, and thanks for being here.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. You should have a report of the Subcommittee on Contract Nursing to the House Committee on Appropriations. Once you find that or get it pulled up, it looks like this. Nice big title there on the first page. This is the most recent legislative committee convened specifically to study contract nursing. So I'd like to turn to page 3, which has a large gray box, and I will review the recommendations of the subcommittee. I'll briefly go through them. You have the whole packet for your review. The main focus of the subcommittee was to study contract nursing, of course, and the shortage of healthcare workers in the state and how to enhance the workforce pipeline to develop new or to grow new workers in the state. The first 9 recommendations, the first 9 bullets, on that page, are all related to the creation of an interim committee. This interim committee was, sure.
Can you stop for just a minute? So where are these located? Are they located on the legislative website, or are they located on the S drive? Both?
Go on the S drive. This is the first one.
Did everybody find that? Very good. Okay, continue.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm looking on page 3. So as I mentioned, that first small paragraph describes the aims of the committee to study contract nursing, the shortage of healthcare workers, and how to enhance the workforce pipeline. The first 9 bullets there describe what form an interim committee should take and what its study topic should be. This interim committee was not created after the subcommittee. However, I would like to highlight a couple of the topics for that interim committee. If you go to the third bullet, they were to make recommendations to create a healthcare workforce pipeline. Bullet 4 was to examine the need for non-clinical nursing education faculty to obtain a master's degree, so looking at the requirements to become a educator. If you look at bullet 5, was to review the exemptions of the master's degree requirement of licensed practical nurses and associate degree nurses as classroom instructors, or the classroom instructors for those. Item 6, to review the use of on-site and experience requirements for CNA trainers. Item 7, to consider adding funding to be distributed for allied health profession scholarships. And item 8, to consider legislation regulating supplemental nursing services companies, which would be the contract staff agencies. As well as those recommendations, the subcommittee made a number of other recommendations. I'd like to turn to the next page. So on page 4 at the top, the first recommendation was to add $1 million to 2 different scholarships. This funding was added that year. So $1 million was added to the Nursing Initiative Grant and $1 million to the Nursing Services Scholarship Program. The next bullet, to consider creating a carve-out within the Promise Act. Language was added to expand this to allied health professions. The third bullet, to consider revising supplemental nursing staff proviso, which required regulation. This was revised and added to the budget. However, last year this proviso was deleted from the budget, so they're not required to report currently. Bullet 4, consider the addition of $2.4 million to provide base pay increases and retention bonuses to nursing faculty at community and tech colleges, and this was funded, and that continues to be funded in the current budget. Moving to the next section, the first bullet there, to approve HB 2277 to increase bonus caps per year. This is currently implemented through budget proviso. However, HB 2237 is in the Senate Committee on Ways and Means and did pass the House, which would implement this policy in statute. The next bullet, to set a starting market rate of $15 per hour, was implemented, as well as making the 24/7 pay plan permanent. The next bullet, $3.4 million was added instead of $5.4 million for these behavioral health workforce programs. And I think that concludes my remarks on the report. Of course, you have the rest of the report, which describes what happened during the meeting dates, but I figured I'd hit the highlights, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Very good committee questions of Dayton. Representative Reeves.
Thank you, Dayton. Who is on the subcommittee?
Sure. If you turn to the first page, it has those members listed. So that was Chairperson Mason, Representatives Ballard, Kincannon, Helgerson, and Landwehr.
Oh, okay. I see it now. Thank you. And then the second question is it possible to have something sent to us that just only tells us what was appropriated and what is sitting in the Ways and Means?
Sure, I can
bring them
summarize
out.
my additional remarks and send those to you.
Great, thank you.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you. That was part of my question. And we have $2.4 million here and this amount there and so forth. It would be helpful to know, as Representative Reese said, how much has been appropriated, how much has been spent, and then how has that helped the workforce? Sometimes we set aside dollars because that feels good and we think that's going to do something. I'm just curious of how many more people that brought in, how many more nurses that brought in, and what a difference that has made so far. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, a comment on that. The $2.4 million and the $3.4 million, one kind of nuance there is that those are funded through the Behavioral Health Center of Excellence. So those are funded through a third party. So of course you have KDADS here. But I suspect that funding was all transferred to that organization, and then so I'm not sure if KDADS or that organization might be tracking outcomes, but I can try to run that down for you.
Committee, further questions? Representative Buehler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dayton. When I was reading through this yesterday and the other documents that are posted on the S drive, and I don't know if this is so much of a question or if it's a thought for the next 2 days. When this committee met, and I look at the topic, it says to study the cost and use of contract nursing in the state of Kansas, and I play that back over appropriations this last year. Were there any targets set for if we do this, then we can increase or decrease the amount of contract nursing by X amount? I mean, I'm looking for metrics that ties the legislative actions, whether it's appropriation of funds, provisos, whatever, with some tangible outcome. Is there anything in, I didn't see anything, and I was disappointed I didn't see much in the testimony that I was reviewing yesterday. Is that an accurate statement, or are there any metrics tied to what this work group did a year ago?
Mr. Chair, Representative, the work group did not set any metrics. I think they had envisioned that, and not wanting to speak for them, but based on the recommendations, they had envisioned an interim committee that would be developed with stakeholders and kind of a broad group to come together, and subcommittees, you know, the whole thing that would develop those. But this committee did not set any of those metrics.
And there will be some hesitation when I call on someone to make sure you're a senator and also to remember your name, because I've been out all summer. So when you see there's a hesitation, that's what it is. The chair is kind of, it's been a while. Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dayton, do you know, not looking at the minutes of that subcommittee, was there any talk about other medical professions that are like contract nursing? Like, my understanding is there's some physicians that are like traveling physicians, I guess, like traveling nurses, and the cost to the state for theirs. Was there any talk about that?
Mr. Chair, Representative, there was not discussion. It was strictly to nursing. The Board of Nursing came and they discussed, you know, CNAs and kind of adjacent, and there's discussion of allied health professions kind of generally, but not, the real focus was on those nursing professions.
Committee, further questions? Thank you, Dayton. Committee, just for I have a little history with this hospital. Through social services budget, we proposed a lot of the pay increases, the bonuses, all those kind of things. And quite frankly, you were talking about metrics. I'm not sure any of them helped. It didn't increase anything, and we'll hear that from KDADS. It didn't increase anything appreciably. Now, who knows what we would have lost without those? You know, so it may have stabilized them, but I've been incredibly disappointed about how that's worked. It hasn't. For 3 years, we proposed these increases and looking for, you know, a bump. And at the end of the day, my assumption was that it was way more than just wages and bonus and stuff like that. It is more into the location issue, the workforce, and that kind of stuff. And I think you'll see that the testimony is going to bear that out. But that's been my deal. Is I tried the wages. I thought that was the best thing. It was, and we'll see that from the testimony later on about that. So just anecdotal. Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, committee, any other questions or anything like that? All right, next, Scott. Secretary, I'm sorry.
Deputy Secretary, but thanks for the promotion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Scott Bruner. I'm the Deputy Secretary at ks for Hospitals and Facilities. And for today, that means that I work with the hospital superintendents and the leadership teams on each of the campuses to make sure we're providing high quality care to the patients that we serve and residents that live on our campuses. I'm happy to be here today to my part of the presentation is to give you a little bit of the history of contract staffing and what we've been spending over time, fill in some of those questions that you've already started to have. I've also got three of our superintendents here today. Superintendent Byram from Osawatomie and Tops from Larned are going to present, but Dr. Dixon's here as well from Parsons and can talk about other parts of the hospitals if you have those questions. But so again, thanks for taking this time to kind of dig deep into this question. As Dayton said, there's been several committees, special committees set up to talk about this issue. The appropriations committees have certainly talked about it. Your subcommittees have talked about it. We've certainly talked about it a lot internally. So I appreciate having a couple of days to dig a little deeper, bring some other parties to the podium to answer your questions about training and workforce development, some of those issues as well that are definitely connected. So I'm going to advance the slides myself, and if I can manage that. So what my part of kind of setting the frame is to give you some of the background. For some of you that are on Bethel or on our appropriations committees, some of this data will look familiar. For the other committee members that are a little bit new to the state hospitals, I'll maybe take a little more time to talk through those things. But the kind of essential question of the day is how much are we spending on contract staffing, and we'll definitely get into that. But we did want to frame how much money's been added, as Representative Carpenter said, to the hospital budgets over the last several years for the purposes of paying for contract labor. And so you can see on this slide in fiscal year 2025, there was $30 million added to the Larned State Hospital budget for contract staffing. In 24, it was $15.7 million, and so on back to 2022. At Osawatomie, the scale of use of contract labor is a little smaller than Larned's, but still beyond what's in the approved budget. So you all added $8 million last year and $5 million the year before that to be able to close the gap on that contract labor use. And maybe I should have started with the essential part. So what we're talking about with those numbers is we use agencies that provide primarily nursing, RN, registered nurses, licensed practical nurses, and sometimes certified nursing aides to supplement our staffing on the campus. Our budget's built around having a number of positions on each campus to provide clinical care, safety and security, all different kinds of things that happen. To keep our bed count open at the levels that they are, we have to have enough staff to make sure patients are safe, meds are passed, all the things that happen continue to happen. When we don't have enough of our staff to be able to fill in all of those roles, we go to these staffing agencies and ask them to provide us 10, 15, 20 registered nurses so we can plug them into our staffing schedule. And that's then what we're spending. The challenge of that's pretty typical in a healthcare setting. There's a need to supplement staffing in different avenues. The problem, or one of the problems, is that the contract labor is substantially more expensive than if we just paid a state employee. So, and we'll talk more about the numbers as we go through, but just to give you the high level, our starting wage for a registered nurse is around $40 an hour. What we're paying for the equivalent registered nurse as a contractor is somewhere between $90 and $100 an hour. So every time we use one of those contract nurses to fill in that gap in the schedule, it's costing us essentially twice as much than if it would have been one of our employees, which drives the cost. Create some competition issues on campus for labor as well, and all the other things that we'll come to talk about throughout the next couple of days.
Could you hold up just a second?
Sure.
So I think back to that other slide. I think that slide is kind of misleading. It says what was added to the budget. That doesn't mean what we spent.
No.
So I think for the committee, I think we need to realize that we added 30 million, but the total cost was 46 million.
46, right.
So,
And I've got that on a later slide.
Okay,
We did
okay,
wanted to
very
say
good. Thank
what
you
you've
for
put into
that.
the budget in the last
Okay,
couple of years.
sorry.
Yeah, no, certainly.
continue. Representative Opeza.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a quick question of clarification because you mentioned agency nurses. You said $90 to $100. How much is the actual nurse getting?
We've asked the agencies and asked some of the staff that have come from the contractor to come work for us. It's 65% or so of that. If it's $100, they're getting 65.
Okay, thank you.
Something in
Thank
that
you.
vicinity with some variety, but that's probably the average. I think we've got that in some slides too. That's spending. We did want to give you, again, for those of you that don't work with hospital budgets all the time, a sense of what our turnover and vacancy rates are. This, again, is what drives why we use contract labor, because our vacancy rates are so high. So you can see for Osawatomie State Hospital, or OSH, our annual turnover rate's about 15%, and the vacancy rate for across all positions is 35.5%. Larned's is 33% vacant. So again, in a simple way of thinking about it, we've got 200 nursing positions. Only 66 of them are filled with state staff, and we've got to supplement the rest. We need all those positions filled to fill out the schedule. K&I, our hospital for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities here in Topeka, has a much lower vacancy rate, which I think is largely a factor of the pay increases that have gone in place over the last couple of years. And Parsons is a little bit higher, but on the lower end of the mental health hospitals. Just to give you, again, some perspective of the number of positions that are vacant. So this chart goes back to 2021, before before we started paying the 24/7 salary differential, so incentives for people that work at 24/7 facilities in state government. That's where the orange line is. But so this shows the number of vacant positions in our kind of critical patient care positions. So that's mental health, developmental disability techs. Those are workers that do the day-to-day tasks of moving patients around, making sure patients are in treatment, observing their activities during the day, nursing, so registered nurses, LPNs, and then our safety and security officers. So at Larned, there's the top line, the gray line there. As of this would have been the middle of July, there were 248 vacant positions. And again, that's roughly half of the total staff count. Osawatomie is the next line down, the blue line. There were 116. And then Parsons and K&I are there on the bottom two lines. And you can see the line moves. We track this every week. We've been on a downward trend of vacancies from at Larned over the last couple of years, with some spikes along the way. Osawatomie stayed relatively stable, and again, K&I in particular at the bottom is on a downward slope. We also look at it by percent, and that shows kind of a similar thing, that we've seen some movement in the percentage of vacant positions for those kind of critical patient care positions over time, but the numbers are still pretty high. As Representative Carpenter alluded to, we need to show you what we've actually spent in total contract nursing costs. So the top set of numbers is for Larned State Hospital. Last year in 2025, through the end of the fiscal year, we spent a little under $46.1 million for an average number of 232 contract staffers, contract nurses, RNs, LPNs, over that fiscal year, with some variety month to month. At Osawatomie, they spent a total of $15.4 million, which was down from the prior year of almost $18 million for about 105 positions. And maybe to Representative Ruiz's question, we do hire other contract supplemental staffing. We do have locums physicians that may come in and work to cover somebody who's on vacation or on medical leave. We do use some contract social work positions at Osawatomie State Hospital. There's some clinical therapist positions that we use that are also contractors at Lawrence State Hospital. So it's part of the staffing mix across both hospitals. This is just representing those nursing positions, RNs, I'll stop repeating it eventually, but RNs, LPNs, CNAs, and direct care staff. Dayton did a good job of talking about other legislative actions that you've already taken coming out of some of those special committees and other things, but we did have the authority to do some bonuses over the last fiscal year 2025 that was unique. A unique authorization just for the state hospitals. And we worked really closely with the Department of Personnel Services to figure out how we could implement those bonuses, use the authority we were granted was to be able to go above the $3,500 per employee per year cap that's in statute. So we could do some things to drive particular parts of the hiring process and recruitment process that we thought were key points where we thought we could use those bonuses to keep employees and recruit more. So talk some more about that here in just a second. But well, there were a couple of things that we knew for sure. When we look at our staffing overtime, starting pay is certainly an important factor as people look to apply for jobs. And as Representative Carpenter said, and you've all been very generous in helping us move that base pay for those direct care positions, nursing positions, safety and security over the last several years to keep us competitive with other employers and other healthcare employers in the marketplaces that we work. So that's important. We also know that sometimes we've got to get people they may want to work in healthcare, they may not be familiar with the state hospital environment, and they may have a little hesitancy to take a job where they're working with acutely mentally ill people or people who are criminal defendants that are having their competency evaluated. That may not be the first place they think to work. So we did some things around recruitment bonuses. So if you signed on or applied for a job and were hired and were new to the state hospital, we did a signing bonus for those employees, looking at what other employers had done. The other thing we saw was that we had some breaks at 6 months, 9 months, and 12 months, that if we could get, we had a pretty big drop off of people that were new hires that would leave at 6 months. So they've been trained, they've been working on the floor for a while, they realize that it may not be the thing for them, or they're not getting paid enough to make it worth their while. So, and then the same thing would happen in 9 months and then 12 months. And if we could keep the person past their first anniversary, then they tended to stay with us for at least several more years. So we did some retention bonuses as well to try to incentivize people to stay at those kind of critical benchmarks, 6 months, 12 months, and if they continued with no discipline, then there were bonuses for that. We did some longevity bonuses to reward our long-term employees who maybe did, so they wouldn't look for other work. And then the final one that we did were some what we call pickup shift bonuses. So right now, we use a lot of overtime for state staff. That's just part of the mix as well to make sure we've got all of our spots filled in the schedule. But we let employees kind of choose where they picked up those overtime shifts. So we said, well, if we could identify the ones where we really need help, where it's an overnight on a weekend, and we could apply like a $50 or $100 bonus if you picked up that shift, then we found that did drive people to choose maybe working a little more overtime or more overtime at those kind of critical points, so we wouldn't have to rely on a contract labor nurse to fill in that gap. So on the chart here for 2025, we took the total of all of these shifts that we did, the pickup shifts, if you did a half or full, longevity and signing bonuses, and what we paid out to the number of staff, and then the amounts there at the bottom. So again, this was authority that was granted to us through a budget proviso. Again, we tried to focus on things where we thought were the critical points in hiring, recruiting, retention, and where we had critical needs. And I think over the course of the year, we did see that those sign-on bonuses helped with people that needed that little additional incentive nudge to be hired, keep people on the job, and really the pickup shift bonuses really helped us manage the staffing schedules more effectively, so that we wouldn't be relying on I mean, kind of the worst case scenario, you've got an open shift. We're going to require a contract nurse to work that shift, and it's overtime for them. So now we're paying twice as much for that employee plus time and a half to their agency. Just that's the worst case scenario. So those pickup shift bonuses helped us manage that. State employees are taking more of those critical shifts and reducing our overall spend for contract labor. And again, the superintendents could talk some more about their experiences with some of these in particular. The bonuses are for 2026 are continued through budget proviso. Like Dayton mentioned, it applies to all agencies now. The dollar threshold is the same, so we can go up to $10,000 per employee per year. There are some changes because it applies to all agencies the same. Personnel Services has moved some of the definitions. We're not able to do the longevity bonuses, so we're still in some discussions with them of how to implement that so we don't lose some of the things that were working for us, but still allow other agencies to take advantage of it as well. Again, the superintendents will come up and talk some more about where they've seen the benefit of the bonuses and pay increases, things like that. I wanted to have a couple other comments about what we're doing on workforce development. And there was a significant use of ARPA, of the COVID relief funding, particularly around workforce development across the healthcare workforce, but in particular around behavioral health. So one of the needs was that we identified, and in the appropriations process, KDADS was granted a block of ARPA funds to grant for projects that were submitted to us to focus on growing behavioral health workforce and expanding services. So a couple of the projects that we funded on growing the workforce that used ARPA money is $5 million that we granted to the Kansas Health Sciences University, it's the osteopath school. It's in downtown Wichita. We've directed that money to them to expand their residency options, some practical training, and expand their class size. So they just have more. Because of this $5 million, they added about 100 more DO training slots to their school. And those students are going to be graduating over the course of this next year. And a lot of those students are being trained in getting practical experience in rural settings, some behavioral health settings. So again, that's a direct impact on the number of students, at least that they're training. And we think a lot of them will stay in Kansas in healthcare. Not as much of a behavioral health focus, but still the right thing around workforce. The other, the biomedical campus, the joint project between the University of Kansas and Wichita State University. There's several different ARPA awards that went to that project. KDADS contributed $15 million of ARPA funds to furnish and construct that building. That project alone is going to increase the number of the available slots for a variety of different kinds of healthcare professions, including nursing, including behavioral health providers, psychiatry, psychology. So that is going to have a huge impact on just the downtown Wichita area, but that impacts the whole state and many of the rural providers as well. More specific on access to behavioral health services, we, as part of the same ARPA funding, we call it a tranche, which is a really difficult word to get out. So, this funding was $12.5 million to KVC Camber, a partnership between KVC, Camber, and Children's Mercy Hospital to build a new 72-bed facility in Olathe that serves adults and children. That's open. That bed count expansion alone, and they participate in our program that as a state institutional alternative, so they can provide state hospital level of care. Just a real game changer in Johnson County in particular, and how we've been able to serve kids and a good number of adults. Ascension Via Christi St. Joe, their campus in Wichita, received $22 million to expand their emergency department. So their number of available beds in their emergency department, which has a psychiatric element as well, is going to grow from 29 to 49 beds. We're really excited about this expansion coming online at Via Christi St. Joe. That is often the front door to patients that we're either going to see in Larned or at Osawatomie that are in mental health crisis. And Via Christi St. Joe is an incredible partner to triage those patients, treat the ones that they can treat there, and the ones that have a higher level of needs, get them to a state hospital, just to have the ability to expand. it's not so much the number of patients they can see, but the quality of care they can receive with more space, with more dedicated treatment space for psychiatric patients. We're really excited about how that changes the flow of patients and how things work it's Sedgwick County, but it's all of really south central Kansas. That opens next spring. And then lastly, there's $25 million of that ARPA funding that's going into our project, building a new state psychiatric hospital in Wichita, the South Central Regional Mental Health Hospital. We're opening 104 additional beds in that community in January 2027. Again, these three things alone is an expansion of close to 150 or 170 psychiatric beds that weren't in the state 2 years ago. That's great. It's important to expand services. In the context of the discussion that you're having over the next couple of days, we've also got to figure out how to hire enough people to work in all these places and serve those beds. So it's a relevant conversation to have in terms of growing the workforce. We have been working to kind of grow our own as well from KDADs and the state hospitals, working with higher ed and the community mental health centers and others. The superintendents will talk some more about this from their particular contexts, but the state hospitals kind of coming out of COVID have really reopened to students across the healthcare continuum. We're working with psychology students, nursing students, social work students on internships, practicums, being clinical sites for their training programs. It's a really important part of our role as a state facilities to be open to students and training, growing the next generation of healthcare providers and healthcare leaders. So we're excited to be able to do that as well. Larned's also starting to kind of develop our own workforce. We train people on how to do their jobs, and then over time, we need to refresh their skills or give them opportunities to advance in their career. So we're working with Barton County Community College on some micro-credentialing to give people some college credit and a little additional experience on trauma-informed care, a few other themes that Superintendent Tops can talk about. But that is just as a way to kind of grow our own, give a job, a career path, and maybe one of our mental health disability techs that's doing direct care. Maybe they've got a real interest in social work, or they want to see what it would take to become an LPN or a psychologist. They can get some additional training along those lines and get some college credit along the way. The Behavioral Health Center of Excellence is another priority that's funded through KDADS. I think you've got some conferees talking about that this afternoon. That effort has the collaboration of a number of different parties, which we've listed out here on the slide, a lot of schools, community providers, which you'll hear more about that. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of it. In terms of workforce, again, the biomedical campus in Wichita, just the opportunity that presents as an expansion of the capacity across the healthcare continuum is really important, and the focus on behavioral health and mental health part of that as well. And KDADS is one of 5 states that's been selected to participate in a National Academy on Behavioral Health Workforce Policy. So we're working with our partners at the Behavioral Science Regulatory Board, Board of Regents, KDADS, and others on that academy to kind of figure out what's the best practices around the country that we could apply here in Kansas. And a lot of the recommendations that are coming out of that are ideas or things that you've already seen: micro-credentialing, expanding practical educational opportunities at state hospitals, scholarship programs, loan forgiveness kinds of programs. You'll hear more about that as their recommendations come out in the coming, I think it's over the next 6 months or so. And then lastly, and I won't spend a lot of time on this, but as you're thinking about recommendations coming out of this committee, I won't say it's not about me, but I've done this talk a few, times in the last 3 years. Last session, there was a Senate committee of Ways and Means that explored the same question. They asked me to provide some recommendations as well in that context. They're similar to things I've said before, but I thought just to put them in front of you so you could think about it as you're coming up with other recommendations. But as the agency that working with the state hospitals involved in a lot of these workforce development activities as well, and with some of the funding attached to it. Here's what I think what we would recommend is kind of building on what we've already done. But we'd recommend you pass House Bill 2237, which is would put in statute the flexibility in the state employee bonus program that is done through proviso today. We think there's some continued effort on cost of living and market adjustments for the state hospitals to stay competitive. All of our campuses are in communities where some are more rural than others, but they do have other healthcare providers, other employers that we're in competition with for labor. And so keeping competitive with that as the state looks at market adjustments is important. We think there is some restriction in the budget or some discussion about maybe not funding contract labor at the hospitals. Again, we don't think that's a sustainable path. We don't want to have to be in a situation where we can't fund. We certainly don't think contract labor is a solution. It's a way of addressing the need to keep beds open and keep patients moving through the system. So I think we just have to talk about what that right level of funding is, and maybe a target is the right way to look at that. And then finally, some nursing incentive programs. Again, we're funding a lot of those things through ARPA and the Center of Excellence now is really developing the workforce, developing the talent pipeline. But one thing that didn't get funded in that mix was scholarships or incentives for students to go into nursing or healthcare or behavioral health or the combination. So you do have some things around the Promise Act and other things like that. But we thought some targeted tuition reimbursement or scholarships for students that would want to go into nursing and come and work at a state hospital, it would be one way to address that, or a service commitment agreement. You've done that for physicians and other contexts as well. And you can read the rest of the words there. But similar things that Dayton mentioned and other committees have recommended are certainly consistent with the efforts that we've put in so far, and would appreciate your support in at least discussing those as options as you're coming up with recommendations. Mr. Chairman, that's where I was going to stop. I'm happy to answer questions. The superintendents are here too and have a little more detail about their campuses and use and what they're doing on recruiting, but happy to take questions if that's appropriate.
Very good. Thank you, Scott. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Scott, for this. Coming from an education background, I know that that's where a lot of the potential solution lies, in education and training and getting folks in the pipeline. Mm-hmm. And like the chair mentioned earlier, you think that allocating funds for that's going to be a solution. So do you know how much that we have spent on the Promise Act and Excel in CTE and AOK? And I know we have a presentation coming up. They may have that answer.
I don't, Senator, but I think you've got other conferees who may be better able to answer that question.
By my rough estimation, it's between 11.8 million and 15 million a year. And when we have funded, and this is just the high school, mm-hmm. to get those kiddos in the pipeline, we've paid for 14,000, this is 2024, 14,495 credit hours at a cost of $460 a credit hour. We spent over 6.6 million just in the CNA program to get those high school kids in that pipeline. Unfortunately, 2,756 students took advantage of that, but only 892 earned certificates, their CNA. So to the frustration expressed a little bit earlier, are we seeing a decrease? I mean, we're filling the pipeline and we're paying to fill that pipeline, but it's not translating, it doesn't appear like, in actually reducing the demand and getting to the root of the problem. So my question is, when you say we need scholarships, tuition reimbursement, we have that through the Promise Act. We have that through Excel and CTE. We have that through AOK. We have that through a dozen state-funded programs, and it doesn't seem to be making the impact that it should, or we would hope it should. So what is the disconnect there? Because putting money into scholarships and paying for people to get into these isn't seeming to yield the results we need. So can you shed some light on that?
I'll try to answer from kind of our perspective as a state hospitals. We have talked some about if we can identify staff that want to continue their education or go back to nursing school or advance from LPN to a registered nurse. Do we have the mechanisms to connect them with those programs where Promise Act would be available so it's easier for them? And we've talked about how to do that on the campuses. You know, I think you'll have other conferees today that'll talk about the nursing workforce and training pipeline. They're much more capable of talking about that than I am. We're just seeing how that impacts us on the campuses in terms of candidates coming to us that are ready to work. Probably should have clarified. We do hire registered nurses. We hire licensed practical nurses. We can use some certified nurse aide qualified individuals, but we don't require that for our entry-level positions. So we're hiring people with no experience in healthcare, maybe an interest in healthcare, to do really direct care work. So it's a little bit outside of the kind of Promise Act where there would be opportunities. But I do think one thing we've identified and tried to think through how we can be, as all of these activities are happening across the state with other providers that do training, community colleges, technical colleges, where do we fit into that pipeline so we're part of the conversation? And those efforts have grown quite a bit over the last couple of years. And in terms of, and the superintendents have a few examples of where they've become a training site for a nursing school, and we hired two or three of the nurses that trained with us to be full-time nurses. So again, the numbers are small. That may just be our context, but again, there is a lot of activity going on, and getting plugged into it and figuring out how to use it is certainly a challenge, but one that we're definitely working on. I apologize for not having. I'm not the expert in the whole training environment. Just my little corner of the state, but I think you've got other conferees who will be able to answer that question more effectively than I did.
Very good. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott, thank you for being here. And I realize that you're the data guy, and we appreciate that. I know in Bethel we had some of these discussions. If we could look at page 8 in your presentation, if I was a member of the public, which I am, I would be looking at this and saying, has the population in Larned grown so much that in 6 years we need 5 times as many staff? Can you explain that to me?
It's not that the bed capacity has gone up that much, or the number of patients that we're serving the same number of patients. It's the mix between the number of state employees we have and the number that we need to keep our 172 and 190 beds open at Larned for those programs. So as patient acuity goes up, we have more patients who need one-on-one coverage. So you've got one person assigned to that patient to observe them and keep them safe. I mean, some of the acuity issues, it reflects this as well, and just the overall vacancy rate that we've been running. Again, it's dropping, but not at a rate that would move the number of contract labor that we need to keep the beds open and moving patients
Thank
through.
you, Mr. Chair.
Committee questions. Representative Reeves.
At Larned, there's 2 units? 2 distinct units, or how many units?
Three programs.
Programs, that's what I really want to know.
There's the psychiatric services. Lindsay's going to do this for you too, so I should probably just anyway, I can do that part of it without messing things up too much. There's the psychiatric services program. That's a 72-bed unit that serves people who are ordered by the court for involuntary care and treatment because of their mental illness. Then there's the state security program, which serves individuals who are criminal defendants who need their competency to stand trial evaluated or be restored to competency so they can stand trial. That program also provides, across our system, a secure behavior unit for patients that are disruptive or violent and need more care. They go to Larned, and that's part of the state security program as well.
And there are how many beds in that one?
93.
Right.
There's 100 available. And then the last program is the Sexual Predator Treatment Program, which serves civilly committed sexually violent offenders who are ordered by courts to ongoing care after they've completed their prison sentences. And that's 280.
270 is the bed, 240 is what we have.
270 beds or 240 residents. And then they run a reintegration. Does that include reintegration? Oh, okay. Then we have some reintegration programming for that as well. So there's 3 distinct programs on the campus. They all require nursing, direct care.
Follow-up. And I don't know if we could wait until the administrator from Larned is speaking, but out of those 3 programs, which of the programs uses the most contract nurses?
Oh, sure, SBTP, because it's the largest program. I would have gotten there all by myself, but yeah, it's the largest. It's got the most large number of beds, so they use the most. I think, and Superintendent Tops can talk about acuity as well. So there are that state security program, depending on who's admitted and where they're starting, that can require a lot of one-on-one patient coverage, sometimes 2-on-1 patient coverage. SPTP also, and she'll talk about this, that population is aging and has all of the issues with aging, healthcare issues. Sometimes they have to go out for outside medical care. We have to send somebody with them, sometimes 2 people with them. So that takes 2 people off the campus. So will be a mix, but she can talk some more about the acuity and one-on-ones as well.
Thank you.
Senator Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Deputy Secretary. When you were discussing bonuses, all the bonuses are geared towards staff showing up to work. Mm-hmm. Would you be open to tying the bonuses to performance and patient outcomes instead of just showing up to work?
We would love to have a way of rewarding people for doing good work. And so I think that could certainly be part of the mix as well. One of the, I think the bill addresses it, the current state statute around state employee incentives, you can't pay somebody for something that they're aware of in advance. So you can look backwards at their performance and give them a bonus. You can't set something out there for them to work towards. So that has been a little bit of a challenge. That's why showing up at work is something that we can acknowledge, that if you have excessive absences or don't show up at work, or you call in sick or call in and not come to work, you don't get the bonus for that day. But there are some limits in the statute, but I think that's something that we could certainly look at.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to comment as to the acuity you and I toured with Dr. Tops. They're literally running a nursing home out there for a lot of these folks. I mean, you hear the nature of the programs. People are spending their entire lives at Larned and Osawatomie, and the acuity is extremely high. Several died in last year having spent their entire life there. So I understand the acuity issue.
Representative Opezo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick question. As you mentioned about state employees and various nursing roles, how many retirees have you seen over the last, say, 5 years that has contributed to the lack of caregivers?
Of our employees that are
yes,
retired?
Of your employees.
Any sense?
Yeah, we've had, last year we had about probably 15 since I've been superintendent. Not enough retirees to know.
Okay.
I think that's fairly routine as part of our regular turnover. It's a little harder when we can't find applicants to replace them, but I don't think that's an unusual dynamic.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bryce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bruner. Excuse me. If you touched on this, I apologize, I missed it, but I'm trying to get my mind around perspective on this. Are the problems we're talking about with staffing and so forth, is this something kind of baked into the cake and all states around us are having similar problems, or are we uniquely unable to address it? And also the National Academy of State Health Policy meetings, is that something where other states can use what they've learned and we can address that? But particularly I'm trying to get the perspective, are we uniquely bad at this, or is it kind of baked in the cake? So thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure I want to say we're uniquely bad or every other state is as bad as Kansas. So I may, well, let me just take it at face value. So I don't think there's much unusual about our circumstance compared to other healthcare providers that we talk to as we're working and talking to hospitals in the Ascension system or Advent Health. I mean, they see similar kinds of dynamics around needing contract labor. Nursing facilities are certainly in the same boat. That's a little more close to home for KDADs. You're going to hear, I think it's tomorrow, from some researchers from the National Research Institute is a national organization that supports state mental health programs, and I think they're going to present some information about what other states are seeing in terms of vacancy and how they identify problems. And it's not, of the states they surveyed, it's 30 or 35 of them are saying staffing's an issue and they're relying on contract labor. So I don't think we're in a unique situation. But the national state health policy, some of those forums that we're part of, that we're invited to participate in, we do learn from those states about things that they've tried that work. I think the Center of Excellence is one of those things that, as a concept of a way to focus effort on bringing together academia, providers, and regulators, and say, what can we do as a group to make sure we're funding the right things. So I think that effort came out of that national discussion, focusing on nursing pipeline and saying, well, where we need to invest money is in either wages or retention of nursing faculty. If we don't have enough nursing faculty to teach student nurses, then we don't produce any student nurses. So that's one particular intervention that comes to mind, is that I think I don't know if we learned it from other states, but it was reinforced by other states doing the same thing. So there are those opportunities to learn. Again, I don't know that we're in a unique situation. Some states do have more regulation around contract staffing in their state. We don't have that in Kansas as much. We've touched on some of those things over the last couple of years, but some states have a little different regulatory environment than Kansas does. But again, I don't know if the problem is that unique, or we're particularly, I don't know what word, less able to work on the issue than other states.
Thank you, sir.
Many further questions? Representative Buehler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in one of the other documents that's on the S drive out there today, there's a stat in there about declining high school enrollment, and that we've reached a peak in the state of Kansas, or we will this year, and it's never going to be higher in this century. So I get back to the trying to grow your own. If that population is declining and will never be any higher than it is today, do we actually have a realistic chance of growing our own to fix the staffing problem, or should we be looking at this in a different way? That's to me, that I'm trying to knit together several things. When I listen to Senator Erickson talk about how much money we're putting towards scholarship to grow our own, and then I looked at the $46 million that we spent on contract staffing, and assuming that if you could fully staff, you'd only spend about 65% of that, or whatever the number is, there's still $15 or $20 million that the state is still spending on a problem we can't solve. So, and I'm specifically looking at this from, can we actually grow our own to create the staffing that we need? So, and I don't know if the answer, if we can look at ourselves and say the answer to that question is no, and if it is no, what do we do? That's kind of the way I see it. I don't know if there's, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot with that one, Scott, but do you have a perspective?
Unless you're looking for a really good answer. I'm totally comfortable being on the spot. We've looked at this, in Larned in particular, we look at that community and how far we're going to draw people in to work at Larned. And I don't, we talk about 100 miles is reasonable to have somebody commute to work at Larned. That's not reasonable. And even if you drew that line 100 miles around Larned State Hospital, there's still not that many communities with growing population base that would, and assuming that population base is going to want to work at a state psychiatric hospital, I don't know that's not even math. That's just demographics. So I do think that it is something to look at. I know if we're not, I do think we've backed away from training our own staff to grow in their positions if that's what they want to do, if they want to go from being a tech or a disability tech on our campus and they want to become a nurse. Do we have pathways for that to work? We're so behind in filling shifts and making sure we've got adequate coverage. We're not that concerned about can we train our own. We need to shift that focus as best we can as well. Some of these partnerships with the community colleges, I think, is part of that, using that infrastructure. But yeah, the demographics are a real challenge, and you need either a better demographer than me, which isn't going to be hard to find, but this is the environment that we're working in. I do think it takes that kind of bigger perspective. Sorry, that's a really terrible answer to your question, which is a very good question.
But I think for conferees out there that may be testifying in the future or something like that, I would like to see someone be able to answer Representative Bueller's questions and Senator Erickson's questions about that. So if there are going to be some folks that testify and you're listening or you're in the audience, those are valid questions I think that somebody should be able to answer. So stay tuned. Representative Ruiz.
Going to add to that. That's a very good question, Representative Bueller. But to add to that is that we've got communities in our rural areas that are almost dying. The population is decreasing in those areas, and so it follows along with that. So that's another layer that now look at, and especially when I look at Larned State Hospital and having gone through Larned recently, going out to Garden City and Dodge City, I thought about that. I thought about if I were working at Larned State Hospital, or if I was contemplating wanting to work at Larned State Hospital, what would I be looking at? A 2-lane highway alone was really frustrating, being behind all the cattle trucks, and you can't get around. So if I was running late to work, that would really be difficult for me. But yeah, it just, that's the thing that kept in my head was we're losing populations in these communities. So how do we continue to try to hire workers? Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Rivas.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. On your slide 6, my question for you, Scott, would be the turnover rate and the vacancy rate. And those are probably valid numbers, but do we have a benchmark to compare that to for the other hospitals and services in Kansas or even nationwide, what those trends are? I know with COVID and a lot of things kind of made the world upside down, but it seems like things are kind of stabilizing. So it'd be nice to have a comparison to see if we're the norm or above or whatever it is. Whenever you can get that, I'm sure you don't have it handy. So
I know the folks from NRI that are going to testify tomorrow. They've done a recent report on state hospital staffing, so there may be something in there that I don't remember if they're going to refer to it or not, but I can look and see what we can find.
Can I ask one more? The other one is, I know during the session, and I've been to Larned, and I understand the challenges there with population size and all that. But one of the things I heard over and over was housing, that if someone goes out there and even also Waterbury may have a little bit of this problem as well, trying to find places to live, apartments to rent, things like that. So I didn't see that addressed anywhere in that committee report unless I missed it. So Is that factor being considered in all these reports and studies?
I know the committees talked about it, and I think it was more in the reference of if there's an interim committee, there's maybe a little more time to talk about it. You do have a couple representatives from the city of Larned and Pawnee County that maybe can talk about it from the economic development and just kind of their side of it, but they're on your agenda this afternoon.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I have a couple. You knew that was coming.
Sure.
So did I hear you talk about overtimes for contract folks?
We try really hard not to use agency staff for overtime, but it does occur.
Wow. And where did the bonus money come from? Did we appropriate that, or you guys?
No, we're funding them internally. So we've got 50% of our positions are vacant, but most of those are funded. We've got salary savings that helped us pay for the bonuses over the last 2 years. So
you're doing it from your shrinkage?
Yes.
Then?
Yeah,
okay.
From shrinkage.
Very good. So this is a question, it's not, I don't expect you to answer this, but hopefully somebody from Larned or one of your staff members or something. So think about this. What is our average number of staff out there at Larned? And how many people can we, without any kind of extra overtime or anything like that, how many people could we actually serve in that capacity? And I know you guys know this, I'm sure, but so I'm thinking, like, if we shrank the number of people, and you did mention some contract with Children's Mercy and with Ascension, but what if we took away 100 people from Larned? Could we staff it on without using contract labor or minimize that? I think that's the question that I want an answer for, is what level of folks can we support out there without using contract labor, and what that would look like.
So the superintendents are going to, in both of their presentations, went through each unit that they have and what the minimum staffing ratio? Yep. Yeah, staffing complement is for that unit, given how it's used. So I think you'll get a little bit more of a context about that, of how many people does it take day shift, night shift for this 30-bed wing at Osawatomie or Larned. So I think that context will help. Again, the difficult, and you've asked me this question before, and we've thought a lot about how to answer it. For Larned, where they've got 3 separate programs, and we've got statutory requirements to keep sexually violent predators where they are. The state security programs required to serve people who are, and we make people wait to get in. It's a little hard to figure out if you just eliminated 100 beds, which 100 beds would you eliminate, just given the statutory restriction. But you'll see the picture unit by unit, which may be too much detail, but at least I'll give you some context of what the staffing needs are to use the units that we have.
I get that. And so we're talking about 72 people that are just there doing mental health evaluations or stuff like that. So what if we took those folks away? Now, the 90 beds or 93 beds for the competency evaluation and restoration in the sexual or in the security program, we've got Wichita opening up with Sedgwick County is probably going to take half of those folks. And so we've got 25 folks coming out of there. Then we also have another 50 beds in there for folks that are in the security program potentially too. So I'm just trying to brainstorm here, and I want the committee to weigh in on this. I've thought about it a lot. If we got those numbers down by contracting out with Children's Mercy, with these other folks, and got those numbers down where we could reduce the population down to a staff that we could sustain out there in Larned. I don't think we're ever going to build this staff. In my experience, we're not going to build this staff to take care of the number of people that are out there right now. I guarantee, prove me wrong, because I want to be wrong, but I'm just telling you, looking at the history of it, we've got to shrink that population down to what we can handle. We can't build the staff. We can't afford the staff to staff that like it is with today's numbers. That's the ballpark figure, and I welcome anybody's comments on this for a better understanding or a better thought process than mine, for sure. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think that gives a lot of clarity, especially, and I look forward to hearing from Larned Hospital, but given the distance, we heard from Representative Ruiz that it's very far away, very hard to get there. A lot of people may not want to work there. We've also heard that we could pay for more people to get a degree in nursing. We've done that. However, nothing would keep them from going to work for a contract services rather than working directly for a facility. So I have two questions. We've discussed contract labor in our mental hospitals now for some time. I know in the 5 years I've been in the Senate, how long does it go back that we've had this issue? Someone told me at least 15 years.
I'm confident we had some contract labor, at least back that far, maybe not nursing as much as physicians or other kind of more specialized positions, but I'm sure there have always been some level of contract labor to fill in gaps.
And it sounds like the efforts that have been put in to try to change that have just caused more contract labor, right? We have more of our staff is contract labor than it was, let's say, back that 15 years ago.
That's true. I do think there were environmental issues around the pandemic, people leaving the nursing, healthcare workforce, other things not outside of that was in Larned's control. Well, and also Representative Orpeza mentioned retirement. So in state government, in the not so recent past, there were incentives to have people retire and some switching with that. But anyway, different things causing the shift. But again, I think contract labor's been used as far back at least as I've been here, which isn't that much longer than you've been in the Senate.
And Scott, this is something you were going to get back to me on that I don't recall that you did, or maybe I wasn't clear about my ask. But I know enough to know that when you have contract labor, they're paying for liability insurance, health insurance, et cetera. And so we're not talking apples and apples, which is why I appreciate the question over here as to they make this much per hour, so we would pay them this much. But obviously we would provide health insurance, in some cases short-term disability, there might be some other vision, dental, might be some other benefits that are included if you were to hire. Right now we're talking about contract nursing, but if we were to hire someone, could we get a clear apples to apples comparison of, and maybe we'll hear this more later in the conferee testimony, as to we're wanting to change, that's the whole purpose of this committee. How do we move away from contract staffing? It would be nice to know how much more actually and is it costing for contract staffing?
So I apologize if I didn't answer your question before. So you're interested in it, not just the hourly wage that is pay, but also pay and benefits, what that number is for our staff.
Right. As an employer, they call that the full compensation package.
Sure.
So a full compensation package compared to a full compensation package, how much would we be paying for someone at the same level, an RN, LPN, whatever it may be?
Sure.
And that would give us a better idea that the purpose of this is to try to move away from contract staffing. How much would we really be saving if we were to move away for an individual contract staffed as opposed to internal? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll try to get that for you before tomorrow.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. That's a good one. In the old days, when I was in business, it was, you figured 30%.
Which is roughly what we would budget.
Over salaries was the cost of the benefit package. But it's probably higher than that now because it was a long time ago when I was.
That's roughly what we would use, but let me verify what we would say that percentage is. Yeah.
Committee, other questions? I have one last one. So in this hierarchy, and I think the superintendents will be able to help us with this. So are there any statutes that require that we could possibly change in the legislature that require a level of care? And I'm thinking about, I don't understand the process at all, I'll tell you that, but say you've got an RN. Is she required to, is there a certain amount of people, is it statutory that she takes care of? Is it one-on-one? Can that RN supervise other staff members? You know, what statutory, what requirements, is that some kind of a nationwide requirement? That's what I would be curious about, why we have to have so many RNs. Can we not have an RN oversight of, you know, an MHIT and deliver medicine, whatever? I'm just unclear about how that.
So there are some scope of practice issues for nurses and who they can supervise, are particularly LPNs, where an RN can supervise an LPN, or CNAs where we use them, and then they supervise MHGDs. We've got some requirements we have to follow for federal certification for where that's an issue. So CMS requires, and maybe Ashley and Lindsay can talk about it more, but what the required staffing is given the acuity of the patients and how many there are on unit and what their needs are. So there are some, those aren't arbitrary numbers that we come up with of which you'll see, which you haven't seen yet, but you will, of 2 RNs and an LPN and X number of MHTDs for a given unit. That's based on what we need to meet for federal requirements and some of its accreditation requirements as well. But I think, yeah, I think they can talk some more about that. And once you see the numbers by unit, that should make a little more sense. But the scope of practice issues around nurses and LPNs, that's not my area of expertise. So you might have others. You've got some other people on the agenda that would maybe be able to answer that question better than me.
Yeah, and I don't expect you to. Those are questions that I think are relevant to our mix of people and our dependence on RNs and all that. So,
yeah, the physical environment does make a big difference of how you can observe people and what that's part of our design process in Wichita as well. How can we build the building so that we use people more efficiently? But yeah, it's a good point.
And so, are they evaluated annually, like our ID and DD folks, or how do you respond to CMS about their level of care, their acuity?
So we adjust the staffing mix based on the acuity of units on a daily or almost daily basis. That is, so when CMS would come and survey, we don't know when they're coming, so we have to maintain the level of staffing based on the acuity of the patients that are there at the time, so that if CMS did show up, we'd be comfortable that we're providing adequate care and oversight. And then sometimes we drift from that because people call in, or we don't have enough staffing, or we can't get an agency person or a state person. But so it's a dynamic process that's actively managed every day as the patient mix changes.
Very good. So there's nothing statewide in the statute that we require as an agency or as a legislature that has anything to do with the staffing levels?
I don't know if there's a statute. I know our policy for the hospitals is to maintain an adequate staffing ratio to meet the needs of the patients that are admitted. So it's a little fluid, and it's informed by CMS regulations and kind of what we know, but it's more, our obligation is to meet the needs of the patients that we have, and that equates to a number of people that's assessed every day.
Okay.
They will sound a lot smarter about that question than I just did.
Mainly, I wanted them to be able to answer those questions when they come up here.
Sure.
I didn't expect you to. So, committee, further questions? Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The more we talk, the more questions come to mind. So, Scott, do you have trouble? Is there a shortage of contract staffing?
I don't know that we've had a problem. Sometimes one issue that we have had is, particularly at Larned, we've capped the amount that we'll pay per hour. So if we were willing to pay any hourly rate for anybody who provides contract labor, we could fill every job, but we've capped that at $90 an hour, and so some agencies can't meet that. But I don't think I've heard that we've had a problem finding people through those. So we use statewide contracts that are available to all state agencies for contract nursing. The Department of Administration issues and updates from time to time, and there's probably 70 or close to 70 or more vendors on that list. So there's lots of places to go. Some may not want to provide agency staffing in Larned, but I don't know that's been a significant issue.
Okay, so how much, I know it's probably in here, how much total do we spend amongst all of our hospitals on contract nursing? I see 46 million at.
Yeah, 65 million, something like that.
46 million. How much do we spend for our permanent staff at all of our hospitals?
I can pull that together for you. I don't.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, I wouldn't want to guess.
I do have a point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I knew that. Representative Bueller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to clarify, and it may be what the chairman, the question asked before. So, and I'm thinking back to, Scott, when we toured Osawatomie back in May or June, this couple months ago. So I think what I heard the chair say is, and again, I think of just keeping Osawatomie in mind, small community, the hospital's been there forever, provided great service, and the staff there is committed, wonderful in the community. But if we're at a level that the population can only support, pick a number of whatever capacity is the question that you were asking, Mr. Chair, I think this is the question that I want to know, is what can you organically staff in Larned, Osawatomie, in each of those communities, and what's the maximum level? The delta above that is what we have to find a different solution for. Is that the, okay, all right. And I don't know if that is succinct enough or if we can talk about that in the rest of the presentation, but that helps me solve the problem. If we can only get to X number in Osawatomie or Larned, then we have to figure out something other than contract nursing year in and year out. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think that's exactly the thought process that I'm talking about. And I think the agency has been on, we do have some security beds around the state now. I can't remember what that one group.
KVC Camber does some children's secure. We don't have any secure beds that are run by private or by community hospitals, but we do have the civil commitment beds. We do. That's the state institutional alternative program. That's primarily the acute side. That's what I'm saying.
The state alternative, yeah. But that's not involuntary. That's a voluntary.
They do voluntary and involuntary commitment, but they don't do the competency work that the state security program would do.
Very good. Committee. Representative Opezo and then Senator Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you're gathering data, can we really tease out what the RN and LPNs and not necessarily direct patient care? When you mentioned earlier, you talked about CNAs, you talked about direct patient care people. Can we really tease out what we spend on RNs and LPNs who are licensed and not certified? Does that make sense?
For contract staffing?
Yes, for
or
contract
for our state staff? We can do both, but
yeah,
yes.
really tease it out to really what is nursing as an RN, BSN, LPN. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the difference in patient outcomes between contract nurses and staff nurses?
There shouldn't be any difference because the contract nurses are working in our programs. They're following our direction and our protocols. So I do think maybe one thing that's a little different is that if the contract staffing turns over a little more frequently, so you may have newer people more often than our state employees. But in terms of the clinical outcomes, we don't have one unit that's just entirely staffed with contract labor from the line position to the management. There's always there are always some state employees, the nurse leadership, the nurse managers, are state employees. We don't hire contractors for that. So they're really more acting on the treatment plans that are in place by our team and staff. So we wouldn't expect to see a difference in the outcomes based on whether they're contract labor or state staff. The superintendents may have a different thought about that, but I don't think we wouldn't expect there to be much of a difference.
Okay. I think it'd be interesting to get accurate data on patient outcomes between the contract and the staff nursing. And Chair, can I ask another question? Yeah. We hear about the financial struggles of rural hospitals. Could they be part of the solution and maybe it would help their bottom line as well as far as staffing and providing care for Kansas patients?
So rural hospitals, you've got somebody from the Hospital Association who's going to testify too. They might have a thought about that. The work that we do on the state hospital campus is, it'll sound like a trite answer. It's specialized, but it's very true for what we do because you're either ordered by a court to be a patient that we serve, which means we've got to provide coverage by a psychiatrist, by nurses that are trained in psychiatric medicine, psychiatric pharmacology. Not every rural access or critical access hospital or rural hospital has that kind of staffing to be able to support it. We have talked about, because we do have a program that we call State Institutional Alternatives, where we contract with private hospitals to serve our patients. Those are mostly hospitals that have psychiatric units and can do that specialized work. We've talked about, is that something we could expand to other kinds of hospitals that would have available beds? And really it's the psychiatric coverage and the pharmacology knowledge you have to have. Some of the treatment planning, you've got to deal with the courts. I mean, just the nature of our patients make it a little more challenging than I don't mean to mitigate or minimize any of these things, but doing maternity coverage or ortho or something like that, it's a little different environment. But I think if we had a community hospital that would want to take that on, I think you'd have to have a size. I don't know what the threshold would be, but you need a large enough hospital that you could support a psychiatrist or a psychiatric APRN or somebody who's got some specialized training. That would be a challenge. KU Hospital or KU Med's done remarkable things in supporting stroke care and cardiac care around the state in small hospitals. So I don't know, there's not a model, but just wanted to highlight the uniqueness of our patient population. That would be something to think about.
Very good, thank you. So Scott, one of the things that was brought up by some of my counterparts here, if we could have the salary line item for the hospitals, so, and the entire line item for the excluding contract labor.
Right.
Okay. Committee, I really appreciate these questions and the dialogue, and certainly shoot from the hip or whatever. We need to be able to answer these questions. If you have questions, we can get answers for you. So I appreciate the involvement. And I guess we're going to let Scott off the hot seat for a little bit. We've kind of digressed a little bit here, but we've covered probably quite a bit of the stuff that the supers are going to cover too, just because we like to give Scott hell a lot more than we do you. So anyway, All right, thank you, Scott.
We'll see if that's true, Mr. Chairman, but I hope it is.
Ashley.
I think Ashley's going to go for Superintendent Byram from Osawatomie State Hospital.
All right. Ashley, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ashley Byram, Superintendent. We continue to actively recruit for nurses, psychiatrists, social workers, master's level clinicians, and housekeeping staff. Those are who we currently use for contract. These challenges are not unique to the state of Kansas. I know I heard that question, is it unique to Kansas? No, it is not. It's a nationwide issue. Now, in doing some research, we did find out several states have enacted laws to cap agency billing, so there's not that huge gap between a state employee and an agency nurse. So those are some things that we have seen. OSH operates 2 distinct hospitals. And I think that's a big thing that I want to share with everybody is Osawatomie State Hospital, we have 4 distinct programs. So if you look at slide 5, these are the 4 distinct programs that Osawatomie has. So we have B1, which is one of our competency programs. So if you look at that, that does have our staffing ratios. So we have TRNs, 1 LPN, LMHT, and 5 MHTs. So those what we have during the day shift. For evening shift, it's 2 RNs, 1 LPN, 4 MHTs. Our next unit is kind of our vulnerable, primarily geriatric population. So as you can see, we have the same staffing, which is 2 RNs, 1 LPN, and 5 MHTs. However, due to the medical comorbidities of that patient population, we require 4 additional MHTs to monitor those individuals, so they're on a 1-to-1. If anybody is ever on oxygen, they require a 1-to-1 staff member. If they're fall risk, they require a 1-to-1 staff member. So this is why we have to increase those numbers to ensure those patients' safety. We do have another unit that's C1, which again is our care and treatment. Again, it's pretty much the 2, 1, and 5 for the shift, and then we do have another competency unit that we also use. But again, if we do have to increase those acuity to 1-to-1, then we have to add another person there for safety measures. So our other hospital that we have is Adair Acute Care. This is our CMS certified hospital. Osawatomie is just licensed by KDH&E. So for our CMS, we do have different requirements for that, not only for nursing, but for our clinical. So we have, for nursing, we do have 3 RNs, 1 LPN, and 5 MHTs for 30 individuals. Then we have West Biddle, which is a smaller unit, which has 13, which has 2 RNs and 3 MHTs. The thing about Adair Acute Care is our average length of stay is about 11 days. So on East Biddle, we're averaging about 60 admissions per month. And West Biddle is about 21 admissions per month. So also with the clinical contacts that we have, our clinicians, our master level clinicians, our social workers have to meet with these individuals more than our licensed hospital on the OSH side, doing more 1-to-1 therapies, doing more group therapies. So in the past year, we have had to increase our social worker and our licensed master clinicians in order to meet those criteria that are put out by CMS. This kind of goes back to okay, what do we actually have? So for Osawatomie, again, just those 4 programs that I talked about, we have a total of 32 RN positions. 16 are currently state employees. 16 are our contract nursing. But if you look down at the shift breakdown right now, which is something we're really proud about, is 93% of our daytime staff are staff employees. And that's something that my chief nursing officer has really been working on, is trying to figure out how she can encourage agency staff to roll over to state employees. So for our day shift, we have done a great job on that for our OSH side. But if you look at our night shift, only 1 individual out of 16 RNs is a state employee. The rest are agency. So that continuity of care for the patients is limited due to that. One of the things that we have noticed when we talk to our staff about that is regards to why are we not getting more night shift RNs? Well, to pick up a night shift, the shift differential is only $1 more. So who wants to work in the evenings nights and weekends away from their family for only $1 more. So that is something that we have been looking at. Our LPNs are kind of the same. We have 16 total positions, 13 are agencies. For our MHTs, we have a total of 72. 39 are state of Kansas employees. 32 are agency staff. Just a little different story for our Adair Acute Care program or hospital. We have 18 RN positions for our state of Kansas employees. 14 are agency staff. Our LPNs, we have 4 total positions. 3 are state of Kansas employees who have been with us for several years. 1 is an agency. And our techs is 32 total positions. 20 are state of Kansas and 12 are agency. So things that we have reduced, the bonus efforts that we implemented have really impacted us, and I have a slide that can show that later on. We continue to advertise. We've been working with our community partners, our Chamber of Commerce. They've been posting on their Facebook pages, on their newsletters, just trying to get our name out there, attending different career fairs. This slide's interesting. It'll show you that we do have a decline between both OSH and AAC. So in fiscal year 2024, our weekly average was $355,000 per week that we were paying just for our contract nursing. So when we implemented the bonuses in July of 2024, the average weekly went to $282,000 because we implemented those bonuses, those pickup shift bonuses. So state employees were able to obtain a bonus for picking up additional shifts, decreased those agency costs. From January 2025 through May 2025, the amount of agency staffing was consistently $250,000 per week. However, recently, due to our increased acuity and staffing demands with the increased one-to-ones that we've recently had to implement, we did have to increase our staff acuity to make sure patients and staff are safe. So we increased our staffing model by 1 position for each unit, which then did bump it back up to $270,000 a week. But we still have that steady decline that you can see on slide 11. We have also really been working this last academic year on connecting with being a clinical site for several different nursing programs. These are the current contracts that we have with the nursing programs in our areas. For fiscal year 2025, we did have 192 nursing students that came through Osawatomie State Hospital to perform their clinicals. 4 recent nurses who graduated did transfer over to be state employees. It was interesting, these individuals had no interest in working in psych, which most nurses do not plan to go into psych. But after coming, doing their clinicals, seeing what our campus is about, we did have those 4 individuals who ended up transferring over. And this is something that we feel why our RNs for day shift at Osawatomie State Hospital are transferred over to state employees. Our chief nursing officer implemented a self-scheduling program. So we have RNs, state employees, that are able to go through 90 days and pick their shifts based off seniority. So the longer you've been there, the longer that you get to pick which shifts you want to work. There are certain requirements. You have to work so many weekends and everything. But when we implemented this, we were able to transfer over several different agency staff because they wanted to be able to have that along with the rest of the state benefits. So that's why we were able to bump up to 93% state employees for our RNs on the OSH side. We've recently recruited 3 RNs from our nursing clinical rotations because of this program. We're able to retain 3 RNs recently because we're also not only doing this, but accommodating school schedules. And we also, one thing that's exciting that we're doing is we have several student MHTs that are currently going to nursing school, and we're accommodating their schedules as well. So we have 5 MHTs and 2 LPNs that are in nursing school right now, and once they graduate, plan to come on as a state employee RN. So the question, how can we get agency staff members to become state employees? That's the question. So we have asked a lot of the agency staff what it would be for them to come onto state. A lot of them does say it is salary-based. And for us, a lot of it has been an estimate about $50 an hour is what they said that they would do in order to transfer over to be a state employee. For a while there, we were one of the higher paying facilities, hospitals, for new graduates coming out. However, KU has now increased their salary as well. So now that we are not as high as we were. Our mental health techs, when we ask them, they're looking at $25 to $28 an hour to come on as state employees. We've asked about, did the sign-on bonuses, is that something? With the current workforce that we have, they're not interested in the sign-on bonus. They're not looking at housing assistance. It's more like that instant gratification of the income that they need. So recently, it's the current wage gap between agency and state positions that is our primary obstacle that we have, especially for those high need shifts such as our NOx weekends. That's where we really have the shortness of staff. So there was a question in regards to compensation comparison. So if you look at slide 15 here, it does talk about our RN. So average OSH pay for an RN is $43.98. With their total benefits and fringe packages, it's $59.37. Again, we're paying the agency $90 an hour, but that's not what the agency nurse is taking home. A lot of times they're taking home anywhere between $55 and $60 an hour. But now some of those also contract nursing has now started adding on benefits such as insurance, retirement, those things, where before they did not have that. Licensed practical nurses, same thing. CNAs, we have had to see an increase in our clinical therapists. So one thing about our clinical therapists, which are our licensed masters professionals, we're paying them, the agency, $115 an hour for those individuals. Our social workers who do all our discharge planning, we're paying the agency $92.70. And of course, for our physicians right now, which Osawatomie does have 5 locum tenens physicians because psychiatrists are hard to come by, we pay $295 an hour on average. So this is our agency training by position. We do have continue to have our rapid growth in clinical for our Masters of Clinicians and social workers. Our physicians, of course, are the higher paid individuals that we're paying for. We still have housekeeping agency as well. However, that has kind of leveled out we did get the minimum wage up to $15.03. So that was very helpful in obtaining housekeeping. So another question also came up. What happens if we take away agency staffing tomorrow? So we said, no more agency staffing. What would that look like? So for Osawatomie State Hospital, for our current staff to run 24/7 to cover holidays, weekends, and other coverages, we would only be able to open one 30-bed unit. For AAC, we would be able to maintain our one 13-bed program. So we'd be able to have 43 beds with the state employees that we currently have, and that's just for nursing. That doesn't include our social workers, psychiatrists, therapists, just for nursing. We would lose a total of 116 beds. So then you need to take into the fact, like yesterday, we had a wait list of 40 individuals who were sitting in jails, hospitals, SIAs, waiting to come into Osawatomie. So if we eliminate those 116 beds, imagine what that list will look like. We also have the SIAs that do take a lot of our individuals. However, they do have some requirements. They will not accept anybody that's coming from a jail. There's a lot of times where somebody is in jail, they're having active psychosis, maybe suicidal ideations. The SIAs will not accept anyone coming from a jail because they do have a hold order to return back. So all the individuals coming from jail would have to come to Osawatomie and would remain on that list. Earlier this week, I had 4 referrals from an SIA because they felt that they could not meet the needs of that patient because they felt they were too aggressive or they needed longer term treatment. So with that, I stand for any questions.
Very good. Thank you for being here. Committee questions. Representative Opeza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a two-part question. One is, have you sent, what is the acuity trending since you've been at Osawatomie? The second part of that question, you mentioned that people are in school going to advance their degrees. Does Osawatomie have any help with that, or is that just something they took on their own?
So for our acuity, we have seen a steady increase in our acuity over the past several years. Part of that is our population is aging. So we do have 26 individuals alone that require multiple medical treatment care, oxygen, other things. We've had several individuals recently that have been on hospice at the hospital because due to their history, nobody in the communities will accept those individuals. But also we have seen an increase in our individuals that have more aggressive behaviors. A lot of that is related to recent increases in substance use, along with the fentanyl pandemic that we're kind of dealing with. So we do see that as well. And for the second part, we do have a Kansas Regents program that our staff are picking up to use that scholarship program that we sponsor that employee to go to school. So they do have scholarship funds for that. But it's also just working with them on, they can still maintain a full-time job, and we work with them on their schedule as much as we possibly can so they can continue to go to school, where a lot of places would not do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gossage.
So the chair was talking about 30% additional for benefits, but this doesn't appear to be that. Can you tell me, and you don't have to say it off the top of your head, but I would like to have a list of benefits that are included for the staffing, and I'm assuming we have a staffing organization that will be conferring at some point, Mr. Chair, today or tomorrow. Maybe they can share with us their benefits that they offer. Thank you.
Representative Bryce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ashley. Quick question. The 40, I'm always concerned about the waiting list, the 40 people you mentioned that are currently waiting in emergency rooms and jails. Are they evaluated and assessed for admission by our paid staff that are listed in our staffing numbers, or is that an outside expense?
So for someone to be able to be admitted to a state psychiatric hospital, they have to be evaluated by the community mental health center. So they're the ones that do the screening tool to see, does this person meet the criteria to come to a state hospital? So once that has been completed and said, yes, this person does meet criteria of a state hospital, then we receive that referral. And then it is our psychiatrists, which are state employees, that determine does that patient meet the medical necessity for us to accept.
So the community mental health clinics are the ones who do the initial assessment, then the psychiatrist accepts for admission.
Yes,
is any all of that, can it be done by telemedicine?
Yes, a lot of the mental health centers do that by telemedicine. Or you mean for our clinicians? Or
your clinicians,
they look over just the paperwork, all the paperwork documentation that we review. They do that all by just emails, fax. But if they need to do a doc-to-doc, they'll definitely do a doc-to-doc. And yes, that will be over phone calls, video.
So your psychiatrists review the medical records. They don't necessarily interview the patient.
Correct.
Is there any, just one last question, Mr. Chair. Is there any use of telemedicine for the psychiatrists or the clinicians that perhaps would be a cost-saving way of doing things instead of having them in person? Is there use of telemedicine for psychiatrists and clinicians in the state hospital, in other words?
We have attempted that in the past, especially during COVID. We have tried, however, due to some of our patients' psychosis, they might be paranoid to even get it on a computer or a tablet. They think it's possibly being broadcasted across the internet. The tablets have been broken at times. So we just found it was better to do it in person, but also because you can get a full visual of that individual to do a true assessment and see, are they pacing, are they shaking? It's better to do an in-person one than televideo, in our opinion.
Oh, and just to be clear, you said the MCHCs, they are required to be the people who do the initial assessments?
Yes.
By statute, is that
yes.
correct? Okay, thank you.
Senator Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Byram. In a medical hospital, any hospital is considered the highest level of care for that category. And on the medical side, there's an effort to get the patient out of the hospital as quickly as possible, whether they go home or go to skilled nursing. So is there a skilled nursing equivalent in mental health care? Or can you just describe to us when a patient is ready to leave your facility, where do they go?
So we do in the state of Kansas have nursing facilities for mental health. So that is their role, is to help individuals transition from the state hospital out into the community and then hopefully back into their own home or with family. A lot of times those beds are limited on what we have available. I think we're at currently 7 in the state of Kansas. But also they are limited in their staffing. They have staffing needs as well. We've had some that have actually closed a whole wing. So that limits those beds. But then we have individuals that have been with us for a long period of time. Their reason for admission can be kind of scary. And they're like, we're not going to be able to accept that person. So I have sometimes a whole unit of 30 individuals that could be placed in the community, but those services are not there in the community. So I started as a social worker doing all the discharge plans at the state hospital. And years ago, we had more group homes where we could discharge patients to. We had more placement options, which we do not have those anymore. We're very limited on our resources for discharge planning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation. And I'm just trying to think through the math on this. So you've given us some really good information. What would it take to get the agency to come over to be staff? Have you run the math? If the number of positions that you have, what that would be? I'd like to compare it to what we're paying for the contract price.
I don't have that on top of my head, but we can figure that out for you.
I'm sitting here trying to do it, and I thought, I'll just ask if you've done that. So
I personally have not.
I would like to see that. And I notice you have it for the RNs and the MHTs, but not the LPNs. Did you ask the LPNs?
I will have to ask my CNO. I'm not aware that we have actually asked the LPNs. I know that a lot of times when we do interviews LPNs for state employment, they say that we currently are not hiring at the market rate for LPNs.
I'd be curious about that. I'm trying to wrap my hands around what we're spending and what it would look like fiscally, what the fiscal note would be if we were to look at those ranges and put pen to paper. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And that was one of my questions is if we could pay $7 more an hour and the benefits would even be, 65, we're paying 90, figure that one out. I mean, just saying, it sounds pretty simple, but it's a thought. Very good. Committee, further questions? So this is a question for you. If you had a magic wand and you could solve the contract labor issue that we're dealing with, what would you do?
I would increase the salaries so that we could have those nurses coming on board. One other thing that I have heard is I would look to see if, as a state, we could do increases. If you look at our current work population, a lot of them are more interested in flexibility, so possibly could we increase vacation accruage? Sick time, those are things that the current workforce are wanting, sometimes more than the actual financial piece. So those are some things I would look at, but then you would have to look at all the employees so we don't have that compression where you have mental health techs also making more than your master's level clinicians.
Thank you for that. Representative Reeves.
On slide 16, you've got, and by the way, this is really a good breakdown. The physicians drive the largest cost share, and at OSH and FY25, there are 5 contract physicians. And I know we've not talked about them. We seem to only be focusing on the nursing contract. But if they're the largest cost share and there's 5 physicians on that, Are there any recommendations regarding that cost?
So one of the reasons why our physician went up, our rates went up, is because we had 2 individuals that retired. 2 of our one was our overnight psychiatrist, and one was our evenings. So you have a lot of psychiatrists that they don't want to work the 3 to 11 or the 11 to 8 shift. So once those retire, we did fill those positions with APRNs. The issue with the APRNs is while they are now independent licensed practitioners, there are certain things they cannot do. So they are not able to order seclusion or restraints for an individual. So we have someone that is becoming aggressive, we can't manage them, we might need to place them in seclusion. We have to still have a physician on call for that APRN to contact and say, hey, this is what's going on with this person. Can I get an order to put them in seclusion or restraint? So even though we have the APRN working, we still have to pay a physician to be on call.
Are the APRNs, are they able to prescribe what we used to call a cocktail?
Yes, yes,
the
they
chemical
are.
Restraints?
Yes, they are able to prescribe medications, be able to do admissions, do all the admission paperwork, evaluations, and assessments, but not order seclusion restraints. And that is based off the statute.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Committee, further questions? Senator Gossage.
You know, what we've heard before is that, you know, nursing is nursing. So would a nurse go to a mental health facility like this one or go to a local hospital and work there? And you mentioned something earlier in your slides that if a hospital's paying X and you're paying X, it just becomes a competition. Do you see that?
Yes. We do see that a lot, and then it's like, okay, what can we make as a perk to come on to be a state employee? I remember at the time when we had a wait list for state employees to come over. I mean, that was how you became a state employee. Your name got put on a wait list to be hired. So what changed at that time? A lot of it was the insurance premiums. Other private sectors started adding more vacation time, PTO time, to come up to that same level. And again, back to that more flexibility where people can now possibly, you know, work from home, those things that we cannot offer. So we did try the 12-hour shifts, which that does work for some individuals, but sometimes some people can't do the 12-hour shifts. It's really difficult doing a 12-hour shift on a psychiatric unit all day.
So it sounds like, you know, it sounds simple to say, well, if they would accept $50, you could pay them $7 more, keep the benefits on top of that, and that would still save over what you're paying contract nursing. But that is what I'm wondering, is how long would that last when you could have local competition for nurses?
Correct. And just finding the nurses in general, I mean, there is a short in that pipeline that we have.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Next, we have Lindsay. Lindsay, welcome to committee.
My name is Lindsay Tops. I am the superintendent at Larned State Hospital. I am going to walk you through a little bit of insight into our facility. I'm starting with what the contract staffing usage looks like for us. So we primarily require contract staffing to supplement our clinical and our nursing shortages. We currently are struggling to recruit people for the master's level of psychologists, counselors, social workers on all 3 of our programs, which Deputy Secretary Bruner previously kind of gave a definition of what each of the programs do. And so we do have to utilize contract staffing to help supplement that. Just to give you an idea of what those numbers are looking at, currently in our sexual predator treatment program, we have about 240 residents inpatient. We currently have 2 FTEs right now that are able to provide those clinical services. So you're looking at a pretty high ratio there. So we supplement it with 10 contract staff, which brings us down to about a 1 in 20 resident ratio. for those services. For our PSP, or acute stabilization type services, we currently have 2 master's level professionals that can provide the therapeutic services, and so we have had to add 3 additional contract staff to help provide services for what we average around 74 patients. So you're looking at about a 1-to-15 ratio. It's a little bit smaller just because the turnaround, the intensity of those clientele is a lot higher, so to speak, compared to the SPTP program. And then when you go and look into the SSP, state security, where you're looking at competency restoration services, evaluations, treatment in lieu of confinement type things, we have a combination of 3 master's level social workers that help us provide some of those competency services, as well as 6 FTE psychology level individuals doing these services and the evaluations. And most recently, or as a result of a staff death and some recruitment challenges, we have finally had to add 1 contract staff to that program to help supplement them and allow them to have around a 1-to-23 ratio there. So that's what we're looking at clinically. The average pay for our master's level clinicians at LSH is around $41.28 per hour. The average cost for us for the contract master's level clinician is around $110 per hour. Going to the next slide, I'll highlight the nursing aspect of it. As kind of mentioned, we last fiscal year hung around the 403 mark for total patients and residents at our facility. As of yesterday, we had 407. We have to have nursing contract staff in order to sustain the services of that many people. So just to give you a breakdown of our facility, our daily needs, we need to get through a 24-hour period, we need at least 27 RNs, 26 LPNs or LMHTs, and then 246 MHCDs to cover 1 day's worth of time. If you then take a look at the next line, that shows you what we actually have for state positions, state staff right now in the non-supervisory direct care roles. We have 17 RNs to work with, 9 LPNs, and then we have 194 MHCDs. So we are deficient just getting through 1 day's worth of coverage with our staffing numbers as of today. The numbers in which we use for contract nursing to supplement right now, we have about 38 RNs, 27 LPNs, and then also 179 MHCDs or CNAs to help with the staffing shortage. So if you go down and look to the next slide, that kind of has a breakdown and shows you what those numbers look like. We've got a table for the state security program, the psychiatric services, and the sexual predator. Those charts all break it down and show you this is how many RNs, how many LPNs, and how many MHCDs we need per shift for each of those programs. And then the bottom right is going to show you the total of the facility as a whole. So if you're starting to have that conversation of if we were going to eliminate contract staff, what could you sustain? This is kind of some of the numbers you start playing with when you're trying to figure out where and what that would look like. When the chairman was asking questions about, the RNs and LPNs and how many we're required to utilize and what we need, we have, I say, no fat on campus. So we do not schedule or have any more RNs or LPNs working than what we need. We've maximized the amount of residents or patients to the RNs or LPNs in order to provide safe and good patient care, as well as also following the regulations.
Thank you. Just for a second, Senator Gossage has a question.
Absolutely.
Before you move on, if we could go back to slide 5. And I was just trying to follow the math. So if you need 27 daily and the state has 17, wouldn't it seem that the contract staff should be 10 if we're trying to get to a total of 27?
Correct.
Could you help me then? Because it says contract staff 38 RNs.
Yeah, we have to allow for leeway for time off and coverage and additional staffing numbers when we have our acuity change. You have to have some of that wiggle room to be able to provide. If we needed 27 and we only employed 27, we'd have absolutely no wiggle room at all to allow for change in acuity and vacations, times off, those types of things.
So you need 27, but you hire 55?
To cover a day-to-day hour, yes. But again, we have, it's ever changing. And as I continue to talk about our clientele, it might make more sense for you as well of why we have that space and that wiggle room to serve the population that we have. But those are the absolute minimum number we have to keep the hospital safe.
Thank you.
Sure.
And I want to tell you, there's no animosity here about asking these questions. I'm trying to get the full picture and understand exactly what you do. So
absolutely,
I don't mean to be critical or
nope,
anything.
not at all.
Okay,
not at all. I just want to make sure you guys have the feedback as you're trying to understand for your perspective, because unless I was here to explain that, I would not know if I were you either. So like for instance, the numbers don't add up as she just said, but in reality, when we break down the type of service and the people that we serve, you need those bodies, you need that wiggle room to provide those extra professionals that can do these very limited things to keep people safe.
Very good. Continue on.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll jump to slide 7. So I want to jump to talk more about those acuity needs of why we have that wiggle room, why we have those additional staff. I am not being dramatic when I say that the nature of our clientele, we need to be very aware of that as we're trying to look at how we might refrain where people are located. We have verbal aggression, physical aggression, self-harming, manipulation. I mean, we have some of the most severe mentally ill individuals in the state of Kansas at Lawrence State Hospital, and we have a facility that's been built physically and trained staff-wise to be able to manage and handle those types of clientele. We have nursing staff are the first line of defense. Those are your first individuals that are going to be trying to do verbal de-escalation. They are trained to do hands-on interventions to help people be safe. But then we also have a secondary intervention where we have safety and security officers that also intervene when things start to become heightened, more aggressive, and more unsafe. And so just to give you an idea of the type of behaviors and things we're dealing with, the last fiscal year we had 234 documented incidents where our safety and security individuals had to intervene and do verbal de-escalation tactics for a situation. On top of that, we had 301 documented incidents last fiscal year of hands-on incidents where we had to manually put people in holds, place people in restraint chairs, place people in seclusions, use injectable medication to help calm them down. Again, keep in mind, that's over 500 instances where security became involved. So that's going to your secondary line of defense to keep people safe because you have your nursing staff to help do the primary work. So it's ever evolving, ever changing. Unfortunately, our staff are at risk of getting hurt. We have people who have been assaulted. We've had people who have had broken noses, broken hips. Those types of things have absolutely happened. So we have to allow leeway and wiggle room to have the availability to support our ever-changing, demanding population that are going through psychosis and other mental health challenges where their behaviors are very unsafe. Additionally, I want to make note of the one-to-ones. That is something that Superintendent Byram also mentioned. We have a very big challenge with one-to-ones, particularly for our psychiatric services program, where people are coming in off the streets very sick, very ill, suicidal, homicidal. We have to place them in a one-to-one status where they have to be within arm's length of a staff member. We can't pull people from the floor to do that role because then that takes away from the daily care. So that's additional staff that you need to provide that one-to-one service. So right now we average about 30 patients that are one-to-one. So you take that times 3 shifts, you're looking at additional 90, and these are non-licensed MHD staff, but you're looking at 90 more staff you need to keep these individuals safe. I've worked very closely with nursing and medical to assess each of these and try to get those managed and maintained. They're tough people that it's very critical that we have those interventions in place. We're licensed at a hospital. We're not licensed like a long-term facility, so we have different requirements unlike a nursing home where you'd say, well, a nursing home doesn't have everyone being followed around one-to-one. Well, we're not licensed in that manner. Therefore, we have that responsibility to place them with someone to keep them safe. You might ask, well, what kind of bed and equipment can you use to keep them safe and ligature-resistant type stuff? Well, again, we have to keep in mind the suicidal, the homicidal risk of things, the ligature-resistant equipment. We can't use beds or things that might help us not have to do one-to-one for like medical type stuff because, again, the clientele can utilize that stuff to self-harm or harm others. So those are some of those more complex dynamics that we're trying to work through to figure out how do we keep everyone safe, but how do we also keep our numbers manageable with the clientele. I won't spend too much time on this, but this is just another factor that plays into all those numbers that add up. We have, our average age for SPTP, our sexual predator program, is around 55. We're continuing to see additional medical challenges. That particular population is not real gung-ho about preventative medical care. So as they continue to age, we start to see repercussions of that. And so we've had to be very attentive and provide service to help them seek out community services and whatnot. But the other two programs that also recently have seen more people come in and require more medical needs. Obviously, when they get screened in and come to us, they may be stable, but at some point during their stay, they start to deteriorate medically, and we now have that responsibility to take care of them. And we have to send those at least 2 staff members with them. We have to have 2 staff sitting with them constantly to make sure that they're safe in those community settings. So those can definitely add up and put a real big demand on having enough people to cover. And then the last slide of the contract staffing usage I wanted to highlight is just the repercussions of inadequate staffing. And I can't emphasize this enough. Superintendent Byram and I talk a lot and joke, so to speak, of like, well, we'll send this patient, will you take this patient, kind of a negotiation thing, just to kind of figure out how to best serve people with what's safest. And, that's been something that we kind of joke about at Larned is, well, if they're most severe, have the most behavior issues, most verbally aggressive, suicidal, all roads kind of lead to Larned sometimes because we have the best equipped physical buildings and staff to be able to provide that care. So I would be very nervous for private community health or hospitals taking some of the patients. If we close our units and said, okay, push them back to the community settings would need a lot of support, training, and probably restructuring their environment to keep everyone safe. I mean, we've had sheriffs and people call us saying, please get them admitted. We cannot handle them. They're kicking a sink off the wall. They've punched a nurse, those types of things. Well, we have the resources to help keep them safe and do that, but some of these settings before they get to us don't. So I think that's something for us to be mindful and consider as we figure out where to maneuver things is just that. Us locally, if we do have a restriction on our staffing within our hospital, we've got trouble calls and medical emergencies that happen. I will, daily is probably a little strong. I'd say we probably have daily conflict that we're able to verbally de-escalate and handle, but I mean, it's not uncommon to have these trouble calls happening throughout the week where you have staff essentially are putting in a notice saying, hey, I need support, I need more people to respond to the units to help intervene. So losing the staff really diminishes the support that we have in being able to respond to those things. Again, significant injuries or death can even occur. I mean, we have some intimidating individuals that are going through mental health that just don't necessarily always have awareness, or if they do, have a lack of care of the way they engage with people. And like I said, we've had people assaulted very severely before, and so we take it very serious in making sure that we're trying to keep people as safe as we can. So now that I scared you, let me tell you how we're reducing contract staffing. Clinically, we're focusing a lot on how we can bring in people through practicum, internship, postdoc experiences. We just had 3 students finish their postdoc experience with us, just attended their little graduation ceremony, and kind of asked them, they're all going to other states now for additional training in that, and then kind of was like, well, why are you leaving? Why didn't you want to stay? Well, we had a lot of positive feedback about their experience at us, but apparently Larned the community, we just don't have enough social or eating out or shopping kind of opportunities for them. So I think that's something that we have to keep in mind too as we continue to try to recruit through some of those avenues is, unfortunately, the rural aspect of our community is not always appealing to some of the individuals we bring in, so we have to go through that. I keep telling people if we have a Chick-fil-A and TJ Maxx, it can make a difference. I bring that up every year. It might be the golden answer. So additionally, we are, as was previously mentioned, we've really gotten past the COVID scare, and we really open and are welcome to letting anyone come to our facility to shadow and observe, even if they just want to see if they're interested in going to the field, interested in working with us, just want to know what it's like. We try not to keep it this scary hidden building and try to say, come, we'll take you through. Senator Clifford came and visited us. We kept him safe the whole time and gave him a lot to look at. So we're more than willing to meet with anyone to help entice them into joining our facility or our field of work. Again, collaborating with targeted opportunities to advertise, hounding the BSRB for the list of all of our licensed staff, trying to get that out there, looking beyond the state of Kansas and looking statewide. We're continuing to do whatever we can. Sorry, my slide lead person's not very good today. All right, and then I don't want to spend too much on this because you've heard about the bonus piece, but I do want to showcase some of the positive responses we've seen at Larned. I know from your guys' seats, the numbers may not seem as impressive or meaningful just because you're looking at such a large scope, but from someone who's been a part of the facility for 7 years, starting with 132 MHCDs at fiscal year 25 and ending with 188.5, holy moly, like we haven't had more state MHCDs than agency and as far as I'm aware of. And so that was a shed of hope. That was some light in the tunnel to say, okay, there is some growth opportunity. It may not be real great, but something's there, and something was kind of helping with that. We also finished the fiscal year with a 10% employee growth rate. Again, we've been in the hole and haven't shown growth in many, many years. So that was, again, reassuring. Doesn't necessarily help the big picture, but it sure means a lot to the local staff who are trying to show up every day and do the work and have these people that are committing to the facility to help work with us. And then lastly, our retention rate was at 75% last year. We're implementing a lot of good stuff, I think, that's going to help really highlight and improve that. And then just a couple of other things that you guys can reference. I made on my notes, the secret to life sometimes is tacos. So at the bottom there, I made to point out how we try to use and expand our recognition, appreciation, ice cream, retreats, luncheons, bribe people with tacos, try to provide more support for them managing the clientele that they work with, because we know that they are taking a risk every day that they show up, that, they may be facing some people who are not so in a great mood that day. Also wanted to highlight too, we've seen, and I don't have the actual concrete numbers for you, but we have seen, I can tell you, we've seen more people go from agency to state than state to agency at our facility in this last fiscal year. For example, just this week here, we started a new employee orientation, and we had four staff come over from agency to state, and 3 of them were RNs. So that was really exciting to see. Hey, we've got some people who are willing to join the team, and we try to. The camaraderie and the cohesiveness of the team is really important, because as we kind of mentioned before, really the agency is expected to perform and excel the same way as our state staff, but we try to really showcase a unique camaraderie and a teamwork approach with the state to try to entice that connection and make people want to be a part of that and show a more long-term commitment to us than just these 13-week contracts. So that's something that's fairly exciting. And then mandates have continued to maintain pretty well. So our state staff, again, the numbers don't look pretty for the cost of agency, but our state staff are feeling like they can have a work-life balance and they can take care of their families and have a personal life outside of their commitment to the state of Kansas and our work. We just got that cultural survey I mentioned in another slide. We just got the results from that last week, and I looked at it last night, and lo and behold, we had well over half of the survey participants said that they feel like they have a good work-life balance at Larned State Hospital. So that is a heck of an accomplishment. So I'll take that with a win. So, and then finally, we're just continuing to look. We developed a chief of staff position to kind of help really focus in on our staff development opportunities and training, looking at our quality, looking at our risk management events, and trying to see, are we maximizing the usage of resources that we have and cutting wherever we need to and adding wherever we need to. Won't spend too much on this. I think we've really hit on the concept of growing our own, working with the colleges, having contracts with people coming out, supporting people who want to go on and further gain some education, formally or informally. I'm excited about the micro-credentialing opportunity with Barton. We have a lot of individuals that may not be in a place to commit to a full degree, but definitely want to expand their understanding of handling a diverse culture, handling forensic clients, being able to improve their documentation type skills. So I think that's a positive thing that's going to come. And then the last slide here before my conclusion is just the famous question of what's the pay and numbers adding up to. And so, you know, we got $38.86 an hour for our RNs with the 2.5 differential. We average around $48.08 right now for our state RNs that are non-supervisory. I will note, as tied into like kind of the retirement piece, and I know I've heard what in the next 5 years, a huge chunk of our licensed registered nurses are likely going to be hitting retirement. With that 48 number, you have about average of 19 years of service among those professionals. So we've got a lot of our state staff that are have been committed for many, many years at the facility. And then you'll see the starting for LPNs and what we average there. And then, as Superintendent Byram mentioned, we definitely put a halt on the limit of what we're willing to pay for agencies. So that is the limit that we do pay out. We did have a few of the contract agencies that were willing to come back and do an addendum to their prices to be able to continue to work with us, because we essentially cut them off. It's not you, it's me type thing. And they came back and adjusted the pay and continued to work with us under something that was a little bit more feasible. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Back to that, and I'll take questions in a minute. Back to that other slide, you didn't put MHDDs on there. What do you pay?
They're 2013, and our average is right at that number.
Okay, just very quickly. Committee, I'll take a few questions. We do want to kind of keep it brief. The chairman has digressed, and we're cutting into our lunch. So, Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. Lindsay, right? Thank you so much for your presentation. So all these contract folks, especially the MHDDs, so they're working daily.
Yes, working daily.
Where are they living?
They live in our local learning community. They live in Great Bend, which is a hop, skip, and a jump away, about 20-some miles. We have a lot of them become roommates and are renting places in those areas. I don't know agency if they've sprawled out that much beyond that area. I mean, we have state who drive from Pratt, from Hayes, from Dodge. We have someone who would drive from Russell. The people are kind of spread out a little bit. You know, I just talked to a staff member the other day just for an employee satisfaction meeting that I like to do, and she drives from Pratt every day, and I'm like, there's got to be something about what we do that keeps you driving an hour every day. I mean, I used to do it, and I like my job, but sometimes I just want to be home in 5 minutes. So sorry to everyone who lives in a more urban area than me, but you know, she said, I love what I do, the work that I do. I care a lot about the people that I work with and the people I provide care for, so the hour drive is not that big of a deal for me. So again, that just shows what providing and creating a positive culture can do, that people will do some of the not so great things to be there. So, but yeah, they're living in kind of a 60-mile radius.
So, yeah, I guess that does confirm that it is the salary, because if they're willing to do that on that contract salary, and if they had a state salary that was commensurate with that they're already doing the commuting, you know, I would think that they'd want to just permanently work there.
Yeah. It might not be ideal, but I think it's what you have to do to live and have a place to put your head on a pillow.
Thank you.
Committee questions. Senator Gossage.
I'll make this very quick, because I know we're running on a time crunch here. You said you have been successful in having some contract nurses become state nurses under your hospital.
Correct.
Good for you. So I'm assuming you did a bit of a poll like was done with Osawatomie. Like they said $50. What did you find? Because you're paying $50 with that differential.
We pay, I've heard anywhere from 55 to 65 is the number that I tend to have people thrown away. I mean, I had a recent negotiation with one of them that was looking at more the 50, 55, you know, it depends. And I don't know, you know, looking at the kind of the mentality of the 65% is what they take home of what we pay type thing. But some of those individuals are willing to take the lower end because they're able to see the comprehensiveness of the benefits package and all that stuff, whereas other people are more focused on that upfront paycheck and what that provides them. So, but yeah, anywhere that 55 to 65 is also a number I've heard thrown around a few times by people that considered coming state.
And if you show them, hey, we paid the $50 and our benefit package looks like this, there are some that are willing to change over. Is that what
Correct.
you're seeing?
Yeah, and a lot of times it really dives into situational. We have some people who have more medical issues going on, or their family has medical issues, so they need a more sustainable benefit package, and so it's more enticing to them. Whereas some of our individuals, especially those who might be earlier in life or in career, you know, benefits going to the doctor, hey, I don't have to go that often, so that's not as big to me, so they're wanting to see that upfront number more so. But yes.
And one last point. When I had asked the question about your nursing coverage breakdown slide, I was just trying to understand, again, as was said, not being critical, but I would just say going forward to say, you know, daily needs would be that 55 number or whatever it would be.
Absolutely.
To make it more clear so you don't have to explain that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for being here.
Any more questions? Oh, Representative Orpezo, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to thank you, Lindsay, for clarifying the needs and the acuity, especially in mental health and being a state hospital, and really spelling that out for us today. I have yet to hear anybody talk about PRN nursing. Do you have?
We have that kind of built in.
Okay.
If you are agency, we require you to be a full-time commitment, but we absolutely have part-time, what we call float pool type, and those are PRN type positions that people can come and primarily work on the weekends, and that we don't have a lot, but and a lot of times too, when our individuals are going back to seeking more education and they need kind of that accommodated schedule with it, that's where we're able to kind of take advantage of that. But we do work for PRN stuff.
Okay, so you do have that heading. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Clifford.
Yes, thank you. And Lindsay, I'd just like to compliment you on the culture you've created. I mean, it is about leadership, and I certainly witnessed that. And for the committee, you do have a state competitor on campus, Department of Corrections out there as well. So, but thank you for being here. I know the drive well.
We pay some of their bills, so it keeps them happy, so.
Representative Reese, you have 10 seconds.
Okay, out of the 270 beds for the sexual predator program,
Yeah.
How many of those, guessing, of those individuals really need more like nursing home type of care?
Give or take, we figure about 50 to 60 are probably more at the geriatric level and need a nursing home type. We have one building in particular that's where they pretty much all reside, and that's about the number that the building holds and is full.
Senator Clifford. Senator Murphy, sorry.
We're easily confused.
No.
Thank you, Chair. Do you have a rough breakdown, not breakdown, but the hourly benefit package? In other words, what that's worth an hour?
I don't, not off the top of my head. I think we've had some benefit questions where we'll be able to absolutely provide and give that to you, but I don't have the breakdown on top of my head.
Okay, thanks.
I'm one of those people that I don't need the medical insurance too much yet, so I focus on the paycheck.
And I guess it just helps if you're going to say
Absolutely.
$45 an hour plus you get another $7 an hour
Yeah.
in benefit, whatever.
Absolutely.
Any further questions? I have just a couple. So Osh said about the flexibility. Have you tried that, or are you thinking about it, or?
It's scary. That's 300 people that take control over. I mean, we try to work and be as flexible as we can with stuff. Are you thinking flexibility? Are you thinking like the kind of like self-scheduled type flexibility? Yeah,
It's okay.
It's a beast. I tell you, one. Senator Clifford, we should have took you to the call center that day. It's just such a complex system, and we have the 3 very diverse programs, and then we have people who won't. Like another piece is if you eliminate the agency staff, you're going to lose some state positions depending on what beds you cut, because certain staff just don't want to work certain programs for various reasons. And so it's an intimidating approach. We've talked about it and thought about it. It'd be a big move.
Okay.
So.
And then back to, you were talking about your increase for the year. Well, I'm looking, you know, and we just get these charts, but I'm looking at the chart that Secretary Bruner, and so I'm looking at these numbers and I'm not seeing any kind of increase. So it actually, you're just continuing to go down. So I wonder, are you losing like RN? I mean, this is just a total staff number. So you're doing better with the MHDDs.
Yes.
But you're losing, total number of staff is still declining, but it's not MHDDs.
Well, and to be honest with you, I mean, we stay fairly staffed and full when it comes to our support services, our people in the mental health records, our people in purchase supply and engineering, all those support areas. I mean, there is competition and there's push to fill those positions. They don't stay vacant very long. The direct care and the safety and security areas are where we struggle. I mean, we have to, when we have situations where people need accommodations, we're trying to move them to other spots, we don't have support service jobs available to relocate because all the positions are filled. If you go onto the state website and look at open spots, you're not seeing a lot of the support service type operational positions open. It's all direct care. So we've been able to sustain fairly well with that. I'd have to look at the chart to see kind of the description of that, but.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, we'll get on with the agenda. Blake, thank you for sitting patiently and listening to our committee. Welcome to committee.
Well, thank you, and you learn a lot in these committees when you're out there listening. Certainly, this is a topic that we have been focused on as well. If I have some slides. Just to give you a little background, we govern the 6 state universities. The Board of Regents also coordinates the community colleges and technical colleges and Washburn University, and we regulate the private out-of-state institutions. You'll hear from the independent colleges. We do not have a governing, coordinating, or regulating relationship with the independent colleges, but they're involved with several of our programs and certainly the nursing initiative. We have a number of, I don't know. We have a number of public post-secondary institutions with nursing programs. What we find is that many times people that go through a nursing program are maybe locally bound. And so we do have what I call as appropriate duplication in this case. We do have a number of programs across the state. In terms of nursing program capacity, I just want to talk just a little bit about the entire pipeline. So it first starts with program capacity. We've seen those seats increase by 867 that's really in the last 5 years. So that's a good thing. But as we move quickly here, capacity is only one piece of the puzzle. And if you look at our enrollments in nursing programs, we've seen a real slippage in terms of enrollments. Significant drops in our community colleges. We've dropped about 3,000, almost 500 in the technical institutions, and the universities about 1,300. Now, the good news is we're seeing some bounce back to those enrollments, and so that is encouraging. Enrollments are only one piece of it. Completions are incredibly important. We're down almost 2,000 from the peak, but again, similar to enrollments, we've seen those start to come back. So again, that is encouraging. So with much of education, it's all about completion, but there's one step, as you know, in terms of nursing, and that's those completers also have to pass the NCLEX. And if you look at the green there, those are programs that are above the national average. So, you know, I'm encouraged. Our pass rate is 88.5%. We're 2% higher than the national average. I believe our institutions generally are doing a great job in terms of delivering quality education. The issue may not be with quality, it may be quality of care, because if there's not enough nurses in a facility, then it's very, very difficult to serve patients, correct? So the one thing we'd like to see is, I'd encourage the Board of Nursing, you have to dig for this. I think any chance we get to increase the transparency and accountability, I'd like to see that. So I'm hopeful that that could be better advertised or out front in some way, where students and parents, as they're entering a program, can see, here's the pass rate to that program. Because if you graduate from the program and you can't pass the NCLEX, you can't be a nurse. Our wages of nurses have increased. I was at the Kansas Hospital Association retreat, and there's a reason for that increase. There is, I believe, according to these administrators actually, a tremendous shortage. So anytime you get these kind of shortages, you're going to get this increase. Now, one thing problematic is our nursing instructors. The increase has only been 3.5%. Now, you as legislators have been very generous and actually appropriated additional dollars, but we haven't seen those translate into nursing salary increases at the rate that I think we're going to need to increase those. So I've talked to some individual colleges. Some of the barriers are we have some educational leaders that do not want to kind of take on the negotiated agreement. And I think we're going to have to realize that some positions are just going to pay more than other positions. So maybe if you're teaching in a different area, you're not going to get the same wages as nursing just because the market is driving that. My experience with that is, if you try to fight that market, you're probably going to lose. And right now, the market out there for someone to practice as a nurse in the field is much higher than it is to be a nurse educator. We have some wait lists for programs. I put down there we've got 5 to 75 qualified students. KU Nursing Workforce Center, this is encouraging. They're working on a transfer portal, so if somebody's on a wait list and another program has capacity, we can get those to that program. Sometimes it doesn't work out if they don't want to travel, or if they're locked into a certain place. But any place, we don't want unfilled spots and have other people on a waiting list just in another area of the state. And I will say that interest is very different than a qualified person on a waiting list. I don't even want to hear really about a waiting list that's unqualified, because we have an issue with a number of students. Most second graders, third graders want to be pro basketball or pro football players, but you may be interested in that, but you may not have the talent and ability to do that. And right now, we've got college readiness of our high school graduates. 19%, this is according to ACT, these aren't my numbers, are ready for college. And so, we have a third of the students that aren't reading well. And so if you don't read well, you don't do well in any subject really. And if 19% of the graduates are ready, I know that you have people representing the college that can give you some more on-the-ground stories and accounts of people falling out as they're interested in being a nurse, but they're a long way away academically from ever being able to complete a program. We've had some nursing programs expansions, and I want to thank you for that. That's with your support. I don't have it listed, but in 2006, you did a nursing expansion that increased the number of slots, not only at our public institution, but also the independent colleges. They participate in that as well. You've funded program expansions at Fort Hays State University. That's been important to get nurses out into rural communities. We've always had an issue there. Washburn Institute of Technology just developed an ADN program, an associate degree level program, so they can produce RNs. We've had Emporia State has expanded their program, and we're able to receive some ARPA dollars as support. And so those are all good things in the system to help expand it. But we do have some headwinds pipeline-wise, and that's with the number of high school graduates. So we've got, I've got a slide on this later, I'll quickly go over, but we're going to have an enrollment cliff. We're going to have a decrease in the number we had a decrease in the number of births, 2008, so that's all coming to fruition. So if you see those numbers drop, and then the academic preparedness drops, and then obviously what's going to happen is your college going rate is going to drop because people aren't ready. This is a headwind that we have to pay attention to. We also had the COVID pandemic. Nursing became an occupation that wasn't as popular during that time. I think we're seeing that rebound somewhat. And again, I told you those college going rates are down about 11 percentage points in the last 10 years. And when I talk about that, that's all college. That's not just a baccalaureate degree. That might be a welding certificate at a community or technical college. That might be a certified nurse aid program. So people, we have some that are just completely opting out. And I think related to that has to be academic preparation, because you go in, you might take an AccuPlacer test, you don't do well, and you just say, college isn't for me. And so, and we've got to increase that pipeline. You know, always we're searching for qualified instructors. We have rising costs of equipment, and then clinical space is always an issue for programs trying to find the amount of clinical. We administer several scholarship programs that you all have in statute, and then we've got the nurse service scholarship. We brought some changes to that, and you made those changes, so we thank you for that. We need to, people had to find a sponsor, and we didn't have much capacity there, but you can see that as we made those changes, we increased from 115 recipients to 216. We still have some barriers, and I would tell you, service scholarships are incredibly popular with everyone. When I see a service scholarship, I also see tremendous bureaucracy. You're chasing everybody for years to make sure that they maintain that service. Those service scholarships are great for medical docs where there's a small number and the awards are very large. So you want to be sure that they're getting that. But our default rate for the nursing is, I think, less than 5%. It's a little higher for nurse educators because they say, well, I can make more money out and I'll just pay it back. But, you know, I would encourage you that I don't think service scholarships are the way to helping solve this problem. If less than 5% are defaulting, why are we chasing all of them? Let's just go ahead and give them a scholarship. If you go through the nursing program, you're generally committed to becoming a nurse. It's rigorous enough that you're not just sampling. And so I'm hopeful we could look at that. We're going to bring some innovation here too. We're going to ask to allow part-time students in. We have to be able to increase this pipeline, and we think that can really help. And anything that I've asked the field, if you have any ideas on flexibility to increase the program, we certainly want to do that. We also have the Promise Act serves nursing students. Need-based aid serves nursing students. One innovation we need to think about is we have a hard time paying for those prerequisite courses before they get in the program, so we need to get them to declare in a different way so that we can get them support, because we've just got to grow this pipeline. We've got, I passed over that slide, but we do have a community college nursing partnership that KU actually delivers nursing at the community college campus, and people can become a BSN and improve their skills. I talked about the Kansas Nursing Workforce Center. We think that Pathways project can help expand, and you funded that on a one-time basis, and we've got to get more interest and more qualified people into nursing. You know, I've been around this for a number of years, and we've always had shortages, maybe not like today, but I think we're going to have to reimagine how we deliver nursing education, as opposed to just nibbling around the edges with really tiny innovations. So what I hear from the field is, you know, we may need to think about, instead of everyone having the highest credential before they can even start, how do we maybe recognize some work experience as well? So a program has someone that's a baccalaureate level nurse that's got 15 years experience and has been fantastic and wants to be the nursing director. And we say, oh, wait, you have to have a master's degree, you know, and maybe maybe we could allow them to be a director, and then they could work towards that master's degree or something that way. I think we should look at a hub and spoke model. I know that gets complex, but could this is just an example, could a University of Kansas have a top flight nursing director and have a number of programs that they're helping out in the field that maybe could have some more modest staffing in terms of administrative level? You know, we've got a large number of educational programs scrapping for clinical space. You know, how could we coordinate that in a better way across the system? And I think we're just going to have to really look at how we're delivering this, work with the Board of Nursing to gain more flexibility here, and be able to really rethink about how we deliver nursing education. So with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Brief questions, committee. You're cutting into your lunch hour.
Very brief. Thank you,
Senator
Mr. Chair. It mentions on slide 4, approved nursing program slots, approved seats. And it says, you know, we have waiting lists. What is so approved, I'm assuming, means that the Board of Regents has approved this program. They have the staff to be able to direct the program or teach the program. And if not, could you just tell me what constitutes an approved slot?
So programs get approved slots from the Board of Nursing. The issue there is, I mean, it's good to get an approved slot, but an approved slot, they may not be using those slots. Or they may not have the capacity. It's not that they don't want to use them. They don't have the capacity to use them. So if you're approved for 100 slots, but you only have 50 people in your program, that doesn't produce nurses. You have to have the approved slots, but I think at present, and I'd want to do a deeper dive on this, but I think at present we have a lot more slots than we do people in the programs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee questions. Representative Orpezo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a question in regards to evaluating when you're saying waiting lists. So are you talking about a waiting list at an urban school of nursing, or is this rural?
So this might be at a rural community college. It might be at an urban community college. So there are waiting lists out there. Now, I will tell you that there used to be extensive waiting lists when students were more prepared coming out of high school. We had more interest in nursing. Those waiting lists have decreased. And I think there's colleges behind me that are going to do some testimony that could tell you some real live examples on the ground.
And then I had one more quick question. Your definition of a part-time and how we need to be more innovative in that respect. Are you talking about a working mom who's decided to go back to nursing school who can only take 3 credit hours?
Yeah, could be. We need to think about how many in a part-time, because if you're just taking 3, it's going to be a long time. But if somebody could come back and maybe take a couple of classes, how do we get them in the program? I think we have to look at those models. And if your scholarships are only designed for full-time students, then they don't qualify, so they don't get the support.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So I have just one question. So you were talking about the master's level for requirement for teaching?
That'd be for, what I'm told is to be a program director, you'd have to have a master's level.
And that would be through, is it statutory or the Board of Nursing?
I believe that's a regulation from the Board of Nursing, but the colleges that deliver would know that. I just need to go look at that for sure.
Leanne, can you flag that for us to get that information?
And so I'm not suggesting that we don't have credentialed people. What I'm saying is maybe in some of our rural areas, we could have a combination of experience and credentials and just have more flexibility.
Well, I think this legislature over the last several years has really examined not necessarily the title, but actually the training that you need to do the job. And I think I can speak for everybody at this table that we've looked at that. You know, we saw 5,000 hours of BSRB type of stuff, which, you know, do you really need that? So that's my question is around that. What do you really need to do the job? Not necessarily a master's degree, you know, type of title.
Right.
So very good. Thank you. Senator Erickson.
I'll be very brief. Thank you. I'm looking at your slide 10, Blake, and I don't want us just to gloss over that. So at the same time, our college readiness is declining. What's happening to graduation rates?
At the high school level?
At the high school level.
So we're not over the high schools, but I believe the graduation rates have increased.
Graduation rates have increased, but college readiness is declining. Are you seeing that in your experience that you're hearing from your universities that high school students aren't prepared for the rigor and level of work for post-secondary success?
I do hear that. I hear it maybe even more from community colleges and technical colleges, that a number of students are significantly farther behind in terms of being ready to embrace a college curriculum.
And I think there might be a huge piece of the puzzle to this solution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good question. Thank you.
I do want to, I didn't mean to gloss over that slide either. That is a significant number of students when you drop from 30% to 19%. So.
Yeah, that's eye-opening for sure. Thank you very much, Doctor. Okay, next we have Heather Morgan. Heather, we have yacked up a storm. Could you kind of get us a little bit back on track? But committee, certainly feel free to ask, clarify questions too.
I will do my best. I'll start with the questions that you asked earlier. I started with the state in 2004. In 2005, this room was flipped the other way. And I was a deputy commissioner of juvenile justice at the time, so these issues at Larned are not new. And I happen to be from Pratt, and Larned is our big rival. So the roads really are not as bad as maybe they've been made out to be today. The Kansas community colleges do about 75% of the technical education in the state. About 80% of our students are in-state students. But our healthcare programs are really mostly in-state students, and we have a ton of part-time people who are doing apprenticeship programs. They're working full-time at the hospital trying to get their RN degree. So we really try to be flexible. I'm going to skip through all of the data in my testimony because we all have to have lunch. But you can see by community college and technical college that the average and the median salaries of RNs and LPNs across the state. We do have various programs. Senator Erickson asked earlier about Senate Bill 155 and the Promise Act. She is correct. on her numbers about we're spending millions of dollars to train CNAs, and not all of them are sitting for the exam. And so whatever we can do to make sure that the students that we're spending money in our pipeline that are actually going to work is probably something that we need to be doing. Blake mentioned our KU partnership so that someone can get their ADN and their BSN at the same time at the community college campus. That's really important. A lot of our students are place-bound, working in the community already in healthcare. I included the promised scholarship numbers related specifically to healthcare. It's in the testimony, you can read it. We are continuing to work with both Larned State Hospital and Osawatomie State Hospital in micro-credentialing, earning and learning programs, and trying to think outside the box. Scott was in the same room in 2005 working on that issue, and so we have a good relationship trying to figure out how to tackle this problem. Senator Gossage asked about the approved slots. I've included a table in my testimony that talks about the number of slots approved by the Board of Nursing, the number of slots we are actually staffed to operate, and then the number of students we actually have in the program. And you can see by community college what the waiting lists are. I talked to a lot of our nursing faculty, nursing directors to put this testimony together. The number one thing that I heard from all of them is lack of academic preparedness for students. One of our top programs in the state, and I'm going to be a little vague, but 1/4 of their students last year requested accommodations. These are students who were accepted into the program. I said, well, what were the accommodations? And I might have said it a little more strongly than that. They needed twice the amount of time to read the test, and they needed the test read to them. That is a little frightening when you consider out in a clinical setting that 1/4 of the students in one of our best programs in the state had to have that kind of reading remediation. Also in my testimony, you'll see some information. We have a test to get into the nursing programs. One of our institutions, less than 40% of the folks passed the entrance exam to get into the nursing program. So they might have been really interested in nursing, but if you can't do the basic level of math and reading to get into the program, then we've got to direct you somewhere else. So in those cases, if we think we can remediate that lack of academic preparedness, we do that. If we don't, we might say, well, maybe you're better for the phlebotomy program, or maybe you're better for respiratory therapy, or something else. It's the problems that we have had with our NCLEX pass rates have been really related to two things. When we take a chance on a student who really is not academically prepared, they usually don't make it through the coursework. We're not doing the state of Kansas or that student any favors by letting someone in who's not going to be able to meet the rigors of the curriculum. So academic preparedness is the number one thing that we see. In order to get more students into our pipeline, we are not taking academically unprepared students. There is a lack of ability of clinical sites in some situations. There's a 1 to 10 Board of Nursing ratio, but most clinical settings are only allowing 1 to 5. So even if we could, at some of our programs that have wait lists, get more students into the program, if we don't have more clinical sites, that's still an issue. The other thing that Blake just mentioned about the master's level prepared, there's some debate amongst community college nursing faculty about specifically for clinical settings. Do you really need a master's prepared person in that clinical setting to supervise, or could you switch around experience for the academic preparedness? We are working with, I serve on the Behavioral Health Center Board of Directors that you'll hear from this afternoon. We're working with that group and Kyle with the Mental Health Centers to try to do some credentialing, badging for entry-level mental health technicians. And the last thing I mentioned was the Promise Scholarship is great, but we're nearing the cap of the 10 million, so it's a little bit hard to advertise for something that might not actually be able to be there. There were some changes related to the Promise Act last session that got vetoed, so I'm guessing that that might come back again this session, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you for that very quickly. I know you could talk very fast like that, so, and on your feet too. Committee questions? Representative Opezo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have one point of clarification. As you're hiring, it was mentioned in the last testimony about directors, they are allowed to, like, if they're not fully prepared or have that master's level, to be taking part in that educational part as they attain their degree, correct?
Correct.
And there's nothing that you would say that would stop them from continuing on their education to reach that master's degree?
They just have to have an educational degree plan in place.
Okay, educational, and that doesn't stop us from hiring directors or educational faculty?
And ask for exceptions from the Board of Nursing.
Okay, and those are?
pretty freely granted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Heather. I know there is no college credit for the remediation programs at the community college level, but is there funding for students who need the remediation? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not sure we have time to answer that question right now. The answer is maybe.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Heather. Okay, Greg Nichols. Greg, welcome to committee.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here on behalf of the Kansas Tech colleges. We share the sentiment with our colleagues. The nursing issue in the state it's interesting. I would say that we do provide for the 7 technical colleges. We're all technical. All of our programs are technical. We do offer general ed coursework that supports our technical associate degrees and our certificates. But the critical part for us and why we're here today are healthcare. We have 6 technical colleges that offer nursing programs. 4 of them offer a BSN, or sorry, an associate degree nursing. That would be, ideal, a BSN. So, sorry, sidebar. We're finding that there are 2 big parts that are an issue for most of our industry partners. There's not enough nurses. I think you've heard that over and over. There's not enough coming in the pipeline. So we've heard questions about the enrollment cliff. For our programs, we've seen a growth in technical education. Our institution has grown pretty rapidly over the last 10 years, and there's a couple of other tech colleges that have as well, but we're declining in enrollment in healthcare. I think the biggest thing for that, Dr. Flanders had alluded to it, college preparedness. You're graduating from high school with a particular set of skills that you think you're ready, and you're maybe not ready for some of the scientific or math or some of the other technical fields that are a little bit more challenging intellectually. So Ms. Morgan talked about the support services that may be needed now. Those are issues that we all encounter, but we're facing those kind of issues. So what we have to look at from our standpoint, our teachers don't make as much as our students do when they graduate. That's the blunt, honest truth. Our college graduate with the associate degree with the RN, when they pass the NCLEX, probably make $10,000 to $12,000 a year more than our instructors. So what do? We get creative. We try and figure out partnerships and things that we can do. So my institution, we set out a few years ago to support that outside of what the institution can do, but through our foundation, and created a fund. We've got more than $600,000 in an endowment to set aside to support our nursing faculty. That is something that we felt we had to do to try and compete with our industry partners who are doing the same thing with retention, bonuses, things like that. If we don't do something like that, by the way, the Center of Excellence support that our nurses got probably was a difference maker in us keeping some of our nursing instructors. That support allowed us, along with what we've done internally, to provide additional revenue that gets closer to the gap. It is a challenge. You asked a question about the preparedness, and I think Heather had a great response to that. Generally, the Board of Nursing is supportive of degree plans when instructors need a higher degree. They're not as forgiving in my experience with directors. I don't think they allow for a plan as much in that case. At least they didn't with us. And we couldn't share directors, so I couldn't rely upon a peer institution. When we started our programs, we had to be all or nothing. That creates a big barrier for educational institutions that don't have none of us really have a big pot of money to hold up all of these programs. If we can kind of get blunt, I think you've done a good job of guiding KSBN, and they've done a great job of supporting us, but there needs to be a bigger push. We need to, maybe some of the support that is out there already needs to be not absolutely related to accreditation standards that many of our colleges, not just technical colleges, are never going to be able to meet. I was at an administrator at another college in the state, and they struggled with accreditation when I was there because we could not find the staff that met the qualifications that the association needed, the accrediting association. So maybe we don't tie the purse strings to something that we can't control on a national level. Maybe we look at what we can do for the state of Kansas. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know your time is limited.
Very good. Thank you for that. Committee questions? Thank you very much for being here, Greg.
Thank you.
Next and last until lunch, Matt, are you around? There you are, Matt. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Matt Lindsay, President of the Kansas Independent College Association. I'll make a bargain in exchange for one good question. I'll keep this under 3 minutes, and happy to do so. So I speak on behalf of the 21 accredited nonprofit colleges in the state of Kansas. As you heard from Dr. Flanders earlier, we are outside the regulatory coordination and governance authorities of the Board of Regents. Of those 21 schools, 11 have a nursing program. Some of them the best NCLEX pass rates in the state are among the private colleges in the state of Kansas. I will mention that one of the things I'm proudest of is each year 34 to 36% of the new nurses that graduate in the state of Kansas come out of our schools. So while we are not the largest set of institutions in the state, we do overperform. We do punch above our weight in the amount of effort we put into educating a qualified healthcare workforce, something we're really, really good at. A few notes I'll have, and these are probably reiterating at this point what you've heard. There's challenges for us as the students come in, while they're there, and towards the end. Challenges on the front end is finding qualified students. If they're not able to meet the math and science and reading standards that college readiness means, it's really hard to make it succeed as a nurse. So we have to cull a lot of students who are passionate and purposeful, who want to help others in the healthcare field, who just aren't ready to do this work. And it's not just Kansas students. We have, at this point, half of our students come from out of state, and we find these same challenges from our out-of-state students. It is just across the board a challenge to find qualified students who can pass those math and science classes in particular. The second is while they're there, instructors, as you've heard, they can make a whole lot more in the field than teaching, and so we need to find the people who care enough to stay, who really love educating students, and that's a challenge because you have to have a certain number of faculty per student to maintain those programs. And then at the back end, clinical sites are a challenge, especially for some of our smaller and more rural schools. Finding the number of effective and qualified clinical placements is a challenge. I'll add one last piece at the end relative to the demographic cliff that Dr. Flanders mentioned. That is true, and Kansas is particularly challenged by a declining number of high school students, high school graduates. That's why you see in KICA, our enrollments have grown in the last few years. That's predominantly because we're bringing students from out of state. We're at 50% out of state students now, and we're really glad a lot of them stay in Kansas. And that's including a lot of our healthcare students. A lot of our nursing students are coming to places in KICA and graduating and saying, hey, Kansas is a pretty good place to be. That is challenged by things like financial aid, where we cannot offer state aid to out-of-state students. We're not an in-state, out-of-state tuition environment, which one price for all students. So when you can only use the student aid to help the in-state students, but there are more out-of-state students we want to grow, we're having to find other ways of financing that education. I'm happy to answer any questions. I am also joined today by Sister Diane Steele, the president of the University of St. Mary, and Michelle Mettinger, who's the vice president of academics. If you have specific institutional context questions, I'm sure they'd be happy to answer.
Very good, Matt. Thank you for those. Committee questions. Representative Ruiz.
Matt, have you heard of any students who had to drop out of like let's say Johnson County Community College, they're on that Promise Act, and they've had to drop out, and then were not accepted back, and so they lost their scholarship, and then they can go to one of the private colleges and be accepted and maybe even transfer whatever credits they might have accumulated?
So I don't, the specific type of student I think you mentioned, they dropped out and transferred. I'm not sure I have a specific story there. 3 years ago now, we signed an agreement with all the community colleges and all the private colleges saying if you finish your associate's degree, you could transfer and start as a junior at a KICA institution. Your credits would transfer program course to course wherever we possible. And we don't have a lot of welding classes, so a welding class might not transfer, but everything that we could, we would. So we're seeing an increase in those transfer students, certainly, but I'm not quite certain. The promise piece of that, I'm not sure is data I have. We don't get a lot of the Promise scholarship students. We don't offer a lot of associate's degrees, but there may be a case. I just don't aware. No, I'm not aware of it.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Matt, thank you very much for that. Oh, Senator Gossage.
I don't have a question for you, Matt. I just want to point out to the committee, if it's okay with the chair, that we have written only testimony from the Kansas State Board of Nursing that I think has a lot of really good data for the committee. Thank you.
Very good. I might bring the committee's attention. There is written testimony here from Carol Moreland with the Board of and the University of St. Mary's. So, committee, we will split the difference, and we will be back at 120 instead of 115. So, eat fast. And I want to say, I really appreciate the conferees and the information you guys have given us. Literally, it's almost like drinking the real from a fire hose, but we are taking notes. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and head for our seats. I don't bring a gavel. I think that's the first time I've ever used a gavel. We'll go ahead and start. Folks will be trickling in here for lunch and everything, but we need to try to, this chairman has a way of digressing into things, and so we'll go ahead and try to start. With that, I think we'll just skip over Kyle and go to Michelle.
Did he even hear it? I don't think he did. There he is. He didn't hear it.
Should I say it again?
Yeah, say it again.
Yeah. I think, no, we already skipped over you. Michelle's up. So you should have been in here. We started it. That's.
Direct me back to my chair. I'm going to stay here and just take this.
All right, Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My apologies. I'm Kyle Kessler, and a couple minutes late. We're really adhering to that 1:20 startup time. And I'm the executive director of the Association of Community Mental Health Centers of Kansas. Again, our association represents all 26 licensed community mental health centers around the state. 24 of the 26 are 501c3 private not-for-profit organizations. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you all today to make some comments on the Kansas behavioral health workforce and the CMHC system. And I'll kind of go through our comments, our written comments very quickly to leave plenty of time for some questions and answers. And I had the opportunity to listen this morning, so I think I have some comments on a couple of the questions that were asked by Senator Erickson and Representative Buehler as well. So really, we give standard backdrop of what describes our system the best on the front page, and I think all the members of this committee have probably seen this at least 20 times by now over the years. But then in the second page, we get into the statutory authority for the CMHC system, and we are named throughout statute as having intricate roles in the Kansas mental health system. And Chapter 59 specifically, I think I heard Representative Bryce asking about the responsibilities of the CMHCs as the gatekeepers and being responsible for screening individuals who are deemed or have a concern of being a danger to themselves or others. So that is in Chapter 59 of state statute. And then it gets more into the history of our system and the background with the state mental health hospital systems and mental health reform, which passed in 1990. And with that, we at one point in time had, and I think you all have mentioned it maybe briefly this morning, but in the early 1990s, Topeka State Hospital, which is now closed, had over 1,000 beds. And then when it was closing in 1997, they were down to about 340 beds, which if you, and that was again part of the plans relating to mental health reform and getting community mental health centers connected to as the gatekeepers for the system and providing more services and treatment to people in outpatient settings in their home communities versus having them institutionalized for oftentimes decades of their life, or the bulk of their life in many cases, which were very tragic. And then when Osawatomie State Hospital, so when Topeka State Hospital closed, they were going to depend on then Osawatomie State Hospital, Larned State Hospital, and Rainbow Mental Health Facility in Kansas City, which was at that time existed. And so mental health reform, the plans surrounding that in 1990 and the original intentions of the CMHC system really got taxed within a decade. They closed Rainbow Mental Health Facility, which was over 50 beds in the Kansas City metro area. They reduced the number of beds at Larned and Osawatomie, probably by 75 to 100 beds. And so really what we have now today, I was listening to the superintendents and really appreciated and impressed by their comments this morning. And so we now have about 230 beds between the two facilities, which is over 100 beds fewer than what we had in with Topeka State Hospital in its last year in 1997. So, and then you compound or combine that with the reduction in the number of community hospital inpatient psychiatric units in parts of the state and the move from the Menninger Clinic to Texas, which was absolutely, we can't have a conversation about mental health workforce in the state of Kansas without referring to the move of the Menninger Clinic and what that used to provide to our state in terms of doctors, in terms of nurses, psychologists, social workers, marriage and family therapists, and counselors. It was absolutely a pipeline, and it wasn't just a clinic that employed people getting out of school. People were coming here to go to school so that they could work at Menninger Clinic, or they were coming here from universities and institutions outside of Kansas to work at the Menninger Clinic. I heard a statistic several years ago that something like at one point in time, there were almost a third of the psychiatrists practicing in the United States that could track their training back to the Menninger Clinic. And whether it was they were trained there or someone who trained them and mentored them was trained there. And that is a fascinating and incredible statistic to me. So with that, then looking at page 3 of our comments, it gets again back into the number of, well, really the reference to community hospital beds that were closed. And there were a variety of different reasons for that. Some of it was because psychiatry did not reimburse as well as things like oncology or cardiology. Some of it was after the pandemic. During that time, a couple units closed and converted to respiratory therapy units and then didn't come back. So we have lost a lot of resources around our state. And so then you get into page 4 and subsequent pages, the description of the CCBHC model, which I'm very pleased and proud and appreciative to say that now all 26 community mental health centers are fully certified as CCBHCs. We're only the 3rd state in the country that has accomplished this, the other 2 being Texas and Missouri. And I think that has helped our workforce retention substantially. And I think that we recognized very quickly that if we didn't want to get into a place where we had people recruiting away from other providers, in whether it was the SUD world or community hospitals or other providers, child welfare, we really needed to figure out a way to grow our own. And that was, I know, part of the conversation this morning. And so, and Michelle Ponce, my colleague at our association and the acting director of the Kansas Behavioral Health Center of Excellence, will speak and provide comments here in a few minutes. And she really has the expertise to go with what those conversations are about and have been about. The nursing part of this process, and again, I would be remiss if I didn't pay respect and give appreciation to the late Representative Les Mason. Chairman Mason, as was discussed this morning, was the chair of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Contract Nursing, which, for as much of a mouthful as that was, I thought that the conversations that were very direct and that occurred really kind of led to the creation of the Behavioral Health Center of Excellence. And it was really the first, for as much as that was focused in taking place in the south central part of the state where this new mental health facility was going to be established in January of 2027, and knowing that they already had a workforce shortage down there, moving towards workforce scarcity, then towards workforce crisis, which they're pretty close to now. We needed to work with a lot of educational organizations or entities as well as providers to see what the needs were. And I think that happened very quickly, but then providing recruitment and retention bonuses to nursing faculty. If you want more nurses, you need to make sure you have the people to teach them and the seats available for them to take. And so we've seen some early successes with that. Obviously, the part, and I'll I'll conclude my comments here in a second, but a big part of those kind of things is measuring your outcomes. And so we hope by the next session to be able to say definitively, here's how many additional students may have received education, or here's how many, maybe the number of faculty increased from this amount to this amount, or we were able to retain those staff. So I think that Heather and the representative from Salina Tech did a nice job in having that conversation with you all this morning. I think that this is, yes, funding is a part of things, but listening to Senator Erickson's question and really digesting that, it cannot be the only thing. And that's really one of the most important points to creating the Center of Excellence is if we are really good at what we do and we work to recreate the Menninger Clinic in the aggregate, people will come here and they will want to stay here and be part of that. I firmly believe that. We're already seeing some of the comments and testimonials that have been given to the Center of Excellence that Michelle will share with you here in a few minutes. Policy pieces are also very important. One of the examples that one of our substance abuse providers and substance abuse and addiction providers shared was that some of the reciprocity pieces with regulatory agencies, if you have someone from Illinois who applies for a position in Kansas, but there's no reciprocity agreement, but there's reciprocity agreement between Illinois and Oklahoma, so you get them licensed in Oklahoma because there's an agreement between Kansas and Oklahoma, and then you can get them a job here. Something about that seems hyper-bureaucratic. And so, I mean, those are some of the policy pieces that we want to work on, and certainly I would kind of conclude that comment by saying that the two-year degrees and career pathways are a very, very important part of the future of behavioral health in our state, and I think we can get excited about that. To Representative Bueller's question about whether or not we're making any difference, how can we make more difference, and I'm paraphrasing that, so please correct me if I'm saying it the wrong way. But for as much as I have cussed and lamented social media in front of you all over the last almost half a dozen years or so, it's time that we start using that liability as an asset, that curse as a blessing, because it's amazing how many young people are influenced by some of the things. If we can start talking in a positive way about the opportunities relating to behavioral health work, whether it's on the clinical side or the medical side, I really think that we can draw them in. And we are hearing that in communities around the state where we're having town halls. We have 22 scheduled, I believe, and maybe we'll have a couple more, but we have our 12th one this evening in Augusta that's hosted by South Central Mental Health Center. And so I think that with the pieces, and lastly, to my comments, we did a poll, used a polling firm last March, and I think maybe appeared in front of one of the committees and gave some early results of that, and we've had the conversation around the state at these town halls, and it's amazing, even when we first did these polls in 2019, this is one of the best examples of what we're seeing. 47% of Kansans reported that they knew someone who had had a mental health crisis or had mental health issues. In the poll that we got back 4 months ago, in March 2025, that number had gone from 47% to 73%. So we're over 25% higher. And one of the things that we didn't have the demographics on age broken out in our 2019 poll, but the one that we did recently had the age demographics, and 18 to 34 range, over 90% of that age demographic said that they knew somebody who suffered from mental health issues. And to me, for as much as we see challenges or threats, I oftentimes see opportunities, and I think this is an opportunity because young people are not afraid, as I know I've said in front of your various committees in the last year or two. They will have the conversation about either someone they know or themselves suffering from potentially bipolar or severe anxiety or major depression, the same way that people around my age, if you saw someone wearing a sling, oh, do you have a broken arm, or is there broken, or is it a collarbone? Or if you're on crutches, is it a sprained ankle, or did you tear up your knee? I mean, they will have the conversations like that frankly, about behavioral health. And that gives me a lot of optimism and hope about our future. And I think what we can accomplish, whether it's in Larned or Osawatomie or Wichita, or Norton or Neodesha or other places around our state. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would conclude my comments and stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Very good. Committee questions. Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Kyle. And I agree. My kids are always talking about who has the worst mental illness, and it's an interesting openness. But how do you translate that to workforce?
So some of it, and the comparison I use is a couple of my friends in college had played football or basketball. One of them had torn up his shoulder. Another one had torn up a knee. Both became physical therapists. I mean, because it was kind of a, okay, I could do this. This is really helpful. I know a lot of young people who are now working on master's degrees in social work. Or in fact, one young woman was wanting to go to community college and then go to get her psychology degree, go be a therapist, and then go back to medical school to become a psychiatrist. I couldn't commit to anything for 2 years, let alone 12. But even in terms of colleges and more in high schools, there are mental health clubs that you know, we used to see Fellowship of Christian Athletes and things like that as different clubs, as just using that as an example. But the more of these types of things exist that connect people to, maybe my first job is going to be this. And if they don't have a path, it's something that we really want to market. Again, back to my comment about social media and digital media. If we can really put those opportunities out there, because I think that's the direction we can go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Senator
Senator.
Gossage.
Hi, Kyle. Thank you for being here. One of the questions that I have is I seem to recall that this whole foundation or the determination of CMHCs, where they should be, how many they should be, was dependent upon that we were going to close all the hospitals. Wasn't that the original intention?
I never would have said that.
Okay.
But I think that
then wasn't that the discussion?
I think that maybe other states, I believe that you might be thinking of Missouri, possibly. I think that they initially, that was their goal, which they're now building a new state mental health hospital. So for us, and also with the original, I know there's actually still a legislator in the State House here who is involved in mental health reform. And part of the arguments originally with mental health reform back in the 1990s, there were people who wanted them all closed. So I think you've got a speaker on your agenda, Wes Cole, who's a former Osawatomie State Hospital superintendent and currently the chair of the Governor's Behavioral Health Planning Council that knows that history better than I do. But certainly for us, we would never have seen that we could do without any state mental health hospitals, but in fact, more crisis stabilization units, crisis intervention centers, so kind of the ports of calm, as I think Sheriff Denning in Johnson County once coined that term several years ago. So a much more short-term, acute, a short-term stay for an acute person who may be drunk, high, loaded, things like that, so they don't go to a state hospital for a longer amount of time. That's probably the direction that we were trying to go more, and it's part of the CCBHC model for many of the mental health centers.
And the reason I'm asking that, Mr. Chair, is that it seems to me that the funding was like we're going to spend less money on the mental hospitals, and there were 4, as you state in your paper, and now then we went down to 2, and now we're building a 3rd in Wichita. But yet, so these are supposed to work in tandem to where people do not have a longer length of stay. Can you give me any kind of an idea if someone comes for assistance, help at a CMHC, about how long is the length of stay for this help?
For how long someone might be in services, it's going to depend some on the acuity, some on how quickly, you know, the hope is that you can get people regulated, especially if you're seeing them early enough with moderate mental health issues. You know, in a shorter amount of time. If someone is expressing suicidal ideation, then you might see them for a longer amount of time. If they've been institutionalized, or depending on if they are a veteran with PTSD or a child who's been in the child welfare system. So all of these
kind
are
of an average.
We don't have.
We don't have an average.
We don't right now, but
Okay.
to your point, and I'm sorry I didn't get there a little quicker, but one of the things that we had not invested in, which we are now investing in, is a data warehouse. So I'm trying to preemptively answer the chairman's question about that. So I think that it will give us the kind of data you're talking about, and not just about where we are, but being able to project some of those numbers into the future. And if we're diverting people away from emergency room visits or inpatient hospitalizations, which are the highest cost drivers in healthcare service delivery today.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kyle. And I see Deputy Director Bruner still here. So we toured, Representative Rivas and I toured Osawatomie back in May or June. And one of the things that they were talking, and I'm going to get to, this is going to get back to behavioral health, but there's one of the things that I think Ashley mentioned that would help them, the APRNs have the ability to, is it seclusion? And that's a statute, that to do that, we need to change something statutorily that would help or impact staffing at the state hospitals. So, and that's just kind of a mental note for me to do that. But along the same lines, and with respect to behavioral health, we've tried to do things, whether it's licensure compacts, those kinds of things over the last 3+ years. Are there things that we don't have to solve them today, but are there things that are within the topics of scope of practice, other regulatory changes that might be needed, or licensure compacts that we can do, or that we can do this coming session to help improve the overall employment situation within behavioral health? Are there pieces out there that we haven't touched yet? Just curious, and that if we can maybe start thinking about that for 2026.
Yeah, and so we'll give that certainly some additional thought. But one of the things that the Center of Excellence has started having conversations about with educators is including things like trauma-informed care into their curriculum. And if we can get it as part of the core curriculum versus an elective and things like that, I think that it gets the future workforce a little bit more used to how they may be interacting with some pretty severely ill individuals. And so I think that that's helpful. I think that there are conversations relating to paid practicums and internships that we need to have more of those. And that's another thing that Center of Excellence is working on, because we don't, around our system and across other behavioral health providers, says the father of an unpaid practicum student right now, trying to create trees whose shade I'll never enjoy. But I think that we ask them to work for free, and then we ask them to pay course credit for the opportunity to work for free. And something about that's not right. I mean, I think the more we can value them early and value them often, then it will create a culture around our state that people really want to be a part of.
Representative Reeves.
So one of the things, that I remember around 2011, 2012, 2013, somewhere around in there, $10 million was taken away from the community mental health centers. Am I correct around those dates?
So it's 2016, 2017, it would have been $30 million.
30 million then. So yeah, I know I'm biased, the community mental health centers, but I think the mental health centers have done a fantastic job with what funding they have, and having to step back a minute every time funding's been taken away. That's a lot of funding to be taken away. And one of the things that that I've often wondered about is what kind of funding would it take in order to help someone not have to go into the state hospital, but maybe go through a court order, an outpatient court order. And they would need more intensive services, more community-based services, and it would require maybe some specialized teams, but I wonder about if we had had that kind of funding, how much more could have been done with decreasing the numbers of folks going into the state hospitals, because they would be a viable option.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question, Representative. And some of that is also related to like the CCBHC model. Only people who are eligible for Medicaid, I mean, everybody gets the services, but that's the only payer, and it's not nearly a number, especially for adults. And so last year, the legislature appropriated $4 million in one-time money for uninsured individuals, and we'll ask for that same $4 million back. But in terms of an active diversion program, I think that we want to put some more eyes and thought into what that would look like statewide, and we're geared up to have that conversation at our full board meeting in the next couple of days.
Committee, further questions? Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kyle. Always good to see you. Just a couple of things. In your testimony, you say that, let me find it here. The CCBHC must ensure that all of the patient's health care needs are met, whether that is through services they provide directly or through partnership. And you mentioned before that, like maybe some health services. So I guess I always thought you guys were just dealing on the behavioral health side. So are you guys delving into like physical services?
There is one mental health center that is doing some primary care work and has a clinic that they've merged with that is maybe got x-ray machines. There's no other mental health center that is doing any of that kind of work. So it is much more referral related. Some of the, I mean, certainly we have docs and nurse practitioners and physicians associates that will do some of the med checks, prescribing, and that kind of work, obviously checking vital signs and things of that nature. So I would be shocked if you walk into any mental health center and they're setting a broken arm, for example, outside of the one that has gotten more into that line. So more of that would be a referral, hopefully, to a local clinic, hospital, FQHC. So that's probably, if I'm answering your question the right way.
Okay, yes, I was just looking at when you said, you know, we have to account for all of their, I didn't know if that was going to be increasing from just one offering such services, or if that was
not any further than that. The care coordination is part of the accounting for those all-inclusive healthcare pieces. So if it's transporting someone over to an emergency room, or if they start suffering from something a lot more significant than, from a health standpoint, a cardiac issue or something like that, then there's more likely to be those healthcare referral pieces.
Okay, thank you. And one more, if I may, Mr. Chair. So you and I have talked about this, Kyle, and this is a committee that's looking at funding, so I do want to give you the chance to address it. But as you're aware, the Southeast Kansas Mental Health Center CEO makes over $600,000 a year. The COO makes over $300,000 a year, and the CFO makes over almost $300,000 a year. So about $1.1 million in salary for the top three people for the Southeast Kansas. Would you care to address that? That seems excessive.
It's a lot of money.
So yeah. If you would address that, please.
Yeah, and I'm happy to do that, Senator. I appreciate the opportunity. I think that there's a couple pieces of this. If someone would have told me a decade ago that I was going to come in front of the legislature about an issue where one of our executives made a substantial amount of money, I immediately would have said, okay, who went for profit or who became part of a large hospital chain? And neither of those things have happened. But I think that the second piece, they're doing some unique work that is truly very different from any of the other 25 mental health centers. But then, and some of the irony of this is that I will own it. A couple years ago, I wrote a memo to all of the mental health centers for them to provide to their boards of directors to say, we need to make sure we're also looking at executive compensation. I don't think I ever saw it going that direction in terms of things, and we do annual salary surveys, and I think that at that particular mental health center, his colleagues around the state recognize that they're just a different setup. I mean, he makes a substantial, that C-suite makes substantially more than any other mental health center in the state. And in fact, a couple places around the state, Great Bend, I think maybe Garden City, that news article has gotten picked up, and then those CEOs will get calls from their boards of directors or a county commissioner, and they'll say, oh no, this is actually what I make, and they'll go, okay, good value, thanks. I mean, so it is actually, I think, created an additional level of transparency that we're going to embrace. And we're silly if we don't do that based on the investment we've asked you all to make. So I think that there will be additional conversations. I mean, those end up being individual board appointment. And the compensation piece is something our association has nothing, no oversight for, although we do ask the questions about the salary survey piece. And so it would be considered an outlier, but I don't see any other centers going that direction with the additional roles and responsibilities across those areas.
And real quick, do they get tax subsidies from their local taxpayers?
So some do. I think that particular one maybe is less and less. But I think that 100 out of 105 counties provide some amount of subsidy for their local community mental health center. And by statute, they're required to do so, but I've not ever heard of any lawsuit relating to that. In fact, during the time that Representative Ruiz mentioned, when the legislature cut funding, the counties were actually providing more subsidy for community mental health centers than the state were. The state is now providing more funding in that regard. And there are some counties that if they want them to do a crisis intervention center or other things that are helpful to their law enforcement, they're still increasing some of those commitments to their local mental health centers.
There will be more conversation on that item. Kyle is very aware of it. We had a good long talk the other day. So, committee, further questions? I have one very quick one, and it may be out of your wheelhouse. I'm not sure. So we heard some testimony earlier about competency evaluation and restoration, and a lot of your CMHCs or CH do that. So could you explain, at least for myself, how that process works?
So I think a lot of it's referral related, and I don't know if Deputy Secretary Bruner discussed that. I think that contract works through his side of the shop at KDADS, but the referrals are made, the competency evaluation pieces are done. They've served quite a few. In fact, I think Colin was around here a while ago, back there. Do you know what that number is by chance? All right, so we will have that number for you before the end of the hearing today.
So how the conversation kind of, for me, is what's the time frame? You know, we have a lot of folks at our hospitals, at state hospitals, waiting for this. I guess what I'm more concerned with is how long it should take to complete that process. Is that...
If you're talking about competency restoration particularly, it could be a very long amount of time, depending on how ill the person is.
And where I'm going with that is they're taking up a bed, you know, for X amount of time. I didn't know if there was, yeah, I'm familiar with railing on Scott for 2 or 3 years about the contract with, and he did a great job of getting you guys finally to come to the table, so.
I remember that differently, but okay.
Hey, I just call it like I see it. You know that. Committee, further questions? Representative Reed.
I know you're going to get tired of me, both of you. Maybe this is a question for Scott regarding the competency. There's a bill that we've been trying to work on, and I can't remember the number of the bill. Regarding the competency evaluations, is a way to shorten that, or to be able to have some folks have that competency evaluation done while they're in the community and not you know, like at Larned. I can't remember the number of the bill.
Mr. Chairman, Scott Bruner
It's
with
stalled right now.
KDADS. You did pass legislation 2 years ago that made the process for competency, that made it easier for courts to be able to order a defendant to competency evaluation or restoration in the community. So that's already in statute. I think the bill you're talking about, and I don't remember the number either, that's Lee's got that part of our collective brain that remembers the bill numbers, but what the bill that was being discussed, I think, last session would have made that the default. So instead of it being an option to the judge would have to order community competency unless it wasn't indicated or there was some other problem. But you've already made the change, at least for the work that we do, that helped with the Wheat State contract as well to make community-based competency or outpatient competency one of the options, and we suggest it in many cases where it's a good fit. And maybe that Kyle didn't know, but they're subject to the mental health centers are subject to the same timelines that we are at the state hospital for completing competency restoration. So when somebody's ordered to restoration, we have 90 days to issue a report, and it can request another 90 days. But they have the same timelines when it's an outpatient case.
Very good. Committee, further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Kyle, for being here. Next, we have Michelle. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Chair Carpenter and members of the committee, my name is Michelle Ponce. Today, I'm here as the acting director of the Kansas Behavioral Health Center of Excellence, which is a consortium of professionals in the behavioral health field who've come together to promote innovation and workforce development in mental and behavioral health. Before I jump in, the first thing I want to say is thank you. It was just last year in 2024 was the first time either Kyle or I stood in front of a legislative committee and even introduced the concept of the Center of Excellence. And in both 2024 and 2025, the Kansas Legislature did provide funding support. And without that, none of the accomplishments that I'm about to highlight would have been possible. So thank you for that. We began the Center of Excellence focused in South Central Kansas, primarily in the Wichita area, for a variety of reasons. A couple of those being the broad array of higher education partners and behavioral health providers, and also the impending state hospital that's going to have its own workforce needs. Our goal and our vision is that as the center grows and matures, that it will become a statewide initiative. We started this work really due to the shortage of behavioral health professionals across the state. And because, as Kyle alluded to, you know, at one point in time, the state of Kansas was really seen nationally as a leader in innovation and training. And we lost a lot of that capacity when we lost the Menninger Clinic. So our Center of Excellence is not a new brick and mortar building. We didn't rent office space in Wichita and hire staff, but we did put together a very dedicated group. There is towards the end of my written testimony, the list of the 2025 governing board. We are incorporated with the state of Kansas. We've received our IRS nonprofit status, and we have not only a governing board, but a wider advisory council that we brought together to brainstorm what can we do to make progress on the workforce needs in Kansas. So we've got providers on one side of the table that are talking about what they need in terms of workforce, what types of competencies and skills they're looking for in newly graduated employees. And we've got universities who are talking about what can they do in terms of their curriculum to help increase that workforce. For this last school year, 2024-2025, we funded a number of initiatives, and a few of those that I want to highlight include first, related to nursing, and I heard this morning a couple of individuals, previous conferees mention the nursing faculty retention funding that we were able to provide. That came about not only through conversation in that special committee on contract nursing, but also in our advisory council. One of the challenges that was discussed was the low rate of pay for nursing faculty. When you have an RN making approximately $40,000 to teach, it's very hard to retain those staff. So a portion of the funding that we received for FY25 was dedicated to nursing faculty retention bonus funding for faculty at two-year community and technical colleges. And last school year, we distributed just about $938,000 to 20 community and technical colleges to 193 faculty members. And I will tell you, it's the first time in my career that I've started receiving thank you notes in the mail. At these town hall meetings that the association is hosting at 3 different communities after our program ended, I've had people come up to me to thank me about and for the nursing faculty retention funding that they received, and to tell me how much not only did they appreciate that, but how much it helped. We were in Parsons about a week ago, and an individual from Lebec Community College came up to me and told me, of course, the money is important. Of course, they appreciated that. But not only just the money, but the increase in morale that their faculty got from that, from feeling valued and feeling like that funding was available because we valued the work that they did. So I can tell you that has been very impactful. In addition to nursing, at Wichita State University, they were able to fund 9 graduate assistantships for their on-campus counseling center, and they provided over 5,000 counseling sessions that are free for students. Their addiction counseling program was able to offer 13 scholarships to students in that program. They had 0 applicants the prior year. The last pages of my testimony are a list of testimonials from those students, and if you read through those, you'll see one common theme. I really wanted to go in this field. I was very passionate about doing this work, but without the scholarship funding, I would not have been able to do so. Also, at Wichita State University in their Physician's Associate program over the past year, they've now incorporated behavioral health components throughout all courses. They're in the process of developing a postgraduate Physician's Associate Behavioral Health Fellowship that they will be launching this upcoming school year. They were also able to provide $1,000 scholarships to every student in their program to help them cover the cost of their required behavioral health clinical rotations. In addition, the University of Kansas, Wichita is expanding their training fellowship program for child and adolescent psychiatry. Prior to this year, there were only 5 child psychiatrists working in the Wichita area. In June, 3 of those child and adolescent psychiatry fellows graduated. All 3 of them have now gained full-time employment in the Wichita area, which is a goal of ours, not only to graduate additional behavioral health students, but to keep them working in Kansas upon graduation. As they continue to expand that program, because obviously it's a multi-year initiative, they are projecting a total of 10 new child and adolescent psychiatrist graduates by 2028. They have also launched an addiction medicine fellowship, and they had their first fellow graduate this past July, and they already have a student identified with 6 more applications for the upcoming year. So we're very pleased with the amount of progress that we've made in only 1 year. Looking towards year 2, we will again be sending out an announcement to those community and technical colleges that the retention bonus funding is available again for nursing faculty. Many of the programs that I just mentioned will continue, but we will also be working with the Kansas Health Sciences University, where they've committed to also expanding psychiatric residencies. We are working with Friends University to expand the number of students in their Master's of Science and Family Therapy degree program. We're also working with Newman University, who is using funding to provide stipends for graduate level social work students to increase the number of graduates in that program. The last thing that I really want to mention related to the Center of Excellence is that we're also exploring ways that we can leverage the state funding that we have been using to support these programs. And we've been in conversations with KDHE, our state Medicaid agency, to look at changing the state graduate medical assistance plan under the Medicaid program, to amend that to allow it to help support some of the Behavioral Health Center of Excellence programs, which would allow us to draw down additional federal funding to leverage those state dollars and be able to fully support these programs. Lastly, we are not using any state funding for administrative costs for the Center of Excellence. The Association of Community Mental Health Centers, we are donating our time to support this work, and we will continue to do so until or at some point in time, if we're able to identify other sources of income. With that, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you, Michelle. Questions Committee. Wow.
Wow. I guess Kyle got them all.
Well, everybody's after Kyle anyway, so you're lucky.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Wes? Welcome to committee, and good to see you again, Wes.
I'm just getting older. I guess we all are. Anyway, first of all, I want to start by, Mr. Chairman, thanking you and the committee for having me here today to talk a little bit about the Governor's Behavioral Health Services Planning Council, the work it does in the state of Kansas, and what it means to the state of Kansas. The mission of the Governor's Behavioral Health Services Planning Council we partner to promote prevention, treatment, and recovery services to ensure Kansans with behavioral health problems live safe, healthy, successful, and self-determined lives in their community. Very community focused, because early intervention and prevention has a lot to do with mental illness and people having to go to the hospital and get treatment. We believe that prevention, treatment, and recovery services allow people to direct their care and treatment, are respectful and empowering, are effective and influenced by evidence-based practices that leads to a personal process of recovery and resilience, and an integrated, flexible, and accessible that. The duties of the council are spelled out in a federal statute. In order for the state of Kansas to receive federal Medicare, or not Medicare, but state mental health funding, they have to have a planning council. All the states and all the territories in the United States have to have that council. The council is responsible for being part of that process in requesting those grant monies and stuff to ensure that we have consumer and family input into that process. And I think that's very, very, very important to any and everything that we do, that we have that consumer and family input. Now, we also have in the state of Kansas, we have another statute, a state statute. It's an interesting statute because it's set forth by the governor and directing the council basically to do these things, same things, but also to report to her and her administration. It's what's needed and what we see in different areas. And we do that by working with KDADs and working through the secretary there. The council also has to be made up of at least 51% consumers and family members. In the state of Kansas, we rate about 67% of that. So we far exceed that. We also have responsibilities to visit all the state hospitals every year and the other facilities within the state and make a determination as to what we see that's going on in the state with mental health, and if those services are necessary or needed to be expanded, or even new services. Now, that's a very important job of the council, made up of about 37 people altogether. And it's something that we cannot, you sit around a table, you just can't really get all of that done. You've got to have people in the field working. So what we decided to do in the state of Kansas, which became a process in which other states also adopted and got involved with was to come up with subcommittees and fill those subcommittees up with consumers, family members, people in those areas. We broke the state down into 4 distinctive areas. One was urban, one was semi-urban, that's between rural and urban. One is frontier, and what's the other one? I don't know, I'm going too fast here. I'll come up with it. Anyway, we broke it down into those 4 different areas because not everybody fits in the same shoe. You have different problems out in the frontier areas. You have problems out there with workforce. You have problems with service. And by the way, we have more frontier counties in the state of Kansas, according to ks.gov, than we do with all the rest put together. And their issues out there are much different. So we wanted to make sure that they were part of the process. And rural counties is what I'm trying to come up with. Okay? And then, so these are the subcommittees that we set up to advise the council. We have a children's subcommittee, which is a very interesting committee, a committee that works with children's issues within the state, but also gets out there and gets involved with children's education. They work with the Department of Education, and they come up with a lot of things that are related to children. We have an evidence-based practices subcommittee made up of folks, and they look at the best practices throughout the state that benefit certain people within the state to make sure that those evidence-based practices are implemented on a statewide basis. We look at housing and homeless. We have a group that works with housing and homeless with the Department of Commerce, and that is throughout the state. We have a justice-involved youth and adult subcommittee. It used to be the old forensic subcommittee, but we had problems with youth because they didn't want to be identified with forensics, so we changed it to justice involved. That could be getting a ticket, speeding ticket, and that went really well. We ended up with a lot of participation there. And then we have the Kansas Citizens Committee on Alcohol and Drug Abuse. That was the old SUD group that was in the state of Kansas that was kind of floundering, and we adopted that with the council. I think with that grant, I think it's around 10 million. I think the other one is about 7 million. And then now we have a peer support subcommittee. The peer support subcommittee is a very important subcommittee because this subcommittee is made up of people who have recovered from mental illness and substance use, coming together to put together a program for people who need support in that area. They have also started now working very closely with peer support specialist program. You heard earlier from, I think, the Larned representative about peer support and how important it was. And this is going to be a class of folks that will be certified for Medicare. This is very important. I watched a deal the other day, and it was honoring the Medicare Foundation in the state of Kansas and the work that they did. And when they came to Osawatomie State Hospital, they talked about the therapeutic community that they wanted to build there at the hospital, and it was based on peer support. This is people helping people get better that's experienced the problems. We have a prevention subcommittee. They do a lot of work with the different different committees across the state, especially in suicide prevention. That is a big issue. That is a major issue, and it's different in every one of those areas that I pointed out about urban, semi-urban, rural, and frontier. We have a lot of problems in the frontier areas because of the economy now out there in those areas, and people really having a lot of problems. We also now are working with problem gambling. We've identified that we've got a real problem with problem gambling, and that subcommittee has really touched on some other things that have been really interesting. We have a Rural and Frontier Subcommittee, and our Rural and Frontier Subcommittee in the state of Kansas is one that's recognized nationally. We did a lot of presentations when Representative Landwehr had her group together talking about mental health and what was needed across the state. And we found out that we were the leader in telehealth and telemedicine. We work with KU, we work with K-State, and we work with Wichita State in this area. And it was really interesting because that's the only way we were surviving here in Kansas. We have a service member, veterans, and family subcommittee. That subcommittee came about being because here a while back we were having people in the state of Kansas mobilized. VA did its job with working with the serviceman, but somebody had to help these families. And we got the families organized, and you cannot believe what they have been doing in this area. It's been fantastic. They work with the Veterans Administration. They work with the Veterans of War and American Legion. In fact, we received some funding from the American Legion that we were able to put in place to help train first responders that were dealing with veterans. And we have a tobacco subcommittee, and that's been a very interesting subcommittee. They work a lot with the addiction people and substance use people because that is a problem with tobacco. And now we have a youth subcommittee. Now we had youth on the on the council, and then they really, you know, they didn't want to be on the council because you had all the adults talking all the time and everything. So we thought we would put one or two of them with a subcommittee. Well, that worked for a while, but then they got together with YouthLink. A lot of them involved with YouthLink out there in Wichita, and they decided they wanted a subcommittee of their own. And so we were trying to decide, you know, well, you know, we would put them under the children's subcommittee or no. They decided that they could handle their own business. And let me tell you, that subcommittee has really been working out really well. You would be surprised what those young people are wanting to learn about autism and these types of things. And you'd be surprised what they tell us also. And we just started another subcommittee, and that's the aging subcommittee. Actually, that's a revitalization of a subcommittee that used to exist. Now, the work of these subcommittees are made up of people that volunteer. They do not get paid for this. I'm going to give you an examples with the Children's Subcommittee. You remember here a while back when we had the fire in the county that burned up? Well, we sat down and talked about that, the subcommittee did. And in conjunction with the mental health centers and the Department of Education and the education within that county, we put together a team that went out there and talked. We had some psychiatrists, we had social workers, we had people with information on how to access services and things. They went out there, spent a whole day talking to people, you know, and it was very interesting because these kids needed somebody, young people, to talk to. They watched their animals burn up. They watched their homes burn up. And it was very important. One of the things, though, that we learned about going out there, which we're right now doing some work on, is that you cannot believe how many grandma and grandpas and aunts and uncles are raising kids. You know, where is the family? And so that's a real problem. We've been talking with Laura Howard at DCF, and we've been talking with the folks at KDADS about this issue too. and they will be coming out with reports. These reports are put together, and they come before the council, and then they go to the secretary, and the people from these subcommittees who have a charter will come and testify to those issues. They also testify sometimes to issues that come up within the state that needs to be looked at. And one of them I will report on was marijuana, the legalization of marijuana. The council looked at that, and the charge was, you know, was there a benefit there? The council did decide medical marijuana, you know, but that's all the further they went. That's somebody else's task to figure all the rest of that out. But it's just looking at and, you know, trying to be responsive to what's going on within our state. And again, on that state statute, it's very clear that we give reports also to the legislature. And I'm hoping that we can do that to the Secretary of KDADS like we have before. So basically that is your council in the state of Kansas. We did have a survey a year ago, about a year and a half ago, from SAMHSA. They come and they spend a day and a half. You know what? They were here the whole week in Kansas. And when we took them to mental health centers, we took them out to mental health centers. We took them out, they talked to the public, they talked to folks, and they left and they said that Kansas was one of the best, if not the best, in the country. And that's pretty remarkable when you see all the states that they go around and survey. So we got a lot to be proud of here in the state of Kansas. Do we have any questions?
Very good. Thank you, Wes. Committee questions?
I do want to follow through on a question that was about mental health reform. I think that came, I don't know who that came up from. The issue on mental health reform is an interesting issue. I was here involved in that when that happened. And on mental health reform, it was to reform the entire system. And it was to close the hospitals. It was to do a lot of different things in that area. And we'd started off really pretty good. You know, we moved a lot of people out of Osawatomie State Hospital. We moved a lot of people out of course, Topeka. A lot of these people were older people, and they went to nursing facilities. The key role player in those nursing facilities and stuff was the mental health center, because the mental health centers were providing psychosocial programs to these people to get these people further from out of the nursing home setting into the community. That lasted well for about a year until we had a change and we lost funding in that area. When we lost the funding in that area, the whole thing collapsed. And so it's been a roundabout. I think we've finally got the handle on that. Well, I know we have the handle on that now. But anyway, that's basically what happened at that time. We've got to be careful in what we do and make sure it's the best decisions for people. But I do want to say this on behalf of the council. You have done a great job in supporting mental health over these last few years. You've done a great job. And everybody on the council really appreciates everything that you've done. And if there's anything that we can do, you've got these people that will be willing to do it, willing to follow through with you. And if we don't have them, we'll get them. Okay?
Very good. Thank you, Wes.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions. Okay, very good. Next, we have Amy. Welcome to committee, Amy.
Thank you, Chairman Carpenter and members of the committee. I'm Amy Garcia from the Kansas Nursing Workforce Center. I'm here today to talk very specifically about supply and demand of nursing that speaks to the question of contract nursing and where we go from here. I did hear several questions entertained this morning, and will speak to those. I've got some slides. Well, I do have slides, but we will just go on without them, okay? So on the question of supply and demand of nurses, we've heard all morning about the demand for care and the contract nursing as a symptom of excess demand to supply. There's only two ways to increase the supply of nurses: to either graduate them or invite them to practice in Kansas. We do have state compact with 40 other states so that nurses can practice in Kansas and Kansas nurses can practice elsewhere. I think our Board of Nursing does a good job with that. Yes, you've got those slides up. If you would go to the next slide. The number of licensed RNs and LPNs in Kansas has decreased by 9% over the last 5 years. It's starting to turn up a little bit. But those numbers represent, if you'll go to the next slide, when we count the number of, so 1, 2, 3, 4, keep going. Keep going. There we go. So, great. We have 54,000 registered nurses in Kansas, roughly. 12% of those are retired. So nurses hold on to our licenses for years after we retire because, gosh, there might be a flu epidemic or a COVID pandemic, and we step back into practice. The concern is that 26% of nurses who are licensed do plan to retire within 5 years. That's from a new survey conducted of 1,500 nurses in Kansas. I think that number holds. What it says to me as a Kansas nurse is that we have a need for some strategic planning around all of nursing. Going to the next slide. There you go. Kansas nurses are working hard. 84% of Kansas nurses are working in nursing. 1 in 5 hold 2 jobs, and 1 in 3 work more than 40 hours per week. There is a conversation that nurses took off and left the profession because of COVID. I don't see that. I think nurses moved to other jobs, but didn't necessarily leave nursing. Next slide. So Kansas nurses have many options for practice. 53% of nurses work in hospitals. So the balance who do not are spread among schools and clinics and many other places. So when we talk about contract nursing, we are competing with other environments of care. The chart before you is coming out in a new report that will be released the 4th of September called The State of Nursing in Kansas, Volume 2. We look at 10 years of data so we can understand trends. Correctional nursing has decreased. 0.5% of nurses in Kansas choose correctional nursing. And the percent of nurses who work in behavioral health or psychiatric fields has decreased from 5% to 2.1%. It's a real sea change. I think it's compounded by the how we precept students in schools. I've got some suggestions there. So next slide. There we go. So the state of Kansas hospitals in red on the chart, compete with other hospitals for nurses. So when we raise wages or increase benefits at a state hospital, we also have an impact on the surrounding communities that need nurses. So just to point out, I think Jaron Caffrey, who will follow me, will likely speak to this. So Pawnee County will be the focus of most of the rest of my comments. Pawnee County simply doesn't have enough RNs. The state hospital in Larned has 117 budgeted RN positions. There are 111 RNs in the county. So the surrounding counties, like Barton County, has more nurses, but they also have a large hospital in Great Bend. That really gets to the need for some strategic planning at a state level on the distribution of nurses across the state. I've been a nurse here in Kansas since 1986. There have been few years when we haven't talked about shortage. I think we can do something about that. Pawnee County has too few LPNs. There was a question earlier about whether the state hospitals are using RNs and LPNs and mental health techs appropriately. So if you listen to the numbers, there's a bit of a pyramid. There's a few physicians or advanced practice nurses that can do the prescribing. There is a set of RNs, there's a set of LPNs, and then a much larger set of licensed mental health techs and CNAs. What I hear is very appropriate. What I hear is very representative of what I see in other states as far as the distribution of roles. So the question as to whether we're using RNs beyond what they are required for scope of practice, I don't think so. I think we've got a pretty good way of addressing acuity at the state. I also put up the map with the state hospitals related to the schools around. I am an educator, work at the University of Kansas. I would encourage this committee to think seriously about some targeted investment in the schools around Larned, Barton County, Fort Hays, Pratt, Dodge City. The reason I say that is that nurses often choose their profession or their path from the clinical experiences they have while in nursing school. So if those community colleges and Fort Hays State, and there's a new 4-year program down in Haviland, if they can have good clinical experiences in the state hospital, that opens the mind of the student or the nurse to go back there and actually practice. I talked at lunch with Scott Brunner about also how apprenticeships may be helpful in encouraging students to choose mental health or correctional nursing as a field. Let's talk for a moment about wages. This is from the Department of Labor. It's their newest data specific to what RNs and LPNs are paid. You'll see 64 counties on here are grayed out because the numbers are too small. In our report that'll be out in 10 days, we've got the salaries by region. So earlier this year, the state hospitals raised the base salary and put a, what do you call that, Scott? Cap, well, put a cap, but had an additional fund. So it brought the RN wages up to a competitive level, and I believe that we're starting to recruit from the contract nurses into employee staff. But what I want to point out is that the darker the color on here, the higher the wage, the higher the median hourly wage. A nurse can easily drive 100, 150, 200 miles, stay for 3 days, work 3 12-hour shifts back to back, and have a full-time salary. So it's important to think about not just how the wages work in the counties surrounding, but how we can pull from other counties or other states. So this is the RN median hourly wage by region. The highest wages are in the states surrounding us. Just other than a strip down through the middle of the Ozarks, Kansas hourly wages are lower than the surrounding states. We see that when we map out the counties along the state borders. We see nurses exported. We see nurses leaving their counties to work. So finally, what about contract nurses at the state hospitals? So these are good nurses. I heard the question earlier about outcomes. The literature is really mixed on patient outcomes. So contract nurses as part of a plan, the use of contract nurses to flex during an epidemic or during a pandemic makes a lot of sense, and we see patient outcomes that are comparable. The literature also says where there is excess use of contract nurses, you see poorer patient outcomes. You also see disruption of the nursing staff, people working side by side, making tremendously different salaries. I think the biggest problem for Kansas is that when we use contract nurses, we are not building the community. So I'll refer you to our report that's coming out in a few days. I stand for questions. I do have a background on scope of practice. So if you have questions about the use of RNs and LPNs in relation to other staff, I can speak to that. Thank you.
Very good, Amy. Thank you for that. Committee questions? Seeing none.
Very good. You know where to find me.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay, Jaron. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, committee. It's great to see you all. Good to be with you. I'm Jaron Caffrey, the Director of Workforce and Healthcare Policy at the Kansas Hospital Association. Appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation today and really dive in a little bit deeper with the challenges, but also what can we do about the challenges. And so there has been a lot of talk, and it's been, I think, a long day. I haven't been here the whole day, but was listening in for a good chunk of it. And there's been a lot of ground that this committee has covered. And I think you've realized that there are a lot of things that factor into these challenges. And there's a lot of then side effects, like what hospitals are having to pay for agency labor. That's an issue that obviously the state hospitals are facing, but it's not exclusive to the state hospitals. Hospitals across the state of Kansas have battled the last several years the significant increases in the cost of those agency staffing companies, but also then competing with all of the other multitude of factors that are also impacting the healthcare workforce. And so we're glad to be here today to discuss solutions. And I would point you to page 2 of our written testimony. We have a couple of different things we shared with you, but starting on page 2, and I'll walk through some of those highlights, are several solutions that we'd like the legislature to consider. Last year during the interim committee, or the special subcommittee, I should say, under the appropriations, that did meet. A lot of those were mentioned at that point in time. These have come through a lot of conversations we've had with our colleagues in other states to see what our state's doing that are really getting serious about the workforce challenges and a comprehensive package to address the healthcare workforce. Some of those are ideas from there, and others are from our KHA Workforce Committee and Board of Directors. You heard Mr. Flanders speak earlier today with our KHA Board Retreat. We had a deep conversation earlier this summer about those topics. So starting on page 2 there, we'll go through not all of the items, but happy if you have questions, we'll dive into that a little bit more. But a couple items to highlight of how we can address some of the challenges. You know, starting out there, you've heard this already from a few of the speakers with expanding access to part-time students for scholarships. In today's day and age, more and more schools of nursing, but other healthcare programs too, are looking at ways of how they can be more flexible, because that really is where a huge segment of the workforce is now at. And so the traditional programs may not always fit those that have the working styles. And so as we've really pursued earn while you learn programs, whether that's with a nursing apprenticeship or other apprenticeships, we need the academic programs to also be able to meet that. But also these are staff often working in a hospital or clinical setting. I know there's a concern of if we give somebody a scholarship, do they stay in it or not? But really, if you are a person working in healthcare, you might be interested in pursuing a nursing program, let's say part-time. That's probably a sign that that person is going to actually stay in the pipeline and see their education and continue working in healthcare. And so that's something, we'd appreciate seeing, and it is more of a low-hanging fruit, I would say, in many regards. Along those lines, allied health investments are really needed in a couple of different ways. Nursing is absolutely a key foundational focus in hospitals and in a lot of other care settings. But one thing that we've heard a lot from hospitals the last 2 years has been the need, yes, for nursing and provider types, but also allied health roles. So laboratory employees, respiratory therapists, imaging roles, those have steadily become some of the most in-demand roles. And you can see that with some of the data from our annual workforce survey, that we, number one, are not having enough students pursuing those programs, which then means we are not then getting that workforce every few years that we should be graduating. And so that's been some significant gaps. Some scholarship programs for allied health roles, like what we have for nursing, could be a great way to help bridge some of those gaps there on the allied health side of things. You did put in place in the last couple of years a carve out in the Promise Act to put some intentionality with allied health programs there. But I would, draw your attention to that does not account for allied health programs that are at a 4-year university. So there is room, hopefully, with some scholarships more on that side for the clinical lab sciences, which is more of the top lab roles, some of our physical therapists and others that are key in demand. A couple of ideas there with allied health. Credentialing is another item there I want to raise up with this group. Licensing has been mentioned a few different times. The legislature has done a fantastic job the last few years addressing a few different areas, whether that's with compacts or other licensing reforms, and that's great. But really, there's another half of the pie that we haven't quite baked yet, and that's with credentialing. So when you have the licensure pieces, those are great. It's good to streamline, bring some efficiency, but we need to have some credentialing reform and really centralized credentialing. So instead of a hospital or clinic or other facility having to, for every time they bring on a new provider, having to go through a unique process for every single payer, it should make sense, and it does make a lot of sense. Why do we not have that centralized under one roof, creating that efficiency? And that's a win across the board, low-hanging fruit, but then that really creates a lot more effectiveness for the licensing reforms that have happened recently. Some of those are more on the pipeline side. I might draw your attention to on the retention side. Retention's important. We want to maintain and retain those who are already in the workforce across the board. And so a few items there that we would like to suggest there with violence against healthcare workers. Again, this is an item that there's been progress the last few years on, but we need to go a little further. State hospitals have had some additional protections, but we would like to look at if we could model legislation on the interference with public business statutes, which would allow hospitals to be able to really go to bat more for their employees that get assaulted by a patient or a family member or someone else in the act of carrying out healthcare services. And so that's really something more on that retention side can help with burnout in some different ways that a lot of healthcare employees would find really beneficial as we're looking at that piece of retention. And then maybe two last items here. Won't go again through everything, but last two, one with healthcare educators, faculty, those are issues. There's some legislation that we've looked at that's been put forward this past year even on both the faculty side. We need to make sure that we actually have faculty in nursing programs and other healthcare programs, but also with the clinical sites being an issue, if there could be a tax credit, let's say, for preceptors, that can help with a little bit of retaining the preceptors, but also maybe bringing in new clinicians to serve as preceptors. So that way we do have more clinical sites so colleges can enroll more students, graduate more students, and overcome some of those challenges with clinical space. And then lastly, with prior authorization, that is an area of administrative burden where when, I get calls every single day or emails every single day from nurses standing at the fax machine frustrated with prior authorizations. They got into the business of healthcare. I want to say the business from their perspective, I mean, this is a calling. They are serving others, and they did not do that to be on the phone or working through, payers and insurance companies. There's some room I think we could look at to help with more of that. That can help potentially retain employees as well. And then maybe lastly, some of the other items there I would just show to you. We at KHA and many of the partners in the room today and others that were here this morning have worked on a lot of areas with tackling the healthcare workforce. We are not relying on you all to fix these things. We are doing a lot out there, and we have the last several years, but I draw your attention to our annual workforce report here. We have our top healthcare careers guide there that we share and hospitals and colleges often share. And you should have a postcard, a size document there that talks about happyinhealthcare.org, which is a new site that we launched in collaboration with the Board of Regents, Department of Labor, and others to really be a one-stop shop for all things healthcare careers. So if you have questions, happy to answer those at the appropriate time, but I really appreciate your attention to really trying to tackle some of these challenges that we're all facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee questions? Senator Gossage.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We received some written testimony from, let me see who that was from, the Kansas Office of Registered Apprenticeship. And I was reading this last evening and reviewing it today. I'm just wondering how many of our hospitals participate in this apprenticeship program?
Yeah, that is exciting. It just got off the ground last fall. We had the first couple hospitals launch, I believe, in February or March this spring. So I think we technically just have 2 hospitals that have gone live, but we have several that are kind of in this onboarding phase and working with some of the colleges to work out some of the tweaks to that for their unique specifics. But we'll definitely have more in the very near future launching. So that's certainly something on the rise.
Well, I appreciate that. I remember talking to someone from KU who said, well, we kind of train our own at Kansas University, and then, they come into the KU Medical Center, which how lovely is that? Not all the hospitals have that opportunity, of course. But the apprentice programs sound like a really good program, and I'm glad to see that we have some of our hospitals that are starting to participate. Thank you.
Committee, further questions? Thank you. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly, thank you for this. This is very helpful as I've been going through this. But very quickly, do you know, you represent all the hospitals, for-profit
hospitals.
How many are for-profit and how many are non-profit?
We'd have to get that number to you. I believe it's about, I think, 80% or more are not-for-profit, and it might be more precise than that, but we can get that number to the committee.
Thank you.
And again, clarifying, 80% or more are not-for-profit. Make sure I said that right, yeah.
Very good. Senator Gossage.
Sorry, I had another question that I meant to ask, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And that is, and this booklet is very helpful, but we were talking, this whole purpose of this committee is about our state hospitals and trying to get away from contract nursing, nurses, and more state nurses. I'm curious, can you tell me on average what the hospitals pay per hour for their nurses?
For nurses, period? I would have to get back to that.
Okay.
And probably would use the Department of Labor RN average, if that's the
yes,
number
because
you're looking for.
we've heard from the hospitals of what they pay, or from our state hospitals, and I was just curious how much our hospitals pay. And I know it has to do with longevity, and you've been here 10 years, and you're an LPN and you're an RN, et cetera. I understand that, but I'm just looking kind of for an average of each of those categories. That would be very helpful.
Thank
you so much.
Yeah,
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, further questions? Representative Bryce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Thank you for your testimony. I know several businesses that I've talked to have increased their recruitment and retention of employees using childcare. And I was just curious, I know we talk about salaries and so forth. Have any of the hospitals that you work with looked at using childcare services as a way to attract and retain employees? And maybe that could be even helpful for state hospitals. Just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, that is a great question, Representative. There have been several, especially the last several years, that have went down that path. The issue, of course, especially for the rural hospitals, is there's cost report issues federally, and so it can be very hard to make work, and you usually lose money. So a lot of those challenges operationally, but more and more have done that because, like you said, it is a way to get employees, retain those employees, even if that means you're losing there on that one side. So absolutely, it's a great way to do it.
Further questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you, Jared.
Thank you
very much for being here. Okay, next we have William Nusser. WebEx. William, are you there?
Yeah, you guys got me?
We can hear you.
Okay,
welcome
thank you for your time. I'm mayor for the city of Larned here, started in 2015. I was elected, actually born and raised in Hutchinson, graduated from Washburn. I did not know where Larned was on the map when I took my first job here in 2015 or 2010. When I was elected mayor in 2015, it was very clear to me that my regular role as an accountant in the community and that the health of Larned State Hospital and the health of our community are directly tied. Without Larned State Hospital and the economic effect for the region, it's be very difficult for our community to be prosperous and where it is today. So after some discussions with Secretary Keck at the time in KDADS 2016, I actually elected to take a job at Larned State Hospital in the evenings working as a direct care tech. I thought it was important at that time to go through the onboarding recruitment process, get on the floor, and I wanted to work at the SBTP program because I heard so many things about it, and I didn't have any medical background or anything. I went through all the same training they went in the evenings. I would work my 8 to 5, and then I'd go train at night 6 to 10, and I worked that shift that year to kind of go through and figure out what it's like to work on the floor, what the experiences the employees went, and the key takeaway was the morale and workforce was very low. Actually, at that time, and I went through my emails through discussions earlier, the employee turnover rate was 35% in 2016. And I feel really good that today in the reporting that now we're down to a single digit number there, that what we have enacted and done locally has helped kind of increase morale. I think the leadership from the superintendents and the community support has made a big difference there. But one of the key reasons that we got to this situation, I believe, is that there was a large window for probably 8 to 10 years where there were not any wage increases or any competitive compensation for staff, leading to high turnover. And then we had mandating, and then so the morale got very, very, very low. And so as an employer in a region, the word got out that Larned State Hospital was not a place you wanted to work because of the wage freezes, the falling behind, the mandating, the workforce stress. And we dealt with that for some time, and the better part of a decade, really probably from early 2010, almost to 2020. In that time period in 2019, the city of Larned actually paid for a marketing campaign called Be the One and then the larnedcares.com. I would encourage you to go to larnedcares.com. The state hospitals ran with that initiative, and it's really a great resource now to find out about what job openings are available, but also to see the resources that the workforce and what they're doing out there does matter. That was an important message we had as a community, that it isn't an easy job. We talk about average compensation for an RN across different hospitals across the state. We need to understand that, especially with the sexual predator treatment program, but any of the services, you're dealing with people in mental health crisis. And those are specialty programs and applications that we can't be on average with what an RN is going to make at a local community hospital because of the adverse working conditions. That's the same for us in Osawatomie. We work pretty closely with Fort Hays State and the director and operator of their nursing program, and she talks about that you're as specialized and the risk to the staff is greater, the clientele you're working with is in crisis, that you've got to have higher compensation. You can't be at average or below, because honestly, the stress and level you're putting on those nurses is much greater than other areas. So that's one area I'd like to kind of look and put some emphasis on to making sure we're competitive in that. And I think the state has done a great job in really the last probably 6 to 8 years of trying to change that initiative and narrative. And I think that's why we're starting to see the numbers come down. Unfortunately, COVID happened in the middle of these campaigns and kind of getting some focus to be proud of the community. And I think, the state hospital has been in Larned since 1911. So we're really proud of what work's been done out there and the people that we've helped. And so that's something that we've really worked as a community to embrace, that when you work out there, it can be prideful. And I think you're seeing that now. The culture is changing. We aren't seeing continual turnover of the superintendent. I think at one point we'd have a meeting once a month, and every month it felt like there was a different superintendent. So getting stability there at the top has helped a lot. Am I nervous about the upcoming election at the governorship and a lot of changes that are going to revert us back? Yeah, I am. I think we've seen a lot of positive change. I think Secretary Bruner's had a very stable hand and educated on trying to get things better. I think we're heading in the right path, but some of the things do make me nervous long term. Post-pandemic, what we've seen locally after we got kind of the state hospital initiative off the ground and they ran with it, we have put a lot of the focus towards community infrastructure and housing or opportunities. So people want to live or work in the area that when they go to apply at the state, they need to have heard about Larned before in a positive light. For so long, all the media reporting was the negativity of the state hospital, either from the legislative level or just news sources. So we're trying to make sure that when they hear about Larned, there's other opportunities for them. That has worked positively post-COVID. To some areas, not necessarily helping the state as much, but now with the out-of-state movement that we've seen into our community, that our housing is becoming a problem. So a problem in a good way, that there's opportunity in front of us, but the housing resource and availability is, I would say, little to none at this point. I talked with some realtors and then realty owners, landlords this last couple of weeks, and they're getting 5 to 7 calls a day looking for housing, and we just don't have availability. We have gotten some tax credit programs in there, but really today we're trying to get 100 more units online to be sustainable and helping, and not just the state hospital's employment workforce, but others. So I would say post 2020, we probably have seen the first population increase in 30, 40 years in the community, which is a great thing, but we need to capture that opportunity as we've seen other workforces expand their demand for employment also. So, but that's kind of my main things. Today's been really great to listen to. I've been really happy with the work that is being done by a lot, not just you guys, to go through that. I think that it is a unique challenge ahead of us, but as a community, we want to be along that side and help as we can, and making sure that it's a good employer, that we're being competitive, but also that we're supporting the roles of those within our community too. So I would open for any questions or anything there.
Very good, William. Thank you. Committee questions? Seeing none. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Okay, Kaylee Burkamp is written only now. She wasn't able to make the meeting, so she would have been next. And then I'll bring. We don't have any written testimony. Oh, she didn't send any testimony. Okay, sorry. And then I'll bring your attention to Insight Global, Office of Registered Apprenticeship, Kansas State Nurses Association, and Leading Age. Okay, Senator Gossage.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to address that Insight Global. I want to look more into that. I'm trying to reach out to them about bringing nurses in from like the Philippines and other places where they've been trained for years, and some of the things they're doing there now, and I'm just curious how that works and if we're using any of those services in Kansas.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anybody. It's just written only, so.
That's what I was saying. I'll try to reach out to them.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Senator, have a question? Yeah, I think now we're to the point where, man, we've opened up a can of worms here, haven't we? And so I think we just need to have an open discussion. Questions that weren't answered that we may want answers for, things we want to go dig into deeper, farther, follow up with. I don't know that anything's not on the table. You guys know the issue and have heard what we've heard, and so, you know, what we haven't heard, which we'll hear some more tomorrow, is we haven't heard very many solutions here. We've heard a lot of conjecture. We've heard a lot of what ifs and how this is and everything, but we haven't heard very much in the way of solutions. So with that, Senator Erickson, you want to start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate the discussion and that we are looking at this in depth. So thank you for your leadership on this issue. I was just, as I've sat here thinking about how we may better compete with contracting agencies for those services, do they not have a non-compete clause or any kind of penalty if we were to try to be more competitive and raise our pay to try to get some of those people away from contracting agencies to become a staff? I would assume there's some type of penalty or non-compete clause in a lot of those situations, but I don't know. So that's what my question is.
Yeah, good question. So Kylie, can you help us out there? I think there is a non-compete clause on the contract nursing that way, but I don't know about our way.
Hi, Kylie Childs, Director of Government Affairs with Leading Age Kansas. And yes, most of them do have non-competes and liquidated damages that are built into that. So it just depends on which contract has what. I think that's where we saw a lot of prices go up, especially during the COVID pandemic. Other states have passed standards that say you're not allowed to have non-competes when it comes to nursing and healthcare settings, just because there is such a high demand and everybody's competing for that same thing. That is in the back of our testimony as well, which states have implemented that.
Representative Rivas.
Kylie, do you mind if I ask you a question? I was going to try to catch you. So with the contracts, I got the impression that the contract nursing, there's multiple contracts, multiple agencies. It's kind of like everything's out there. Did the state do any kind of an RFP or any kind of try to standardize this in any way at all to make it more uniform so that you don't have so many different variations?
In terms of how the state hospitals are doing their contracts, I'm going to let Scott speak to that a little bit more. But right now in Kansas, we have no standardization. What we tried to do in budget proviso in, I think it was 2024, was put in some language that said all staffing agencies would register with the state. So we had an idea of who was even operating in our state. Because for the longest time, we didn't know that. With COVID, we had people pop up in the middle of the night and then they'd be closed the next day. So that was us trying to get a handle on who's even operating in the state. But in terms of those specific contracts, I think Scott would be able to help with that a little bit more.
Thank you.
Scott, can you shed some light on this issue?
I think so. Scott Bruner with KDADS. So for the contracts that we use at the hospitals, they are based on a single request for proposals that the Department of Administration issued. So the terms are all the same. Companies that wanted to respond had to offer, they had to agree to all the terms, and they had to offer the pricing at the hourly rate for each type of licensed professional they'd provide, RN, LPN. So it's truly, we're selecting based on price, and then there's some guarantees of availability, or some of the companies could say we can't provide staff in Larned, but we will at Osawatomie, or some other things like that. And to Senator Erickson's question, there are non-compete elements of that agreement. They can't should reread it, but the principle is that the agencies can't, if they hire a state employee, they can't actively recruit state employees from while they're active on our campus. So they can't actively recruit our staff away. We can hire an agency person from the contract. We can buy them out of their contract. So there's some terms around that, and a couple other things around the non-compete section. But it's the same contract for all 72 or 73 companies that are available. Just difference on price.
Hang on just a second. Senator Gossage.
Yes, I would just, Mr. Chair, refer the committee to the 5 recommendations from Leading Age Kansas that's in their written testimony. And I think some of these make really good sense as we're looking for, I know today we're not looking for recommendations, just having a discussion, but something to look to For example, I'm always about removing bottleneck regulations, and this is one of them that was mentioned. So not particularly to you, Scott, but if you could give us your thoughts on these, that would be appreciated. If you have a copy of the testimony, if not, we can get it to you.
I can look it up and
Okay.
read while you're having other
Thank you.
conversation. Sure, glad to.
And committee, any other questions? I have just one more of Scott. So how long has the cap, the $90 cap, been into effect?
It's at least through last fiscal year. I think the pricing, those contracts have been refreshed, which means they put the terms out again to other vendors. I think the last refresh was last October, if I remember correctly, and that's kind of when we went to the $90 as the cap, because we had new pricing from all the vendors and set that as a target. So it's maybe not quite a year, but 10 months or so.
And so with that, have we noticed a decrease? Have we lost folks? Have we lost contractors? Have we noticed a decline in our wage, what we pay for contract nursing overall that we could see in the next year? Or
well, Osawatomie, I think Ashley, hopefully in her testimony, she mentioned kind of what their trend has been over time of kind of the weekly spend, and they're using their flexibility in staffing and similar kinds of caps, not using overtime. They've seen some decreases. At Larned, I think what makes that a little more complicated is just the acuity that they're working through as well. But we, and again, I think a lot of the trying to limit the amount of contract labor overtime, staying with the $90 cap, maybe we need to reassess that and try to bring it down and see if we can get takers. I mean, and Lindsay mentioned, we had a couple of vendors, Larned used about 5 or 6 on a pretty regular basis. There were a couple of those that were over the $90, and they were willing to come back to the table and reset their price. And the Department of Administration worked with us because that wasn't that wasn't the typical practice. They didn't, but they let the vendor reset their prices. So I think that that alone was a pretty active way to manage where we were in the spending, kind of in almost not quite real time, but just saying, this is the policy we're going to have. If you want to work with Larned State Hospital, you've got to meet this price. And so I think maybe those 2 examples, what Osawatomie is doing with scheduling, and then just Larned drawing a line on price and sticking to it and having some success in renegotiating. We did lose some vendors that just said, we can't do it for that price. We're not going to send anybody to Larned anymore. And we said, well, thanks for your time, and we'll find somebody else.
But since then, you haven't had any problem with folks filling the gap at $90?
Not aware of, no.
Okay. Committee, questions? Senator? No. Scott, you might just kind of take a look at those questions there when you can, or recommendations, I'm sorry, and maybe we'll be done brainstorming by the time you.
We're planning to be here all day tomorrow too. So as you're talking about recommendations, I'll do my homework.
Would that be appropriate for him to answer tomorrow? Yes, that would be fine. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Committee, I also serve on the commission for the employee health benefits for the state of Kansas. And when we meet tomorrow from 9:30 to 2. So hopefully we can get our business finished a little early. So I won't be here for part of the committee tomorrow, but that's where I'll be. I'll get back here as soon as I can.
Thank you for that. We'll miss you. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciated some of Amy Garcia's comments in the sense that my daughter is an RN, and when she went from having 1 child to 3, she went and got her master's in nursing education and now is a nursing instructor. And I think we look at the same solutions, and I do think that pay is part of it, and I do know that nurses appreciate pay. However, she traded a decrease in pay for a quality of life. She went from from working 12-hour overnight shifts in the hospital while her husband tried to hold down the home fort, to now a job that more mirrors a higher quality family life for them. And so I think there's a lot more of that out there. I know during COVID, to Ms. Garcia's point, I know of many nurses and many of her friends who are nurses who left the traditional setting and now work in day spa settings where they make way more money and work 9 to 4 and don't work weekends. And so I think what I'm getting at is I think there needs to be, and I know we heard from our state hospitals, it's very, very, very difficult to shift the way we've always done nursing. But I think there's some things that maybe nurses are looking for, just like in any other profession. They're looking for more quality of life things. They're not necessarily exiting nursing. They're looking for things that more mirror their family or their recreational life or their, and I don't know that maybe our traditional nursing has taken as much of that into consideration, like Representative Bryce, child care issues and some of those things. Are there things like that that we could look at? Because we're feeling a good pipeline. I mean, you look at what we're providing in scholarships, and yes, we can continue to do some of that, but I think we're remiss if we don't look at some of what people are wanting in their work and personal lives has shifted. And I think that might be a part of this is all I'm trying to get at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you. I agree. And that was kind of one of the recommendations from Leading Age was that one of the scholarships, the service scholarship, be allowed for part-time. Like people who are still working, but instead of doing full-time going to school, they could use that for part-time going to school while still working. Whereas currently it's you have to be full-time in order to use that. And I think that goes along with what you were just saying, Senator Erickson. I do have a question, if I may, Mr. Chair, and this goes along with Amy Garcia, and this is from the State Nursing Association, and they have standards of care, and they were recommending the correctional nursing scope and standards of practice. And the recommendation was encouraging the adoption of these standards. So I understand that to say we don't use those standards of care right now. Is that right, Scott, or do we?
Scott Bruner with KDADS, not in a state hospital setting. We're licensed as a hospital at Larned and Osawatomie and meet either Joint Commission accreditation standards at Larned or CMS standards. So we don't follow, we're not running a correctional facility, we're running a hospital.
Maybe
where there's a difference.
Yeah, I was just curious what the difference is in scope of practice, and maybe I can reach out to her to just say, why are you recommending this, and how do you think that would be better for our state hospitals?
I do think we've talked about in the sexual predator treatment program, it's different. It's not an acute hospital. It's more of a long-term care setting. Is there a way to change the staffing model for those for that program to maybe follow a different standard or guidelines, and we do. So but in principle, for our other programs, we're licensed as a hospital and we follow those guidelines.
Again, I'm just be curious to know what is the difference in standards of care? What would that mean as far as staffing? And are there certain hour restrictions? Like, it doesn't really clearly state here what those differences are. Thank you.
I'll see if the superintendents have a better thought about that too, and they'll be back tomorrow.
Thank you, Scott.
Representative Opesa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to make a comment in regards to the scholarship opportunities. I think we need to delve into that a little bit further. I know we talked about part-time, but sometimes nursing is a career of a second choice. It's not always a first choice out of the gate. And you have those people who are raising their children and maybe can't do 6 hours, which is considered part-time for college. Maybe they can only do 3-hour courses at a time. And yes, it does take longer, but it's doable, it's accomplishable, and they can continue to take care of their families and at some point, hopefully, from what I remember, 4 years, become a nurse and work at the bedside. So I think we need to be looking at that flexibility as well if nursing is not a first out of the gate career choice.
Thank you for that. So does anybody know what the barrier is? I mean, is it illegal to train a nurse or for a nurse to go to school part-time?
I guess I could, if I could answer that. Number 4 on leading age says updating the Nursing Service Scholarship Act to allow part-time nursing students to receive prorated scholarships would enable them. So the way I read this is now it's all or nothing. You have to be full-time or you can't get the scholarship instead of being a prorated scholarship for a part-time.
And so this would only be for scholarships. Right. But if they didn't have a scholarship, they could they could take as many hours as they want or something. Is that correct? I got you guys, so hang on. Could you hold just for a minute? These guys have been on the Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Just like to couch my remarks with the fact that I used to represent the county in which Larned resides, and we're talking about 1,000 jobs in a very small county. So my bias is to fight to maintain Larned. But I sat here this morning looking at the cost, what we're putting into this, and I thought maybe we should be building these things in, Johnson County. We wouldn't like that for reasons of access. But the more I listened, especially to the superintendents, I mean, these are really unique facilities, and Larned especially with the folks who are there. If you go see it, you'll be impressed with what they do, with who they have there, and they have many of them for life. So I want to raise it as like the gorilla in the room. Is this committee committed to maintaining OSH, maintaining Larned? Because that's a different conversation than minimizing, for instance, how many are at Larned. And I got the impression, and Mr. Chairman, you mentioned some solutions of putting people different places, but it didn't seem practical. So I think it's an important conversation to think, are we committed to maintaining what we have? I know it's costing us dearly because the solutions for maintaining what we have are different than, let's go somewhere else. So just I wanted to present that. And again, it seems to come back to workforce all the time. I haven't heard too much about Fort Hays. I know we had some statistics on them, but again, if their students are rotating at Larned, that's going to be a pipeline. And maybe some of these scholarship things and workforce credits or scholarships ought to be focused there at Hays. I don't know how much they are accessing. So, and KVC or KVH, the KITS facility opened in Ellis County, beautiful facility. I think Hays is a key facility out there, right alongside our community colleges. So again, I just want to raise that, are we at the table committed to maintaining these facilities?
Representative Buehler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good Senator's recent comments got me a little sidetracked, thinking and knowing that tomorrow, I think, we haven't appreciably, solved or come up with solutions today that would tell me that we can do this, that, or the other to resolve the contract nursing piece. Yeah, and I parked that. I know we've got testimony tomorrow, and hopefully we're going to get there. Whether it's Larned or Osawatomie that we toured, there's a commitment in that community as well. So I don't think this is a question of the community, because I think they do great things in the communities they are. I think it's back to our job is to find out is this tenable from the state level from a financial standpoint. And so that, to me, I'm going to withhold judgment on that, or maybe not judgment, it's the wrong term. I'm going to withhold, recommendations until we hear all of the testimony tomorrow. One of them is privatization. That's something we haven't talked about today, that other states do. I don't know much about that, but I'm willing to listen to see if that makes any sense for the state of Kansas. Because I do think whether it's Osawatomie, Parsons, Larned. I mean, I'm from Great Bend. I've got cousins that have retired from Larned. So I think it's important, and I think we can all agree on that. I'm going to back up, though, because in addition to the contract nursing costs that we have to solve, we did hear today a lot of testimony on the need to increase nursing or nurses in this state. And so we can do two things at once. We can look at ways to increase the population of nurses that work in this state, and then we can also figure out a way, hopefully, to find a solution to contract nursing costs. That being said, and I'm going somewhere with this, I will put a plug in for Leading Age Kansas proposed solutions. Number one, I have personal experience working on House Bill 2184 with them this summer. Also know about 2392, and I'm not going to plug those bills today, but you are all here elected representatives. These are easy things to do in January of 2026. So all of these have been proposed or talked about by most of the other conferees who are here today in terms of modifying the Nurse Scholarship Act, et cetera. These 5 things are pretty easy to do. 2184 was in my committee this year. We pulled it back because it wasn't ready for prime time. But again, these are things that directly address what we heard today. If we do these things, we can help the availability of nurses in Kansas. So I'm just putting that plug in. Then tomorrow or whenever, we'll get to how we solve contract nursing. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. And just to respond to Senator Clifford, I almost called him Representative Clifford. I did serve with him for a while. But anyway, I don't think that from my point of view, looking at this for quite some time, there are 2 programs that need to stay at Larned, the Sexual Predator Treatment Program and the State Security Program. What I'm just one person, but what I brainstormed about was taking the mental health folks out of there, the competency evaluation and that, and I think we heard earlier there was 72 beds or something like that, just to try to, the idea is that the workforce in the Larned area would suffice to take care of those 2 other programs that I'm talking about. Because we've got this vacancy, we've had a vacancy of over 400 people ever since I became aware of this issue. We've put millions and millions of dollars into it. That's, as far as I'm concerned, after all that time, that's the workforce that area will sustain. So I'm trying to shrink Larned down, and obviously we may not get there, but if we can do some things like that, to get it down to where it's a sustainable workforce for that area, around 600 people, then we won't be paying $40 million a year in contract nursing. That's where I'm going with that. I don't know if it's possible or anything else. It's just another idea out there for folks to study. I think doing nothing is a disservice to our taxpayers and the people we represent, of letting this continue on and just saying, yeah, it's okay to pay $46 million in contract labor. I just don't think that's very smart business for the state and our taxpayers.
And again, we're not committed to anything particular, but I just, it's 190 miles from some of my counties to Larned now. You're talking about 300 to go to the South Central new hospital, so it would create hardship out west. But I agree with you. We can't do nothing. Something creative has to be done.
Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be curious, along those lines, how many of those people in that sexual predators category that we were, in the category that we were speaking of, which would be the ones who are there for competency testing, where do they come from across the state to go to Larned? I'd be curious to know that.
Yeah, I'm sure Scott can get us that information probably in some fashion.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure I heard the question correctly. Do you want to know where the sexual predator population?
Sorry, no, I started down that, and that's not what I meant. Right, the competency group that we were talking about is maybe potentially moving them somewhere else, because I'm sure they don't all come around Larned.
No.
These are people that come from all over the state, so
Yes.
I'd be curious to know. And I know that that can change, you know, on a daily basis, on a monthly basis of where these people come from, but just an average, this percentage comes from Southeast Kansas, this percentage comes from here.
Oh, we track it by county, so. Yeah,
Okay, track it by county. That would be great. Thank you so
no
much.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I agree those 5 items from leading age are a good starting point, but I don't want us to lose sight of so much of this is dependent on having students come to those programs who are academically prepared. And we heard quite a bit of testimony that that's not happening. So we can expand the number of seats, we can have more instructors, but if we can't fill them with students who are capable of learning what we need them to learn, I don't know to what end that would be. So we can have all the scholarships, we can expand all the programs that you want, but if we don't have students who are capable of fulfilling the program requirements, I think we're barking up the wrong tree. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think that almost begs for another interim committee of somebody else may, without me being on it. But
Like maybe the education.
yeah, but I agree, that was an alarming slide to see that kind of decline in our readiness for college. If that doesn't open folks' eyes, nothing will. So, yeah, and again, we've created as many questions here as we have answers, but that is one that needs to be addressed for sure. Committee, further discussion. Senator Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. Medicare has standards of care policy. If you're in skilled nursing and you're a Medicare beneficiary, if you're not showing improvement, you don't stay in skilled nursing. So when it comes to our state hospitals, does the state have standards of care? A standard of when this patient is ready to be discharged to another facility, or do we need standards of care?
Good question. Scott, do you have any answers to that, or do we need to find somebody not?
I would love to find somebody else.
I didn't mean it like
that. No, I knew how you meant it, and it came across the same way. I may have the superintendents address that more tomorrow if I don't do a very good job. But so so the programs are different. If we take the programs for the acutely mentally ill that are court ordered into our care and treatment, so those folks are released when the court has decided they've met the conditions of their original civil commitment. So we create treatment plans, we create expectations in there of what level of function that patient needs to meet before we determine that they're ready to discharge. We make that recommendation to the court, and the court either lifts their care and treatment order or extends it for a longer period of time. So it's a little more, there's probably a cross between a clinical judgment and some legal judgment that you wouldn't see in a traditional Medicare or healthcare setting, but there are treatment plans and metrics and conditions for discharge along those lines. For our forensic patients that are needing their competency evaluated or restored, there are very clear expectations of what it means when to do a forensic evaluation, what that takes, what the legal requirements are. There's an order, or there's a recommendation to the court. The court takes an action. If a person's ordered into competency restoration, there are clear deadlines or clear criteria we have to meet in that restoration process. The person has to understand the charges against them. They have to understand what the criminal process is, the role of attorneys, and they also have to be competent enough, mentally fit enough to stand trial. So again, that's probably more legal than clinical, but there's a clinical component to that. For the sexual predators, they're civilly committed to our care by statute, and they can progress through the program and reach higher levels of freedom and independence. The first two programs are on campus and more institutional. Then there's a transitional release into the community. All of those gates are recommended by a clinical team from Larned, the treatment team, and attorneys from the Attorney General's office that say if this person's met the criteria, goes to a judge, they decide to move them through the program. So there are, I don't know that I would put them in the same category as what you described for Medicare conditions, but we are looking for paths to discharge for every single one of our patients and the criteria they need to meet to be able to discharge and be safe in the community. It was a long answer, I apologize. But
Gossage.
Scott, if you could stay up there for a minute. Yeah. For those on the committee who do not have the benefit of being in the Bethel committee, could you refresh us on the competency testing? And I believe you had testified that that's like 90 days sometimes for that to happen. So people are placed in these facilities waiting for competency, and that could take a very long time for that to actually come down. What are we doing as far as working on trying to make that a shorter period?
A couple of things. So there's two steps. The first is you have to have your competency to stand trial evaluated. If the judge or a prosecutor or a defense attorney makes that request to determine whether somebody's competent to stand trial, then we need to evaluate them. That typically happens within the first 45 days once that's been ordered. The way we've been, and the way the statute was originally structured, you're ordered to have that competency evaluation conducted at the state security hospital in Larned. So that meant everybody from any county in the state, unless they had a contract or an agreement with a local provider who could make that judgment. And the statute determines who, or statute specifies who can make that evaluation and report to the court. So unless a county had a private psychiatrist that they worked with, they were sending people to Larned. Takes a while to get there, it takes a while to get back, time ensued. So one of the things that we've done is implemented a program that we call outpatient competency. So we have a staff member that's located in the Johnson County area, and she's able to go into jails and do those evaluations on site. So we're reducing the time there. We've got a contract with the mental health centers, and they work with their counties and their catchment areas to do competency work as well to try to reduce the amount of time people are waiting for those evaluations. And that time isn't, there are some things that are unusual, but typically that happens on a fairly rapid clip. If you're not competent to stand trial, we have to try to restore you. That's the way the statute's structured. And wherever that restoration happens, you've got 90 days to get the person back to restored to competency, or you have to ask for another 90 days. And at the end of that 180 days, by statute, there's supposed to be a discussion about whether that patient's ever going to be restorable and whether they need to be admitted on a care and treatment case. So we treat them in lieu of confinement. So there's a 180-day clock. Restoration doesn't happen everywhere. We do some mobily. We do some as on an outpatient basis working in the mental health centers, but not all patients will cooperate. Not all patients, some patients, their mental illness, the only way they're going to be restored to have their mental illness treated so they could be determined if they're competent or not is with medication, and if people don't agree to take their medication, then you can't restore them. So there are some people that are appropriate to bring to Larned because we can do some things around involuntary medication and more intensive treatment that some jails just aren't able to handle. Still a long answer, I apologize. The amount of time, so for somebody who's ordered to Larned for competency restoration, their average wait time is somewhere in the 260 to 270 days. And there's about 170 people waiting as of last month for that. And again, the last person we admitted, they had been waiting 240 days for admission to Larned. So that's where our problem is in that competency restoration and who's able to do that and having the right, again, if it can be done mobily, if it can be done in the jail, we do it. We figure it out and make it work. It takes more time and there's a lot to it, and getting medications on board that patient, if they're willing. The problem is not a patient who's compliant, medication compliant, willing to accept treatment, and wants to be restored. That's pretty easy. That's not your typical criminal defendant who's incompetent to stand trial. So anyway, so we try mobile. We try to shorten the timeline. We try to talk to mental health centers and do that. We're opening 52 more beds in Wichita to try to really address that. Osawatomie and Larned are working really closely together to manage the wait list. So if there's somebody that Osawatomie can restore, they try that as well. But that's kind of I don't know, that was a nutshell, but that was my closest I can get to a nutshell.
No, thank you, Scott.
How the process works and what the
No, that was precisely what I wanted you to explain, because I know that there are people that are not on Bethel, didn't get an opportunity to hear all of this, and those kind of wait times for people just languishing, waiting to see if they pass a competency test or not.
Well, it's whether they're restorable or not.
Right.
So whether they're at a state in their mental illness that they can be restored to competency and complete their criminal process, or what they really need is long-term, ongoing, acute mental health treatment. That's sort of the option, and
that could take time to determine.
That could take time to figure out. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome.
Representative Reeves.
Boy, my head's just going all over the place. Gosh. So just what I've been talking with people that I know in the nursing profession, and just kind of doing some minor research and stuff, it seems that across the country, two things seem to stand out as to why there's a nursing shortage. And it's not just nursing, but it's all of the other profession in the health professions. But it's salary, and we've already heard that over and over. And the other one is environment. We've touched upon just a very little bit about the risks that sometimes our nurses are exposed to, ER nurses in particular, I think, ER docs. And we've had a bill introduced several times, and it doesn't seem to go anywhere. So along with the two bills that Representative Bueller's thrown out there, I'm going to throw out HB 2023. It died in the Senate in '24, so it would have to be reintroduced. But that's something that we really need to be serious about, the safety of our healthcare workers, and I think that would also help with retaining our nurses. The other one is SB 243, and that's this other phase of the competency evaluations. And that is still sitting in the Senate Judiciary. So maybe that one could get a hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions or statements or whatever? I don't know if there's anybody here, but I did have, and we did hear about the qualifications for nursing instructors being a master's degree in lieu of experience and stuff like that. Is that, where would that bottom, who would be, does anybody out there know where that would come under? Is that the Board of Nursing that establishes that? Leanne, thank you. Very good.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I put together an email to send to the committee about this, but I haven't sent it yet. So they're under the Board of Nursing and Rules and Regulations. So KR 60-103 is about professional and practical nursing programs. So professional would be RNs, practicals, LPNs. Professional nursing faculty have to have a graduate degree. The LPNs have to have a bachelor's degree. And then there is the additional, they have to be licensed as an RN or an LPN in Kansas to serve as a teacher in a nursing program.
There's no requirement for a master's degree?
Yes, there is a requirement for the professional nursing. It says that they have to have a graduate degree in nursing if they are responsible for the course. And if they're giving clinical instruction, so hands-on instruction, they have to have a graduate degree in nursing or be able to present a degree plan that projects their completion of a graduate degree.
Very good. Well, committee, I think that is kind of a low-hanging fruit for us. Heather, welcome to committee. Thank you for being here.
Just to add everything she said, plus if your program is accredited nationally, there are national accreditation standards that have to layer on top of the Kansas standards so that the person can practice not only in Kansas but across state lines as well.
Hang on for that. So is a national accreditation a master's degree? Or
I don't know, but I know that it probably is likely to be the master's degree. It's usually higher. Not every nursing program in Kansas is nationally accredited, but most are.
Thank you. Right, right. Which seemed like a bottleneck from what we heard was trying to find instructors to teach nurses. So, yeah, I think that's something that we should look at as far as how that works. And it seems to me like a bachelor's and 15 years of nursing experience would trump a master's degree in anything. Senator Goss.
Yes, Mr. Chair, would it be okay if we were to ask staff to reach out to Amy Garcia and see if there are any barriers to allowing a certain amount of experience to maybe replace or supplant this requirement of the master's degree for them to be able to be an instructor?
Very good. Thank you. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also want to make sure that we ensure when people are, if we're going to be changing the educational level of nursing, how that affects when people, if they want to go back to school. So say you wanted to be an LPN, but then you were a LPN and wanted to go to a BSN program, but then the person who taught you for the LPN did not have the education that was accredited, and then they wanted to move on to be a BSN. What did they have to retake? What does that look like? How much more cost does that incur to the person who wants to further their education? To further their education and become maybe a BSN provider or even a master's, a nurse practitioner or a CRNA. I think when you start looking at these educational levels, let's just make sure we're not cutting off those of us who don't always go to school all the way through and go back and receive our master's degree and then our DNPs, that we're ensuring that we're keeping those people who want to obtain that education and going forward, that we give them the greatest access for that.
Thank you for that. I don't think there was any intentions on doing anything, but Representative Reeves.
Yeah, I like the consideration of having practice, those life experience, but in the profession. But I think we also have to look at where that experience is coming from. If you're going from, I don't know, from a hospital setting and you go to maybe learn it, that sounds like it might be comparable, but maybe they're coming from somewhere else and going into a hospital setting, maybe that's not as comparable. So those kinds of things would have to be considered.
Senator Gossage.
And I would absolutely agree with that. And I think that's why legislature should not dictate those things. Like you must allow X, Y, Z. Instead, we can say, might you consider allowing with the shortage, might you consider work experience and what might that look like? And let the nursing association make those determinations. I agree.
Very good. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I think it's going to depend. In an academic classroom setting, I think it's imperative that we have someone with a degree above the level that they're teaching. However, I think when a nursing student goes out for their clinical experience, I think that's where it makes a lot of sense, and I would ask them to consider, do you need a master level teacher in the clinical setting when you've got a nurse that has 30 years experience that can oversee that student and probably add some real life experience value to that in the oversight of that student. So I think there's room for some ways to make it make sense without jeopardizing the health and safety of or the quality of instruction and experience that those nursing students are getting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Committee, further discussion? Well, we've opened a good can of worms here is all I can say. Well, stay tuned tomorrow, 9 o'clock. And put your thinking caps on and let's try to get some kind, we'll have recommendations tomorrow and we'll need to take a look at that. We've shotgunned this thing, everybody, all over the place, and see if you can try to narrow it down to some things that we can actually do that are, that will make a difference. So with that, we're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.